we take a selfie and we invite everyone to use the hashtag and go on social media.
Ahla wa sahla everyone, and what an inspiring and beautiful start to our day today here. And of course, this video showed us all the challenging things that we will be tackling today at Ignite.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ignite Amman 2024. We're so excited to be hosting you here at the King Hussein Business Park for a day of innovation, inspiration, and action.
Of course, let's not forget about the fun. I want you all to get very comfortable. Khaled, I'm noticing some tote bags around. Just want to tell the organizers, Khaled and I both want some tote bags.
Yeah, we're not leaving before we get one of those tote bags, by the way. We've been discussing what's inside of them the whole time we're here, so enjoy them to those that got them.
I am Adana. Of course, both Khaled and I have a morning show called Rise and Shine, and we always start off by saying good morning, sabah al khair, and we are really excited for today's theme, investing in the future. And this couldn't be more relevant. We'll explore how fragile region can build resilience, embrace green innovation, and unlock the potential of youth, women, and of course, refugees.
Now, you'll hear from some of the brightest minds and boldest change makers today through keynote speakers, panels, and let's not forget, exciting workshops. But it's not just about them, it's also about all of you. Share your voice, your ideas, and your experience. And don't forget to use the hashtag IgniteAmman on social media and connect with each other during the breaks.
Actually, Khaled, let's just invite everyone to kind of just go on social media really quickly. And since you're a little bit taller than me, how about you do the selfie, me, you, and everyone here at Ignite. So everyone, count of 3, I want you all to smile. Ready?
All right, here goes nothing. I'll try to get everyone. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Once again, I want you all, thank you. Once again, I want you all to use the hashtag IgniteAmman. So let me ask you this question. What does investing in the future mean to all of you? Is it technology? Is it green economies? Or perhaps supporting small businesses? I don't know, Khaled.
Anyone, feel free to chime in. Anyone?
I think it's too early. Khaled and I started our like 5 in the morning, but it is too early. I think with me, it's all about supporting smaller businesses.
Well, Dana, for me, being the geek that I am, I feel like it is all about technology.
And yes, you are a little bit of a geek. All right, so our first speaker is someone who has spent over a decade empowering youth and communities in some of the world's most fragile regions. Simon van Milik has been at Spark since 2012, where he's invested and focused on a lot of initiatives to create job opportunities, fostering resilience and preventing extremism.
Simon's work has been transformational. He spearheaded the Networks of Change program, which tackles radicalization and violent extremism. And he's been instrumental in expanding Spark's reach across the Middle East and beyond. But that's not all. Simone is also the visionary behind the Ignite conference series, which has become a global platform for discussions on youth empowerment, economic resilience, and innovation.
What does it create to create these opportunities? There are no opportunities available. How do you build hope and resilience in communities facing absolute instabilities? And Simone has been answering these questions for years.
So please help us in welcoming Simone to the stage as we have some of our own questions for him.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Where shall I stand?
I don't know. How about
wherever
in the
you
middle,
feel comfortable.
so we can interrogate you a little bit.
It's like
Less of an interrogation, more of a conversation.
It's a crossfire now. It feels.
Simone, welcome to Jordan. I hear it's your second time. We're thrilled to have you here. And let's start with this question. How does it feel to be back hosting Ignite in such a dynamic region?
I'm very excited. I'm very excited to be here in Amman my second time. Look at all of you here. I mean, it's a full house, so that excites me. Look at this stage. I'm very honored to be on this stage. So I feel really good. At the same time, some mixed emotions maybe. These are very challenging times, and some of our partners, our colleagues, some of our friends could not be here today. And they're facing really a lot of difficulties, and that's why we are here. And that's why today we're talking about investing in the future. And it's very important for us to be here and to keep that conversation going. And I would like to add that Jordan particularly has been playing a very influential role in that. We've been working together with many partners in Jordan, and many of these partners are here, and I would like to welcome them particularly. We've been working with the ministries of the Jordan government. Very, very important, and actually today's event is taking place under the patronage of the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship. So thank you so much for that. And last but not least, I would like to mention our educational partners, the ministries, the universities that play such a vital role in the business that we are in, and that's the business of job creation. Yeah. So I would like a special welcome to all the ministries that are here in the crowd today. So
can we get a round of applause to all the partners?
Yes. Simone, you are the founder of this incredible series. I want to ask you a little bit about the inspiration behind this and how has it evolved in the past few years?
Yes, we started in 2013. The first Ignite was very small in a renovated warehouse in the canals in Amsterdam. We were with 50 people, and we were starting this conversation, or how to create more and better jobs in very challenging environments. And we did it a couple of years with a lot of support from our donors and our partners in Amsterdam. And then we decided, okay, yalla, let's go where the work is. In Amsterdam, there's a lot of work, but the work that we're doing is happening right here. And then we just started to organize the Ignite conference in Dubai, in Beirut, in Istanbul, in Tunis, and today we are here in Amman, and that's very exciting. And what I would like to say is that, especially today here at the conference, we're going to talk about so many different topics. You mentioned already AI and technology, but we're also talking about green initiatives. We're talking about agribusiness. We're talking about so many things. Of course, sustainable tourism. So let's get started. I'm ready. But
All right, well, Simone, with today's theme being investing in the future, can I assume that the things that you mentioned are what you see happening in the future, or are there also additional things?
Additional as in?
Like, what does the future look like to you?
For me, the future looks like we need to collaborate more. And especially in these times, and we need to collaborate across continents. We need to collaborate across sectors. We need to collaborate more closely with all the entrepreneurs that are here, the young people. I mean, we have about 30 booths here today of very young and talented entrepreneurs, and I invite everyone to go to these booths and talk to these entrepreneurs and work with them together, because in fact it's the entrepreneurs that have the answers to all of our questions, because they know what they need, they know how we can better support and facilitate them. So we need more collaboration, and then we'll survive.
Amazing. All right.
I really do hope you do meet everyone that is involved today, because since we're looking at the future, I want to pause for a bit and look at the past a minute. I heard that we have 3 alumni that have made it to Forbes 30 under 30. Can you tell us how important this milestone is, and can you elaborate a little bit about these wonderful, wonderful people?
Yes, it's very important. Why is it important? Because we need success stories. We need to hear from the entrepreneurs what's working and what's not working, and we need to see them. We need to see entrepreneurs who are making it in these very difficult circumstances. We need to see them flourish. We need to see them have impact, and that's why a list like this, 30 under 30, is so important. And in fact, well, these 3 are not here, but there's 2 other entrepreneurs that are here today. I would like to mention them, Abdel Al-Zubaydi and Abdul Arabiyat. I hope they're in the audience. I was told you are here.
Can we give them a round of applause, perhaps, if they're here? Or if you are here, just a show of hand if you're here.
And one of them is a speaker today, for sure, so talk to them. They have a lot of interesting insights. For us as NGOs, as representatives of government, media, that's the people we need to be talking to.
Amazing. Well, Simone, you've spoken a lot about building economic resilience in fragile regions. Why is this such a critical focus for Spark's work, and what impact have you seen so far?
Well, at the moment, it's all about economic resilience, because it's economic resilience. Building economic resilience is a cornerstone for stability, for sustainable development, and basically it equips young people, but not only young people, the entrepreneurs, but also government representatives, representatives for NGOs, ourselves, not only to survive crises and shocks, but it also equips us, enables us to rebuild our communities and in a more inclusive way, in stronger ways, and that's why economic resilience is so important. And Spark has been doing that for many years, and we're very proud of the things that we have achieved together with our,
as you should be,
with our donors and our partners. And I would just like to mention, like more than 30,000 jobs created, and
wow.
And in a way, it's a great number. Some people who are very strict with me say, well, Simon, it's just a vanity number. I want to know what's the impact of these jobs, right? And this is what Spark is now really busy with. Like, it's great to create a lot of jobs, but we want to create better jobs. Not every job created is a good job necessarily. And so I think it's our task at the moment together to understand better how do we create jobs, more, yes please, but how do we create jobs that actually have impact? And that's our next challenge, really.
I mean, you've actually answered my second question. I really wanted to know, what are your hopes for this year's Ignite Amman? And what do you want the audience to walk away at the end of the day with? If you would like to add anything to that.
First of all, I would like to, I wish everyone a really inspiring day. I think, and there's already one achievement, if you allow me. All of you here, thank you for coming, but I would also like to mention you're all different actors trying to achieve the same goal, and as I mentioned, creating more and better jobs. But the fact that we are from so many different sectors, private and public, academia is here, the universities, I already mentioned them, the media is here, and the entrepreneurs. So really mix as much as you possibly can. This is, the day. Secondly, I would like to mention that it's also a special day because today we are celebrating the results of a very special program. It's called the STEP program, which has been supported by the Islamic Development Bank and the Abdulaziz Al Ghurair Refugee Education Fund. A little bit more than 2 years ago, the president of the ISDB, he was here, Mr. Al-Jasser, and he started the program here in Amman. And today we are celebrating the results of this program here. Abdi, you are here from the Islamic Development Bank. Thank you for coming. And we are here to also have a deep dive together with our European Union delegation. Aurélien and Ingrid, welcome. You are here. Thank you. We're talking about our programs from innovation to creation and the Green Forward program. Very exciting. And last but not least, we are introducing a new program, which is the Marat for Tourism program that we are organizing together with Google. And a very exciting program in many countries promoting entrepreneurship development in the tourism sector.
Excellent.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much, Simone. You've really set the tone for what today is going to be all about. Turning challenges into opportunities and sparking meaningful change. Let's give Simone another round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, with that, we're just getting started, Khalid.
Yes, indeed. Now, Jordan is a country that has always demonstrated incredible resilience in the face of challenges. We're proud to be hosting Ignite right here in a nation that has opened its doors to millions of refugees while striving to build a stronger, more inclusive future for all.
And you know what? Let's not shy away from the reality. Youth unemployment stands at over 32%, with fragile sectors like agriculture and tourism still recovering from the effects of COVID-19 and the regional instability. Yet, there is hope. With this advanced infrastructure, innovation, and talented young minds, Jordan is well positioned to lead in an area like digital transformation and green innovation.
Today's first keynote speaker is at the heart of these efforts, representing the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship. Dana Darwish, Jordan's Source Program Manager, plays a pivotal role in fostering innovation, empowering youth, and building the digital future of Jordan.
Please join us in welcoming Dana Darwish to deliver the opening keynote.
Hello. Thank you, Dana and Khalid. That was such a wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen and dear guests, thank you for joining us today. I am honored to be here on behalf of His Excellency Engineer Sami Smeirat, Minister of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship, at the 10th Annual Spark Ignite conference. It is really close to our hearts that this edition is being held in our beloved Amman, and I'm thrilled that I get to share my morning with you and tell you a little bit about some of the points that our colleagues have touched on and how we as a ministry are working to really fortify these efforts. So my name is Dana Derwish. I run a program called Jordan Source at the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship. Jordan Source is really thriving to implement His Royal Highness's vision of creating a hub for the ICT sector in the region in Jordan. As Dana and Khaled have mentioned, Jordan's population is quite young. Almost 52% of the population is under the age of 30. And while that is an asset in innovation and bright, fresh ideas, it is also a challenge. On a yearly basis, we have around 8,000 graduates in ICT or ICT-related topics. And with that comes a lot of opportunities for us to not only come up with innovative ideas that serve our kingdom, but also serve the region and then go on to serve the world. Jordan is not new when it comes to technology, and there are many stories that I believe we do not shed enough light on, and that is where our role at Jordan Source really comes in. So, by a show of hands, if you're comfortable, I'm going to tell you some of the technological stories that have started in Jordan and then have spread to the region. And I want you to at least think amongst yourselves if you've known that this was the fruit of Jordanian innovation. So back in 2003, when you had your old Nokia device that came pre-equipped with one game, I think it was Snake back in the day, Jordan was opening its doors to the first mobile gaming studio in the Middle East, Meis el-Ward. And this was a true step in innovation because at the time, people didn't know what mobile gaming would evolve to. Jordan hosts the largest humanitarian blockchain solution that is saving billions of dollars of wasted aid through Iris technology that is patented and built by Jordanian talent. These are only a few of the examples. If you look at the gaming sector in particular, you'll find that one of the largest exits in the Middle East to a Swedish Stillfront was a Jordanian company. You'll find out that the first Arabic email provider in the Middle East was Jordanian. So we do have the fabric to build innovative solutions, and we do believe in the power of partnership because all of our solutions have grown out of Jordan but become regional. And this is why I believe that conferences like Spark and Ignite are so important because through this power of partnership, I believe that we can take these little seeds of innovation and grow them into something far larger. This is where our role at the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship comes, and specifically through the Youth Technology and Jobs Program. Youth Technology and Jobs Program is tailored towards the needs of equipping youth to become more digitally savvy and more resilient. We believe that through this act of resilience and through really giving the youth the tools that they need to not only become digital natives, but also to have the skills needed to serve at a world-class level, you need to do a lot of training and upskilling, and we have a massive mandate to do so through the Youth Technology and Jobs Program. We also believe that you need to work on the demand side and the supply side, and that is what Jordan Source does on the demand side, where we shed light on these talents, and then on the supply side, where we equip the youth with the skills they need to really thrive. This is only a fraction of what the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship is doing, because we believe that in order to enable youth to reach their full potential, we need to also help them build their own ventures. And with that comes the general entrepreneurship strategy. And I'm very proud to see this entrepreneurship strategy really being implemented on a world-class level in our beloved Jordan. With that, I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but I do want to extend my gratitude to Spark and its partners, including Google, the Islamic Development Bank, the European Union, the Abdullah Al-Ghurair Refugee Education Fund, for their unbelievable efforts. Today we're hosting over 400 participants from 12 countries, and that is truly something to be proud of, and I'm excited to see how the day unfolds. So thank you so much for your time, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Dana, for that insightful and inspiring speech. It's clear that the work being done by the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship is paving the way for a brighter, more innovative future for Jordan.
All right, so let us talk about AI. Yes. I have a question. How many of you use ChatGPT as their personal little assistant? Oh,
Don't be shy. It's okay.
Don't be shy.
Be honest with yourselves and with us.
All right, Khaled, I have a confession.
Yeah.
ChatGPT did these cue cards for us. And honestly, at first I was very resistant towards OpenAI. I was very resistant towards ChatGPT. Now I honestly don't know how to send a text message without ChatGPT.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Look, we've already said that both of us are on the radio, and when ChatGPT first came out, we're like, yeah, you know what? It's a great assistant, it helps you find information, but it will never replace our personalities, right?
I mean, did you see the new update?
I did, and you know
it's
what?
It's kind of scary, Khaled.
I have never been so terrified and so excited at the same time about anything.
No, so yeah, jokes aside, AI is transforming industries at an incredible pace. Both Khaled and I are trying to keep up. For me, it's a little bit impossible. But it is not just about replacing jobs, it's also about creating new jobs, new opportunities, and solving complex problems. And our next speaker knows it better than anyone else.
You can say that again because Dr. Izzeddin Titi is a senior AI team lead and consultant, and I want to get this right, with vast experience applying artificial intelligence to diverse industries. His journey started with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and led him to a master's degree in robotics from King's College London and a PhD in computer vision and autonomous driving. He's worked with global organizations, including Amazon, and specializes in areas like computer vision, large language models, and applied machine learning.
Well, Khaled, that's not all. Using AI to reduce tremors in Parkinson's patients, detect financial fraud, improve efficiency in logistics, and even cut advertising costs at pharmaceutical industries. As a Palestinian refugee, Dr. Titi's story is one of resilience and excellence, inspiring the next generation of AI talent in the region.
He's passionate about leveraging AI to address unique challenges right here in the Middle East, fostering collaboration and building sustainable ecosystems for innovation. So please join us in welcoming Dr. Izzeddin Titi. Stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Test. All right, so when people learn that I am an AI expert, I usually receive two questions. The first being, will AI take my job? And the second, less serious, but equally entertaining, is, when will my fridge start arguing with my toaster? Well, I'm here to reassure you that our appliances will not plan a coup, at least not yet. But the most critical question that we should all ask today is, will the MENA region be a leader for the AI revolution or just a spectator watching it unfold in the sidelines? Assalamu alaikum. And Izzeddin, and before tackling this critical question, let's first be all on the same page regarding what AI is and why it matters. So, AI is a big, complex terminology. It consists of a wide spectrum of technologies. But at its core, we can simply define it using the following. They are a group of coded algorithms developed by skilled engineers running on special computational units called GPUs, fed with an enormous amount of data in order to automate tasks, ranging from simple tasks to hugely complex ones. Sounds sticky, right? I mean, why should we care? Here is the thing. AI isn't only for engineers. It's for doctors, teachers, content creators, governments, schools. AI is for everyone. Why? Because AI is the next revolution. It's gonna create professions, it's gonna shift economies, and it's gonna transform the political landscape. And to make things clearer, let's compare it with the earlier revolution, electricity. Electricity has automated and enhanced manual repetitive tasks, allowing machines to operate relentlessly, 24/7. Yes, it replaced many professions, but on the other side, it also created countless more, giving rise to electrical engineering, electronics manufacturing, and the tech industry. And speaking of that, let's take Amazon as an example. With the help of electricity and the internet, this single company employs 1.5 million employees, from engineers to drivers to warehouse operators, etc. AI will do the same. It will automate more sophisticated tasks, like driving, with a faster pace, and to create more professions. It will transform economies. Let's take Taiwan as an example. This tiny little island exports $164 billion annually in terms of integrated circuits, useful for the GPUs mentioned earlier. So AI has the potential to transform economies. And there is also one part that I always avoid talking about, which is politics. I'll tell you a little secret. AI can easily be weaponized and can easily be used as a leverage to negotiate and to change the political dynamics. So, having understood the AI's potential, the question is, where does the MENA stand in the AI global revolution? It is expected that by 2030, the AI market will value about $15 trillion. The major players, alliances. On the West, we can see the US, UK, EU. On the East, China, India, and Japan. The rest of the world, including the MENA region, they're going to share the remaining 5%, only 5%. Now, this statistic is partly disproportionate to the MENA's resources and population. So again, the question is, how can we unlock MENA's potential in order to have a fair share in the AI market? Before that, let's understand the stakes. By next year, that's very soon, by the way, AI will replace 75 million jobs globally, including translators, and sorry to say that to my fellow speakers, content creators and podcasters, and many others up to a certain extent. But on the other side, it's gonna generate or create double that number. So it will result in a net positive economy. Other than job creation, it will enhance existing jobs. It will save up to 70% of industries, whether they are in healthcare, oil and gas, predictive maintenance, etc. So now we understand better the potential of AI. How can we take part of it in the MENA region? I have a vision or a proposal that stands on 3 pillars. The first being the macro or the governmental level. Governments in the Middle East should streamline and be proactive about introducing new policies in order to support the AI. For example, they can do tax reduction for companies implementing AI or researching in AI. That's similar to France, for example. They can invest more and encourage creating summer schools, boot camps, courses, competitions, etc. And most importantly, they can invest in AI for the critical governmental sectors like medicine and transportation. Let's take breast cancer as an example. The AI has a better accuracy in breast cancer diagnosis than the traditional methods, and we should invest in that mainly because it's way cheaper to invest in that than the treatment costs. So governments should introduce more policies. On the other pillar is the micro level. We, as individuals, should care more, should talk more, should think more about AI. We should read more, start coding. I would like to think about it as the new football. We all talk about the football in the Middle East. I think it's time to talk about AI now. It's very interesting. You can see that by some conversations with ChatGPT. You will see it will start to understand you. So it's really interesting. And I can see that some societies in the Middle East are already talking more and more about AI. Schools' curricula should adapt faster, more rapidly to the fastly growing field of AI. They should introduce more competitions and summer schools and prizes, awards for AI enthusiasts. And of course, in the Middle East, there is one side that distinguishes us, which is the influence of our societies on us. So even that can be leveraged in order to influence ourselves to talk more about AI. And just to be fair and not to undermine what's happening in the Middle East, there are already many steps in the right direction, including, for example, the many successful startups, AI startups in Jordan, the UAE's AI initiative, the Saudi Arabia AI academies. All these are on the right direction. But there is, and really they are doing great effort, absolutely monumental. But there is one problem, one stark problem. They are all operating in silos, in separated islands. We rarely do collaborations between all these bodies, institutes, and companies, universities, governments, etc. And I think we should leverage that. We should learn from the EU, which even opens up more collaborative opportunities. Like lately, what they did with Norway. Norway has the biggest sovereign fund worldwide. They collaborated with the EU on the AI Invest. We should do the same. And I think AMENA AI Alliance can be a very successful thing because of the following factors. Global examples. We have many global examples that when united, they made miracles, like the US, UK, and the EU. The second is our youth. We have very skilled youth, exceptionally skilled ones. And I could see that here in Jordan, Palestine, Egypt, KSA, etc., and even there in the West, in the US. You can easily notice that many managers, senior leaders, VPs, co-founders are originally from the Middle East. But they had better environment there. The population, and that's a very critical point, so please bear with me a second. We have a larger population than the US and the EU. More population means that, in theory, we consume and generate more data. And as I mentioned earlier, AI is developed using data. The more and the better the data, the more the better performance is the model. And that's why we are all using ChatGPT, because it was the first model, it trained on a very big data. So having a large population in the Middle East can be leveraged in order to have better models that can compete with the other international models. And the second is the geographical edge. Literally being in the center of the world can decrease both the exporting and importing costs, making the AI resources and the AI products more affordable than the other areas in the world. Sorry. The energy resources. In the Middle East, we have one of the best, one of the highest solar irradiance, meaning that we can generate better solar energy than other areas or other alliances in the world. Energy that will be used for the data centers distributed among the Middle East. And the last is the automation potential. Being left behind from the technological side of view can be think of as an opportunity in disguise, because that means that we have a bigger room for improvement, a bigger room to automate more things, and that means better AI market. So collaboration and vision is the way forward. We have a lot of resources in the Middle East. We have a lot of human resources, financial resources, and very brilliant minds that, if united, I think they're going to unleash a very successful AI alliance. So the takeaways today is we all have a rule in order to succeed in the next AI revolution, whether individuals, which should be reading and coding more, or governments, which should unite and create an alliance. So the question is, are we ready to collaborate? Are we ready to make the future? Are we ready to start writing the future today? Thank you so much for listening to me. Thanks for Ignite. Azadeen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ezzeddin Titi. That was very insightful. At one part of the speech, I was a little bit scared and did fear for my job. Both Khaled and I, not only as a radio presenter, but a content creator on social media. But I do have to admit that OpenAI for me helped me in terms of I no longer need to squeeze my brain for content. I can actually work harder on the way I deliver, on the way I perform. And this is my little outtake on what you can do other than...
And it's only going to get better and better from here, Dana.
Hopefully, inshallah. All right, now that we've set the stage with inspiring talks, we do want to give one last round of applause to our speakers that already were on stage. All right, I think we need to wake up the audience a little bit. Let's dive deeper into today's theme, investing in the future. We do have a panel coming up, and this is going to be focused on advancing human potential, green innovation, and sustainable growth. This topic is not only mainly buzzword, but this is very crucial for our future.
Yes, indeed. We're talking about some big challenges here. How the climate crisis is going to affect everything, automation and economic inequalities, and how they are going to be shaping the world. Dr. Ezzeddin just shared with us, for example, some facts and figures on how many jobs are going to be lost by AI and how many jobs can be created by AI if we prepare for them.
Yeah. So let's prepare together. How about
All
that?
of us.
And this panel will help us. It brings together experts who are tackling these challenges head on. They'll discuss how we can create job opportunities, empower vulnerable populations, and of course, ensures that no one is left behind.
So let me introduce our first panel for today, and we do have some guests coming from out of town, so I'll make sure to try my best to pronounce everyone's name correctly. First of all, moderating this panel, we've got Zain Asfour, head of the Economic Empowerment, Women Economic Empowerment Unit at SheTex. Zain here. We also have with us Abdul Majid Abdullahi, manager of the Fragility and Resilience Division at the Islamic Development Bank. Dana Balkar, head of regional programs at the Abdullah Al Ghurair Foundation. And finally, we have Thibaut Moyer, deputy head of cooperation at the EU delegation to Jordan.
I just want to remind everyone once again for our social media, hashtag Ignite Amman, and of course, help us welcome once again our first panel.
Hello. Hello, test. Good morning, everyone. And I am Zain. I'm the head of Women Economic Empowerment Unit at Intaj, and the unit name is SheTex. I'm really happy and excited to be here today. So, investing in the future, very pressing topic in our life, and it's the very first panel in the Ignite Amman. We have very distinguished panelists here, and allow me to introduce them briefly. I'm going to start with Ms. Dana Balkar, head of regional programs at the Abdullah Al Ghurair Foundation, and we have, excuse me here, Mr. Abdul Majid, manager of the Fragility and Resilience Division at the Islamic Development Bank. And we have Mr. Thibaut Moyer, Deputy of Cooperation at the EU Delegation Jordan. So, I'd like to start with our panelists on the very first, let's say, topic or theme of the year of Ignite Amman, investing in the future. So, what first comes into your mind when you hear investing in the future? Mr. Abdul Majid, if you would like to start.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. indeed a great pleasure and honor to be with you this exciting Ignite conference, which focuses very important topic, investing in the future. I think this is very important area. Investing in future means for us building resilience and perseverance to deal with future shocks, particularly in the MENA region where crises and turbulences are affecting the lives of the people. So building, future is very critical, and investing in the future of the young people, providing opportunities as rightly explained by the previous presenters, particularly the AI experts who have, challenged us, but also showed us an opportunity, great opportunity, and chances that would help us really to think ahead. AI and other innovations are forcing us to really get out of the box and find innovative ways and mechanisms that can enable us to build resilience. For us, resilience is critical because if you don't have the, passion and the resilience to deal with the future shocks, it will be very difficult. My final point on this is really important. Bringing multilateralism, multilateral development banks, as we are coming from as Islamic Development Bank, is to really invest not only traditional and classical, opportunities, but create more on opportunities that are adaptable to the changing world. So it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for us to come out ways and mechanisms that can really help youth to thrive in this difficult, challenging world. And I think if we all of us get together and invest in the future, we would be able to address the challenges posed by the AI and ChatGPT, which really challenging us to come out innovative mechanisms to be agile and responsive to this challenge. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dana?
Thank you, Zan. I would like to thank, first of all, Spark for having us all in here so we can share all of our ideas and experiences. Moving to the question, when I hear the theme about investing in the future, I think there's some critical needs to be highlighted, such as empowering youth, fostering innovation, and building resilient communities. However, with this topic comes a lot of challenges and opportunities. So I'll start by talking about the magnitude of the challenge that we are facing nowadays. According to the Arab News, by the end of 2030, the young population in the MENA region will reach around 65 million, which means that basically we have a lot of great opportunities for growth, but it comes with a lot of great challenges as well. So first of all, in order to highlight this, the first challenge that would come to my mind is the widening skills gap due to the lack of access to quality education. And according also to the Arab News, 32% of the MENA youth are currently will be unemployed or have a quality education. Secondly, we have a large community of refugees and displaced people, as you can see from the news and from what's happening around us. And in response to all of these challenges, His Excellency Abdelaziz Al Ghureir has decided to start the Refugee Education Fund back in 2018 in order to provide a quality education for all of the Arab youth in the region. And from our work, we can see and we believe that the education is an important tool in order to invest in the people's life and in their education, job readiness, the skills. What I also would like to highlight here that we are following the strategic philanthropic approach under our, with our work under the fund. And we cannot do all of this work alone. No entity can do it alone. So therefore, we're always trying to build partnership across sectors, partnerships and collaborations in order to achieve that goal. Finally, when I think about investing in the future, I'm thinking of the 90,000 youth that benefited from the fund. And among of these 19,000, there's 13,000 who's basically gained specialized skills in the field, and these skills are in much demand in the market. 75% of these youth in Jordan and Lebanon have actually enhanced their career positive skills, which means that they either they are employed in a full-time, part-time, freelancing, or pursuing a higher education. So again, from our work, I see investing in the future is investing in our peoples, in their potential, in their talents, in order to be able to change their livelihoods and accordingly their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thibaut?
Yes, good morning, everyone. On our side, at least on my side, I would say that the future is the harvest of the seeds that we plant today. And I noted a very nice quote from UNSG, Antonio Guterres, who said that we cannot create a future fit for our grandchildren with a system built by our grandparents. And I think what is meant is we attended a very insightful presentation on artificial intelligence, AI. I think Jordan has many great assets to be a leader, to lead the change on AI, and it's up to the Jordanian citizens, including the youth, to build the future and to seize the opportunities on AI. That's one example that I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, too. So I believe with the start of this conference, we have mentioned, we have, heard a lot of stress on impact of new jobs, collaboration. And now we're about to really listen to more focused, perhaps, programs or success stories that really highlight investing in the future. So Dana, I'd like to start with you, if I may. At AGF, you focus on empowering underserved youth. With the rapid change of automation, AI, how do we really prepare for future jobs? I believe you have tackled a bit, maybe within your first question, but perhaps there is a bit more you can.
Definitely, thanks, Zain. So, as you know, technology is changing our world rapidly, and we have, as Dr. Izzuddin has mentioned before, we have new technologies such as the AI, quantum computing, and they are created millions of jobs by 2030. At Abdullah Al-Ghurair Foundation, we know that the traditional education isn't just enough. Therefore, we are trying to focus on a more holistic approach by equipping our youth for the future skills and integrating and including many of the technical, the cognitive and the soft skills. So how do we do it? Basically, we prioritize STEM and emerging sectors to enhance their potentials and capabilities. For example, we work in a field such as AI, robotics, renewable energy, coding, etc. We also provide hands-on experiences for these youth through the coding bootcamps, the innovation labs. We also strengthen their critical skills, so we encourage their problem solving, creativity, adaptability, which are essential for the jobs as they move forward. And in addition to these skills, we also focus on providing them with the soft skills like the teamwork, communication, leadership, to make sure that they are, which are actually a very essential skill for the digital age. One important element we also focused on is how we build relationships between the government, the education system, the universities, NGOs, in order to make sure we are designing effective programs and projects for our youth. One more thing, At AGF, we basically start, whenever we want to start like a new project or initiative, we focus on 3 phases. The first one is the identification. So when we try to, for example, we start by engaging all of our stakeholders, including the youth, in order to get more insights and feedback from them. That definitely will help us to go to the second phase, which is the design. So we create more of locally led solutions. And finally, when we start the implementation, we take these locally led solutions, but they should be aligned with the global goals. And therefore, we make sure that all of our youth will be able to use all of these skills for the future of tomorrow.
Great, great. So perhaps, Mr. Abdi Majid, you would comment maybe on the same topic, as STEP is one of the ISDB transformative initiatives. So with this program and programs as well like Tadamon or the Syrian Education Program, what lessons can guide efforts in fragile regions?
Thank you very much. I think what I think we need first to understand is that the challenge that the region is facing, particularly the MENA region, we have around 57 member countries of the Islamic Development Bank, out of which 31 are considered fragile and conflict-affected countries. We have the largest number of refugees coming from the Islamic Development Bank member country constituents. At the same time, also, we have the largest number of countries that host refugees. 8 of the top 12 refugee hosting countries are Islamic Development member countries. And generously, those countries also include Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, and a number of other countries. What we have realized is that if we don't create an opportunity that are dynamic and also support not only young refugees, but also hosting communities, we are going to lose future generations. And that will have a negative consequential impact on our member countries' human capital. So what we have designed is that in light of the Syria crisis, what we call IDB and Partners Education Program for the Syrian refugees, where we have been closely worked with SPAC and other development partners. That was a pilot program that was targeting hosting communities, young people, as well as also the young refugees. It has yielded very good results. Over 15,000 young Syrian refugees, as well as also hosting communities, have been able to access higher education, particularly in the digital sector. Those who have graduated this program are currently operating in the GCC and also in Jordan. And Jordan is one of the countries that have really pioneered this program and have yielded a very good result. As a result of that successful impact, we are replicating that program now to around 15 member countries with an allocation of around $100 million grant. And the target is to reach over 1 million young refugees and hosting communities to access not only, relevant skills, but also have jobs that matter, particularly in the area of the digital sector and communications. What we found out is that, particularly for the refugees, is that if they have an access to digital skills and AI, they will be able to operate across the world without boundaries. And that will enable them to access jobs and income, and at the same time also create opportunities. For the hosting communities, it's really a great opportunity to benefit this kind of program. So we are now expanding that program to other countries. We piloted again, thanks to Jordan and Lebanon. We piloted that program in Jordan and Lebanon, step 1, which has yielded very good results. And today, I was privileged to meet with some of the graduates of the program. And they were really impressive when they explained how step 1 has helped them to access labor market opportunities, which they were not able even if this program would not have been implemented. So there is a great opportunity, and I would like to thank all the partners really who have played a very important role in that program, including Abdulaziz, Al Ghurair Education Trust Foundation, SPAC, and also International Islamic Organization of Kuwait, number of other charities that have played a very important role in the initiation of this partnership. And I would like to conclude by saying the final point. We should not underestimate the power of collaboration, partnership, and resource mobilization. Our resources as an MDB, which is intrinsically designed for stable countries that can borrow our normal lending financing, is limited. And in that regard, if we create a platform for all, well, all the partners, including what we call non-traditional partners. Our traditional partners are multilateral development banks, but if we bring the foundations, civil society organizations, governments, hosting, governments, that will really create an opportunity for all. And that success has really yielded to have a very good result. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Thibaut, with your experience in the EU funding and governance, how can we build resilience in conflict-affected regions?
Well, let's talk about resilience and AI. And I think one of the issues, the climate change environment, and one way that we've been trying to figure out how AI can help build the resilience of countries that are affected by climate change is to try to work on early warning systems that can enable timely interventions. I'm talking in particular about farmers, their ability to protect their crops if they are informed sufficiently in advance of climate change, but also the capacity of authorities to disseminate information to their citizens. And talking about resilience building, I would like also to mention that we have been working on AI in the justice sector. So the justice sector is not necessarily a sector where you would expect AI to have an impact, but actually it might. There will be an event in Amman later this week on how AI can help improve the functioning of the justice system in partnership with GIZ, and that's co-funded by the EU. And I believe we haven't figured out yet the extent to which AI can be having an impact on our daily life. Talking about AI, I would like to mention that the EU has been supporting the ministry in developing an AI strategy. Jordan is one of the 20 countries in the world who have an AI strategy, so I think that's quite an achievement. And we provided technical assistance, and with some of our well-advanced member states, such as Estonia, Finland, and Sweden. And we will continue to support the development of AI strategy, but also policies. We have a team of experts coming from Spain, Germany, and Finland. I believe we will come next month for an 18 project with the ministry on AI. Last thing I wanted to mention again, that we are working hand in hand with the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship on AI, because we both believe that there is great potential for Jordan in the sector, and we will continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, so I'd like you to touch on this topic as well, on how digital tools and AI enable leadership opportunities, particularly for women and underserved youth.
Okay, so well, there is so many ideas. Basically, we can use the digital tools and AI in order to provide leadership opportunities for women and underserved youth. Let's start by saying that the AI platform, they could provide an opportunity to to further pursue their education. For example, as Dana mentioned, Dana Traune, she was saying, we've been using the ChatGPT in order to come up with the content, and I would focus on other things. So basically, with the AI platforms that are available, they can continue their education. However, this comes with providing them with what is needed in order to have an access for the learning opportunities, such as the internet or the devices, and therefore that's what we're actually doing through our projects. Another thing that they can also benefit from is the international connection and getting the chance to connect with mentor, peers, and to discuss and share ideas. The third example I'd like to highlight here is basically the remote job that is also offered by the digital tools. We are now capable to work remotely from anywhere in the world.
Sustainability is a growing priority worldwide. How can EU funding mechanisms support the adoption of circular economy practices in sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, and waste management? Briefly, if you may, please.
Funding mechanisms at the EU, we have two main sorts of funding mechanism: blended finance and grants. Blended finance is what we use a lot in Jordan, for example, to finance large projects. I'm talking about the Aqaba Amman water conveyor, or the solid waste management or wastewater treatment facilities that we support and fund in cooperation with our partners from development banks in the country. When it comes to grants, we have this large fund named Innovate. I believe they have more than 100 billion euros that they allocate to innovation and to projects on green economy, circular economy. So I encourage all young entrepreneurs, young NGOs, or young individuals to take a look at the conditions and to apply if they have great ideas to submit. Most of our grants are actually channeled to NGOs that we work with on green innovation, agriculture, but also waste management. We've been working with PDC, we've been working with Royal Scientific Society, RSS, and many others in Jordan on these projects. I would like also to mention that projects and grants are not necessarily located in one single country. They can also be regional projects. I heard the message about more collaboration, and the EU has been funding a number of regional initiatives or projects. We used to have SwitchMed. We have now Green Forward, and there will be a presentation from my colleagues and also from our implementing partner, Expertise France, on the Green Forward. So that's a funding mechanism that we have at the EU to support innovation.
Thank you, thank you. So Mr. Abdelmajid, building on Tibu's point, Islamic Development Bank has been working on resilience in fragile communities. Could you please share some insights on how economic empowerment programs would really tie into this vision?
Thank you very much. As I have explained, I think we have mainly two different vehicles. One is our normal development financing instruments, which are available for our member countries like Jordan, Lebanon, and also other countries in the region to benefit from our blended financing, as well as also other ordinary financing that will support, bringing more concessional resources, and as well as also more instruments that would help to achieve their national development plans and aspirations. That's one side. The second side is also grant programs. We are currently working an initiative called Tadamun. Tadamun in Arabic is solidarity. Solidarity to achieve collective goals. It has yielded very good results. And I think Jordan is one of the beneficiaries of this Tadamun initiative. Now we are starting Tadamun 2.0, which has very good initiative and innovative components supporting inclusive financial technology, where we are encouraging those innovators, particularly in social innovators, to compete and participate in grants, matching mechanism financing, which will encourage them, to bring their ideas. That can be later on used as a crowdfunding, platform where we can mobilize resources, not only from the bank, but also from other partners that might be interested. So NGOs, civil society organizations, as well as innovators are able to participate in this exercise, and they will benefit. It's encouraging for innovation because we don't want to have classical and traditional approach alone to be invested. We leave that others to deal with it, but we need to really come out ways that can help us to invest in the future, to be better prepared for the challenge posed by AI and other, technology. So Tadamun, I think, is one of the initiatives that can really help local institutions to tap on, and it will be a great opportunity for us. Finally, we are also planning to expand the STEP. STEP is a skills, training, and education program for young people. And I think this could also be another opportunity to think about how we can operationalize Step 2. So we have been discussing to scale up in Jordan and also other countries. So there will be a lot of opportunities down the road. We need to come out something that can really be a game changer, that can help countries reduce youth unemployment and also create good opportunity for young people to rely on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our time is up, but I'd really like to get in 2 words, like to achieve sustainable development, one key change or innovation that would mostly do a big impact in your perspective. Let's say, I'm going to start again with you, Mr. Abdi Majid.
Creates sustainable opportunities for young people. I'm sure that will pay off. We have, as the Speaker of the Government of Jordan representative said, over 50% of the population in Jordan are less than 30 years old. If we don't create opportunities, particularly economic opportunities for them, it will be a great challenge.
Thank you.
So that's the important thing I would really call.
Thank you. Dana, please.
For me, it's about actively engaging youth and local communities in our decision makings on a country level, strategies or policies.
Thank you. Thibaut.
Opportunities for young people, yes, for women also. I think we cannot achieve sustainable development without women. And the tech industry, I think there's a lot of opportunities for women there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for the audience, and thank you, Ignite Amman.
Thank you once again for this inspiring panel. Khaled, we want to discuss now something that is also very important to our future, which is just being green, going green. And I want to ask everyone in the audience, what is something that you've done in the past year that kind of gave back to our environment and being green? So how about we do a little exercise all at once? You can shout out something that you've done. It can be as simple as you started turning off the lights a little bit at home. All right, are you ready? Khaled, are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah? All right. 1, 2, 3.
Recycling, did I hear?
I heard nothing. All right, let's try this again, guys. Did anyone do anything for the environment this year? It can be also as simple as you started using a water bottle. Sorry? Did you? There you go.
Okay.
Can you raise your hand? I can't. Oh, there you are. You're all the way in the back.
All right.
No,
all right.
don't be
It's
shy.
okay.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. We're all friends here, and we're all here for the same reason. That wasn't you. Okay.
The child is
Fair enough.
Well, thank you so much for your contribution. I started turning off the lights a little bit more in the house. And I tried to get water bottles. I started trying, when I go to the grocery store, not to use single-use plastic bags.
Yeah.
but I ended up with like 1 million water bottles and 1 trillion tote bags. But I'm getting there. I'm trying to do my part.
Well, here's the deal, Dana. For my part, you know, this was about 8 months ago. I went to my mom and I'm like, because she's huge into the environment. I went to my mom and I'm like, Mom, guess what? My household, we started recycling. And she looked a bit disappointed. And I'm like, I thought you'd be on board with this. I thought you'd think this is amazing. She's like, did you do the steps before? I was like, what steps before? She's like, recycling is not the magic bullet you think it is. You should actually first reduce, reuse, and then recycle. So if you're not doing the steps before it, you're not really doing the full benefit. So of course, I started doing these steps because I'm going to listen to my mom all the time.
You should all listen to his mom. I think this is very important. I think she called it the 3 R's.
The 3 R's, yes,
the 3
indeed.
R's.
But real talk, we've talked about the individual efforts, but what does it mean to invest in a green future on a larger scale? How do we create policies and systems that make sustainability achievable for everyone, no matter where they are?
All right, so to help us with these important questions, Khalid, we're excited to welcome someone who's leading change in innovation and education. Ahmed El-Saif is the founder and the CEO of Alfredo Ed Tech, a company dedicated to shaping minds and future across the MENA region.
Ahmed and his team are not only making waves in education, but also championing sustainable practices that inspire others to take action.
All right, so help me welcome. I love the energy that you brought to the stage.
يا لازم صباح الخير يا عمان وو اوكي اول شيء بدنا نزقف لحالكم مش لإلنا لانكم كل حدا عطل مشاغله واجا اليوم معنا فكف هيك منيح عشان كلنا نصحى بنفس الوقت. اوكي طيب مش راح احكي اليوم كثير. بدنا فولنتيرز معنا هيك يطلعوا على الستيج ويفضل صغار. أنا عارف أنه كلكم تحت 20 بس بدنا أصغر. أوكي تفضلوا تعالوا. ممكن مايك كمان حدا يساعدنا بمايكروفون لو سمحتوا. زقفوا لهم يا جماعة ولو. أهلا كيف حالك؟ تفضلي هون أو هون. تفضل هون في مايكروفون. أوكي عرفنا باسمك.
محمد.
علي صوتك.
محمد عمري 14 سنة.
اوكي وهون
غنى وعمري 14 سنة.
اهلا وسهلا. طيب زقفوا لهم يا جماعة خلوا الوضع حامي ولو لسه ما زقنا. طيب محمد احكي لنا عن حلمك بعد 20 سنة.
حلمي اني اسافر حول العالم مع عائلتي ونكون مبسوطين مع بعض وفرحانين مع بعض ونكون عائلة متماسكة مع بعض.
حلو حلم حلو برافو. راح نسأل غنى شو حلمك يا غنى؟
إنه نكون عائلة ممتدة وسعيدة ورائعة جدا.
يا سلام زقفوا لهم. طيب بدنا لو سمحتوا كل الحضور نتخيل حالنا اليوم احنا 2024 مشيت الايام مشيت ال25 ال26 وصلنا لسنة 2050. شو بتتخيل ب 2050 راح تكون؟ اوكي اوكي طيب كمان احكي لنا شو بتتخيل انك راح تصير ب 2050؟
يعني باذن الله اتوقع اني حبلش اشتغل اكون كبرت تغيرت الحياه مع الاشياء قاعده بتصير مع الاي اي والاشياء اللي قاعده تتطور.
اوكي حلو. غنى شو بتحسي حالك بال 2050؟
إني راح أكون شخص كتير مهم لقدام وأكون بمتلك إشي كتير كبير أكبر إشي بعد.
واو. طيب هلا انزلوا على الستيج. اوكي بدنا هلا الكل يتخيل حاله رحنا لعام 2050 ونغمض عيوننا كلياتنا لعام 2050. مرحبا. إن شاء الله يضل صوتي شباب بال 2050. يعطيكم العافية. بدنا نشوف وين محمد وغنى هون. محمد، ها؟ اليوم ب 2050 عرس محمد. يا سلام، زقفوا له محمد، مبروك. والله صدق محمد، مش كلهم بيصدقوا، خصوصا الأحمدات والمحمدات يعني. اوكي، وغنى ما شاء الله ما شاء الله، غنى بالماجستير، هذا تخريج ماجستير، ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. لو في جامعة راعية كان حكينا من أي جامعة طالعة، بس يلا برافو غنى. طيب، بس للأسف ممارساتنا بالبلاستيك خلال السنوات الماضية وأناني البلاستيك اللي كانت تنرمي وما كنا نعدها، للأسف عم بتضعف العرس عند محمد وعم بتشيل البهجة منه. وهذا اللي كان عم بصير تاني يوم عرسه للأسف، مع أنه كان في خطوات كتير بسيطة، خطوات كتير سهلة، أن نلم فقط علب هالبلاستيك، نمشي بالإرشادات اللي حكوا لنا إياها لنقدر نعطي لغنى خطوة تانية للمستقبل، وهي اللي كانت تشتغل وتصير رائدة فضاء. بس للأسف هاي كلها ممارسات ما كنا نسمع لها. كنا نطلع دائما على الشوي، نطلع دائما نعمل باربيكيو وننبسط، بس ما كنا عارفين أنه هاي الباربيكيو لأن ما كنا نلمها بعد ما نخلص عم بتأثر بصحة محمد أكثر وأكثر. هذا الحكي واقع، إحنا بال 2050، مع أنه كان بإمكاننا بس نلم شوية هالفحم هاد، نلم هالغلب اللي بنعملها لنضمن لغنى تعمل مايلستون تاني وتبلش تسافر السفرات اللي حلمت فيها. بس للأسف كله من كيسه، ما بنتعلم إلا من جيبتنا. في كتير منظمات عم تشتغل، بس للأسف مرات تأخير واحد باجتماع واحد قاعد عم بيأثر برضه بصحة محمد. تأثير هذا بصحة محمد عم بخليه يمرض أكثر وأكثر، لأنه اجتماعات مرات بتطول سنة وسنتين وثلاث بأخذ القرار، مع أنه لو ناخذ القرارات بسرعة ونمشي أسرع برضه رح نروح لعند غنى ورح نطور لغنى وتتجوز. زفقولها لغنى، هيها تجوزت لأنه أخذنا قرارات طريقة صحيحة. بس المشكلة برضو من كيسنا بنتعلم. كتير كتب عم تنرمي وكتير ورق عم يتلف، ودائما بنحكي إعادة تدوير إعادة تدوير، بس ما حدا رح يحس بالحامي إلا لما محمد تيجي الأمبولانس وينتكس أكتر وأكتر للانبعاثات اللي بتصير وللأضرار البيئية اللي عم بتصير. مع أنه كان بإمكاننا بس لو نطفي شوي الضواو ونلتزم بكل تعليمات كانت عم بتصير عن موضوع الضواو وناخذها بموضوع جدي جدا، كان غنى وصلت لمايلستون تاني كان نفسها فيها أنها تفرح ببنتها. بس للأسف ما تعلمنا هذا الشيء، تركنا ضواونا فاتحة، تركنا المكيفات فاتحة، ومنفكر أنه هذا فخر أو هذا إشي ما رح يصير بعمره. مع هيك، مع كل هالتوجيهات، ومع أنه الأردن من أفقر الدول بالمياه، ومع هيك مصرين أن ما نلتزم بهالإرشادات السهلة. في قطع حقهم 3 و4 دنانير بتركبوا بوفروا عليك 1000 دينار. ما سمعنا هذا الحكي. محمد عم بخطر لأنه هذا الحكي ما سمعناه، عم بيجوا له الأمبولانس أكثر وأكثر، مع أنه لو ركبنا قطع بدينارين أو 3 دنانير ببيوتنا كان ممكن تبلش غنى تشوف حلمها الحقيقي مع عائلتها وتكبر. بس عبس ومتنحين على كل إرشادات عم بتصير. الأكياس أكبر مدمر لإلنا. الأكياس اليوم قاعدة لو بس اهتمينا فيها واستخدمنا أكياس مرتبة كان اليوم غنى رح تنتقل لحياة حلوة وتطلع على الشط مع عائلتها اللي كانت تحلم فيها. بس مصرين على البلاستيك ومصرين نطلع نعمل شوبينج فيهم ومصرين على التسوق فيهم، وللأسف مرات الدنيا ما بترحم. محمد أخطر أكثر. محمد قاعد بالأمبولانس ودقات قلبه قاعدة بين الحياة والموت. محمد سامحنا لأن إحنا لهلأ عم نسمع نبضات قلبك، بس الدنيا 2050 مو قادرين نعمل لك إشي. محمد أخطر أكثر وأكثر. محمد بالمستشفى. محمد قاعد بين الحياة والموت. محمد صاحي ولا محمد عايش؟ محمد عايش ولا لسه؟ لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. بس الحمد لله أن ب 2024 بإجنايت عمان اليوم قادرين نعمل الفرق، ومحمد وغنى موجودين معنا لساتهم معنا. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكرا محمد وغنى، يعطيكم ألف عافية يا رب. وكل هالأشياء اللي حكيناها زي ما بيحكوها بمثلنا العب بالمقصقص لما يجي الطيار، لا بدها إشي استثمارات كبيرة ولا ما يحزنون، كلها ممارسات إحنا بنعملها بيومنا. أنا اسمي أحمد آل سيف، فاودر لشركة اسمها الفريدو إتك. اشتغلنا من 5 سنين تقريبا. أوكي ممكن نعمل سلايدز. يعطيكم العافية. أوكي اشتغلنا ب5 سنين تقريبا بالأنظمة الدولية، تعاملنا مع أكثر من 13,000 عائلة. هدول العائلات عم بدرسوا الأنظمة البريطانية والأمريكية والآي بي. لقينا كل أولياء الأمور الموجودين بيناتنا عم بدفعوا بحب ومرات بالدين ومرات من غير دين أكثر من $3,000 حق لأسعار كتبهم. ولقينا كمان أنه في كتير مصادر على الإنترنت موجودة وكلها فرية، بس مشكلتها أنها 90% منها outdated، فبصفى ما لنا أي فائدة من هاي الأمور كلياتها. وشفنا مشكلة تانية أنه أكثر من 70% من الأساتذة ما عم بيقدروا يعملوا دخل من منتجاتهم، فقلنا بدنا نحل هاي المشكلتين وطورنا 2 products. البرودكت الأول هو منصة للكتب المستعملة، تقدر كل الأهالي تبيع وتشتري كتبها المستعملة وتعمل دخل إضافي. والمنتج الثاني هو منصة للامتحانات التفاعلية. راح نروح أكثر بمنصة الامتحان التفاعلية لأنه حكينا كثير عن الكتب والكتب المستعملة، وكفرنج الآي بي، النظام الأمريكي، النظام البريطاني، وطلاب الطب حالياً. بفوت الطالب على المنصة، بيطلع له داشبورد حلو يحمسه على الدراسة، بيطلع له مواد معينة بيقدر يدرس منها، ليفلات معينة. باللحظة اللي بدرس على أي ليفل بيطلع له مباشرة إجابات فورية للليفل تاعته ومباشرة instant results. بس ستيل طلاب مش سائلين بالمنصات التعليمية وما عندهم أي تailored فيدباك. لهيك طورنا تailored فيدباك لكل طالب بيقدر يعرف مستواه ويعطيه ريكومنديشن بناء على مستواه. بس مع كل هاي الجماليات الطلاب مش سائلين، فعملنا موتيفيشن لإلهم نحمسهم يسألوا أكثر بالموضوع، وعملنا أكثر كوين سيستم، كاش ريوردز وديسكاونتس ولايف تشالنجز. وي بيلت ا سترونج داتابيس تخلينا نتميز على أكثر منافسين عالميين موجودين بالسوق. وي هيت $1 مليون ريفينيو بالأردن، وعملنا جولتين استثماريات وحصلنا أكثر من 12,000 كاستمرز ب 16 دولة. وهذا كلياته ساعدنا نعمل سوشيال امباكت لاكثر من 70 فرصه عمل، $500,000 بالسيفنج، واكثر من 50 مليون ورقه شجر قدرنا نحميها. هذا كله زقف كبير كثير للتيم. وموجودين معنا اليوم دينا ورهف، لو توقفوا بس كمان هيك زقفه لكم لو سمحتوا، منمون عليكم كمان زقفه، كانوا معنا من الايام الاولى. وهذا كمان تيم الامباسادرز اللي عندنا الموجودين من اكثر من 40 شخص كمان ساعدنا. اخذنا جلوبال ريكوجنيشن باكثر من مكان، تكرمنا من جلاله الملك ومن وزير الشباب بابو ظبي بحكم مكتبنا بابو ظبي. كله هذا حكي حلو بتسمعوه دائما بالبانلز، ورح تحكوا هاي واسطات، فلان بيعرف فلان. انا اليوم زي ما قلت لكم بحب اعطي حلول عن جد مقدور عليها وبعيد عن الخيال. كنا نفكر انه لازم تعرف فلان بفلان عشان تطلع على هالستيج، كنا نعرف عشان تاخذ المنحه هاي ما بيطلع لك. انا بدي اعطيكم اليوم كم منحه وكم جهه موجوده في الاردن، وانا مستعد اوصل اي شخص فيهم مباشره، وهم بدوروا دوار على الاشخاص. اليوم اذا بلشت بمرحله الفكره، في عندنا TTI، في عندنا ذكور، في عندنا تانك، في عندنا بيج باي اورنج، في عندنا زنك. شوفوا الكبسه كيف بدي اضل اكبس 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 وتضل تطلع. جوردن ستارت اب، الجامعه الالمانيه، الHTU، جسور، باراشوت 16، حصاد. كل هذا اذا انت لساتك بتبلش قاعد بالمرحله الايديا. انتقلنا وكبرت اكثر وصار عندك ماتشوريتي اكثر، في جهات ثانيه زي اويسيس 500، في فلات 6 لاب، في بيوند كابيتال. هدول كلهم مستعدين انهم يدعموك لما تخلص من هاي المرحله. والله العظيم يا جماعه رح توصل لمرحله تتعرقلوا بالفرص، وصدقوني واكثر من حدا بيعرف بالايكو سيستم رح توصل لمرحله اللي بيوترك كثره الفرص وشو تختار احسن. بس الشغله بدها سعي. بعدين بتروح على اللارجر انفسترز، في MVP، في 961، في AB اكسلريت، في اهلي فينتك، في MSA. كلياتها جهات بتدور دوارها. في جهات جدا داعمه للنظام السيستم الايكو سيستم. وزاره الرياده جدا نشيطين، وزاره الاقتصاد، سبارك مشكورين، ISF كمان، انتاج، بارتنر فور جودز، مؤسسه ولي العهد، سير. شايفين يا جماعه بكبس السرعه، بلان، الفنار، انديفر، ان شاء الله ما نكون نسينا ناس، UNDP. هدول صدقوني كلياتهم بدوروا دوارة علينا. ميرسي كوربس، GIZ، كله موجود. بس في مشكلة كبيرة مع يعني وإنجاز كمان بنحييها، بس في مشكلة كبيرة انه كل هاي الفرص منيحه وموجوده على النت وموجوده على الويب سايت، رح اترك لكم وقت تصوروا. بس المشكله وين عندنا؟ المشكله ان بننسى انه الحياه مش كلها بس فرص موجوده وجهات تدعم. الموضوع يختلف تماما. الموضوع بده يا جماعه الخير كونسيستنسي، بده اصرار، بده دق الباب 300 مره. اللي بيجي بيحكي لي حكيت مع فلان، حاولت احكي مع فلان 3 مرة وما بيرجع لي، هذا ما يحكي. انا عندي على اللينكد ان 30,000 فولورز، ببعث لناس اتواصل احكي معهم، بقعد مرات 3 اشهر وما بردوا علي وعادي. الشغله الثاني الاكسبيرينس، الشغل هو اللي بيعلم. تشتغل باي مكان، اللي بيحكي لك هدول بيستعبدوك، هدول ما تشتغل الا براتب 1000 دينار، هذا كله بكذب عليك. اشتغل باي شغل وبعدين الله بفرجها. كونكت. ويا جماعه امنوا دائما انه الكيكه كبيره، والله العظيم. هلا اطلعوا كل واحد بس يساعد اللي بيحكي معه، ما يطلب منه مساعده، ربنا رح يعطيه ناس اللي تساعده. دائما افتحوا ابواب للناس، رح تلاقوا الابواب لحالها فتحت لكم من غير ما تفكروا باي موضوع حتى. والهارد ووركينج هو اللي بيجيب، صدقوني. المثابره وتقدم مره ومرتين، تتحكم بردات فعلك، كيف انك تضبط كل كنترول وكل ردة فعل لك، هذا اللي راح يوصلك اي مكان ثاني. بدي اختم بابيات شعريه. دائما انا بحب انه الفرص تاتي من الحركه. فحكى الامام الشافعي: اني رايت وقوف الماء يفسده، ان سال طاب وان لم يجري لم يصب، والاسد لولا فراق الارض ما افترست، والسهم لولا فراق القوس لم يصب، والشمس لو وقفت في الفلك دائفة لملها الناس من عجم وعرب. ويعطيكم العافية وشكرا جزيلا لكم. يعطيكم العافية.
Wow, that was a speed presentation from Ahmed. Thank you so much. And I really loved all the advice that he shared, not just about the environment, but to anyone that is interested in starting their own project. And one of the things that he mentioned is connecting. And that is something that you can actually do right here, right now, today.
Yes. And when he says connecting, I mean, you can connect literally with everyone right here. We are going to take a little bit of a coffee break and we shall reconvene back here at 10 minutes, I believe.
Sure.
But of course, don't forget to use the hashtag once you connect. If you take any pictures, any videos, go ahead, use our hashtag Amman Ignite and enjoy your coffee, enjoy connecting with everyone. And we will see you back here shortly.
representatives and NGOs and entrepreneurs come together. So it is a great space to meet up. Also see some friendly faces. How you doing, buddy? What's up? Once again, we will be starting momentarily. So if we can get everyone back in. We're also planting a mole somewhere in the audience. Welcome back. Ahla wa sahla. Inshallah, everyone's feeling refreshed, well caffeinated, and managed to collect a few business cards. By the way, guys, don't forget to use the hashtag Ignite Amman. We are giving away prizes, specifically 2 of these books, Shusmo by Khalid Al-Ahmad, signed copies, by the way. So that's going to go to the best post. So make sure you're posting on social media and make sure you are using the hashtag Ignite Amman. Trauna? Sure. What? Escaped into the crowd? What's going on there? What are you doing? Allah yustur. Once again, the hashtag Ignite Amman for a chance to win 1 of 2 signed copies of Shusmo by Khalid Al-Ahmad. Not me, a different Khalid. But Ahla wa sahla. Welcome to everyone coming in. Welcome, welcome. إن شاء الله كل حد يتذكر بس وين كان قاعد. Again, Dana, I feel like you're on the wrong side of the stage, but you do look comfortable at least. Still wondering what you're doing up there. Is your mic not working? Can we turn on Dana's mic to the sound guys upstairs? No, neither. You have 2 mics and neither one is working. It is. But like if we can get the sound guys to turn on the mics, that would be much easier for you and for everyone here.
Testing, testing. All right, Khalid, I am back online.
There we go.
If I can trouble everyone to go back to their seat. so we can get back on our program. Good.
Why is mine black and white, Dana? Who sent this? I just realized.
The one that sent this particular picture.
حاسس حقي ناقص.
If we can trouble everyone to go back to their seat. I know that it is very...
We still have a lot to go through, by the way, guys. Black and white is what? Thank you. You know what? I will take that. Thank you, sir. I'm going to stick with it now. It's all about perspective, I suppose.
If we can have everyone come back to their seat, we are about to start the next part of Ignite. Remember, use the hashtag Amman Ignite, and we would like to welcome everyone back to their seat.
أظن دانا طلعت برا تلمهم.
Once again, I would like to invite everyone back to their seat.
Dana, have you ever considered being an airport announcer? Airport announcer? All right. So apparently, there's a reason why Dana is walking around through the crowd this afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yes, this afternoon. Care to share with the rest of us, though, Dana?
All right, Khaled. So I decided to take off my heels, put some comfortable shoes on, because I would like to actually talk to a lot of people in the audience. Today is all about connecting, communicating, and of course, being part of this wonderful conference.
So you're about to do all three?
I'm about to do all three, but I just want to say once again, I'm officially comfortable.
Jealousy, thy name is Khalid.
Khalid, now during the break, I walked around and realized we do have 30 participants. And these 30 participants come from different sectors. And we've talked about these sectors before. We are talking about green innovation. We are talking about, of course, tourism, so it's borderless connections. And
AI and technology as well.
Yeah,
my favorite.
Oh, favorite and a little bit scared. I'm always scared about AI technologies. But nonetheless, I want to reel it back to the last talk that we experienced. Mr. Ahmed did a wonderful job. And I just want to interact a little bit with the crowd to see how does our future actually look like? Are you guys doing your part? Yay or nay?
Who's doing his part for the environment? It could be anything. If you could just raise your hand so we can gauge how we're going to get to 2050. Who's doing something for the environment? Or they feel like they're doing something. Okay.
All right, I see someone that has their hand up. Can you tell us a little bit of what are you doing to be part of our future and basically, I don't know, perhaps something for the environment?
Save the planet.
Yes, save the planet.
Hello, I'm Khalil. I'm doing my project in food production. We are making wonderful work with making some meals for school childs.
Amazing.
Especially. Yes, we make paper bags instead of plastic bags. And these paper bags have a special statistics and special features that it have a lot of tiny seeds inside the paper bag.
Okay.
When it's get when the child or school children get rid of these bags, and when it rises to the soil, it will grow as a plant and make a green future.
So not only is it biodegradable, it also has the seeds already in the paper.
Yes, the
That
paper
is fascinating.
Yes, the paper is made of tiny seeds that make grow like an green tiny plants.
Way to set the bar so high, because now
I know,
anyone
right?
else, all of their answers are not going to be as good as this.
No, all answers are welcome, but this is really interesting. I've actually heard about this. So basically, you can grab the paper if it's chucked away, or they can actually grow it inside their homes, where you have different flowers, plants, and herbs that people can use.
Yes, we can use it as we can use everything that you are thinking about. We can use any seeds that you can imagine to put it inside these papers, so that it can grow.
Melisa, Khalid.
Yeah, it's some kind of melisa.
There you go.
Amazing. Okay. All right.
Anything can be helpful to our nature to be green. We are looking for to be green nature, to be partnership of these individual achievements.
Thank you so much.
We are looking to make a beautiful
That's amazing.
future.
Wow, that is amazing. All right, can we
did
get a round of applause?
He set the bar pretty high.
Come on, guys.
Well done.
Come
Thank
on.
you so much.
Thank you.
All right, who else is doing something? All right.
Assalamu alaikum, Mahmoud Saeed from Lebanon.
Alaikum
We have in Lebanon Himma BI, Himma Business Incubator. We have actually two projects. We are gathering both innovation, green, and sustainability. First project is related to recycling.
Okay.
Our perspective in recycling, it's business aspect, but the result is green. For example, we are supporting microeconomies. Let's say ladies, they have children in the schools, they're supporting their children. So we help them to gather, train them to gather these, let's say, plastics bottles, something, to make some small business for them. From the other side, we are supporting other companies to gather these bottles, other companies to transform these bottles into product, some other companies to distribute these products. So it will be a full cycle project to support this economy. It is very, very important in this region. Another project is very important. We are from North Lebanon, Akkar, one of the big
lovely place.
Governance with green, with forest mountains. But unfortunately, you know about the burning of the forest, about what happened there, unfortunately, a lot of issues. So also we are thinking sustainability with the green. Sustainability, so we are supporting peoples to forest, make some forest, some trees, but the trees maybe have another aspect for as a business to them. But from the other side, we make a lot of trees, forest in our region.
Win-win situation, as they call it.
Exactly. This is our target to keep our sustainability and resilience in this region.
All right. So Khalid, thank you so much. Round of applause, please. So Khalid, remember how we told everyone about the hashtag we wanted everyone to use?
Yes.
Hashtag Amman Ignite. We urge you all, whatever footage you take, any videos, any pictures, go ahead, upload them to your social media and make sure you tag us. We do have a little giveaway that we're part of today. You want to tell them about the giveaway?
Yeah, it is 2 copies of this book, Shismo, by Khalid Al-Ahmad, signed, by the way, signed so you can keep it for yourselves, not put it on eBay and try to make money off of this. But yeah, the best 2 posts are going to be taking a signed copy of this book home.
We do have our first winner, though. I just got
Already?
confirmation. Yes, so we're going to basically give away a gift right now, and then we'll do one right after lunch. Our first winner is
Nadine Khost, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Is
Nadine
that correct?
Khost. Yes, please come on up. Congratulations. And I just have to admit, your social media posts are spot on. You have everything down from our first keynote speaker to both Khalid and I on stage, etc. Congratulations.
In a lot of effort. Alf alf mabruk. Congratulations. Here's your copy.
All right.
Keep posting though. All right.
How about we do a little selfie with you? Maybe I can win something. One more time, a reminder to use hashtag Amman Ignite, and hopefully you, my friend, can be our next winner.
Who's ready for the next panel?
One more time.
Who's ready for the next panel? Well, the panel's ready for the next panel, that's for sure. They've been asking me for a while, is it our turn? Is it our turn? So yes, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there.
All right, so we do have our next panel. Our upcoming panel is all about green innovation into practice, putting this green innovation into practice. And of course, we saw a little bit of an example a little bit ago. So I'm really, really excited to know and to see how we can move forward with that kind of innovation.
So, that being said, let's introduce our esteemed panelists for this session, which is titled Green Forward from Policy to Practice. And moderating this discussion, we have Anna Patton, Associate Editor at Pioneers Post.
Can we invite her?
Anna, there she is.
Oh, there you are.
All right, and then we have Ingrid Schweger, Deputy Head of Regional Cooperation in the Northern Neighborhood at DG NEAR. Ingrid, there we go, all right. Then we have, and I hope I pronounced this correctly as well, Lily Formalioni, Expertise France Country Director. Did I get that right? Awesome, all right. Sulafam Danat, UNIDO Country Representative for Jordan. And finally, Murad Hentati, Regional Director at Spark.
This is your chance to learn about actionable strategies for advancing the green economy, from policy innovation to empowering entrepreneurs. Let's give everyone on stage a round of applause, and we look forward to this discussion.
Great, thank you so much. Is that working? Brilliant, thank you. My name is Anna Patton. I'm from Pioneers Post, which is an online magazine based in the UK, but covering stories around the world about the impact economy, so business and finance for good. It's great to be here in Jordan, my first time, and really looking forward to hearing lots of stories of entrepreneurship and social impact from you all. Now, the topic of the panel today is advancing green and circular economy in the southern neighborhood. And I thought it would be useful just to remind ourselves what green and circular mean, because these are terms we hear so much. So a definition of the green economy, you could say it's a low carbon, resource efficient and socially inclusive economy. Circular economy is sort of within that, and that is a model of production and consumption that extends the life of the product for as long as possible. So through things like sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, upcycling. And that replaces the linear model where we take things out of the ground, we make things, we use them, and then we throw them away. So we have about 45 minutes for this panel. I haven't been told to make it shorter, although please wave at me, someone, if I need to finish a little bit earlier. So we have, yeah, I'll keep an eye on the time. I'm going to briefly introduce our panel. There's a lot I could say about each of them, but I'll try to keep it a little bit short. So let me start at the far end. We have Ingrid Schweiger, who is the Deputy Head of Regional Cooperation in the Southern Neighborhood, and that's at DG NEAR, so that's the department in the European Commission focused on the EU neighborhood and enlargement. She is an economist by training and has worked with the European Commission for more than 25 years, focusing on external relations. And I'm going to start with a brief question for you, Ingrid, just to get things started. Tell me, is there a circular business or a green business that you've come across recently that stood out to you that you'd like to share with us?
Thanks a lot, Anna, and good morning to everyone. Very, very happy to be here in Amman. And yeah, working on green economy and many other issues. And I'm based in Brussels, so I constantly come across green businesses in my daily life. Luckily, this is really growing very fast. But perhaps to take a very recent experience, the day before yesterday, in the region, when I had a private day and I stayed at an eco lodge where it was green tourism. And actually, it's my preferred model of traveling, the way how the buildings are done, traditional architecture, solar power panels, and reusing the water and linking up the local community. I think that in a nutshell was this experience in the Eco Lodge.
Great, thank you. And we'll hear more about tourism later today, but it overlaps with so many other aspects of the economy. Wonderful, thank you. Next we have Mourad Hentati, who is the Regional Program Director for Africa at Spark. And Spark, as you know, is the international NGO that aims to help youth succeed in regions affected by conflict, climate crisis, and displacement. He has 15 years of experience working on economic resilience, private sector development, and job creation across North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, and he's based in Tunis. Mourad, tell me, is there a circular or green business that has jumped out at you recently? I know it's difficult to choose.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Anna, and I'm super happy to be part of this panel and to be also part of this amazing event. Yeah, I would say I'm happy that you asked this question because I came well prepared and I made a tiny small investment before coming from Tunis to Amman. For the context, Tunisia is now suffering from rain scarcity, and the water for our day-to-day usage is becoming increasingly, worrying. So I decided to install what we call like this kind of collectors on the roof of my house, and I shared that with Ingrid for this panel. It took some time to decide because it's not very beautiful, but at the same time it comes out of necessity, and it's a green decision that I made to my day-to-day life. But I hope like in the future we can, with some innovation, balance a beautiful equipment for this kind of use.
Yeah, brilliant. So a really practical thing that you can already see the impact of, I guess. Thank you. Next we have Sulafa Mdanat, who is the country representative for Jordan at UNIDO. UNIDO is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and she has over 15 years experience in development in Jordan, including with the Canadian and German agencies across a wide range of sectors, and her background is in biomedical engineering. Sulafa, tell us either about a business or maybe about a change that you made in your own life to be more green.
Thank you so much, Anna. Yes, I think it's important that we also think that small changes also matter. So in terms of my private life, I always try to be and teach my two boys to be conscious of the use of water. Water is a big issue here, specifically in Jordan and in the region. So how to use it, switch off the tap when you brush your teeth, all these small things, I think they add up. How we deal with food, our culture here, you need to always provide a lot of food, you need to have a lot of food resting after a meal. So we try to be conscious about that. An example of a business we actually supported within one of our programs that's supported by the Italians was in the garment sector, where a group of youngsters decided to recycle used garments. So that was a project done in Lebanon. We leveraged it for Jordan. They collected used garments, they fixed it in a modern way, and then they put it in a shop that was sold for very reasonable prices, and so it was accessible to people who didn't have high incomes. So I thought that was also a simple idea that provided very interesting jobs for youth and benefited multiple people.
Yeah. Do you want to share the name of that business? In case people hear?
Hazem, what was the name of that business? Fabric Aid. Exactly.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. And Finally, we have Lily Formalioni, who is Country Director for Jordan and Lebanon at Expertise France, which is the technical cooperation agency of France. She is an expert on complex governance and development challenges in the MENA region. She has experience also in Mali, Central Africa, and Libya, and more recently also in Lebanon, where she's overseen projects on anti-corruption and transparency, and also reconstruction after the Beirut blast of 2020. Lily, would you like to share either a change you've made in your life or maybe a business that you've discovered or supported recently?
Thank you, Anna. Actually, it's more a question for everybody because I just arrived in Jordan and I'm getting installed in my new house. I try to change the provider of the water bottles to glass water bottles. I'm trying to install solar panel for the electricity, but I'm actually open to any suggestion of green initiatives here in Jordan. I start to discover.
Okay, brilliant. So if you're doing something and you're looking for a new customer, there's one right here. Come and find her after the panel. Thank you. So let's get stuck in. I'm going to start with Sulafa as our person who's most established here in Jordan. Tell us how aware are business leaders in Jordan of concepts like the green economy, the circular economy? Is that something people talk about much?
Thank you very much, Anna. I'm happy to say that, during the past 10 years that we've worked on resource efficiency, cleaner production, which is actually part of the circular economy, if you look at the national strategies of Jordan, like the Green Growth Plan, like the Economic Modernization Vision, you will see that there is a high level of awareness in terms of green, the environment and social responsibility. So that at the level of the strategies, I think we are all very well aware of the importance of it. I think where we all struggle is into translating this into action, because that requires, as we will see throughout our discussion, the collaboration of different kinds of stakeholders together and partners. So you will need somebody who will build capacities. Technical capacities are not always available. You need still to raise awareness of businesses. Some of them have that awareness, some of them don't. And the main thing is that some of them think it's only an environment responsibility that is not profitable for them. That mindset needs to shift because numbers will show us that it's also a profitable business to be sustainable. You need academia, you need to integrate this within the curricula that is taught. So I think at the overall, we've made big strides in Jordan, and you will see it reflected in our strategies. But again, we still need a lot of help in translating this into action. One of the main things that we also need that is not always there is, of course, the financing, because when we talk circularity, we also talk about clean and modern technologies that usually cost a lot. And the industrial scene in our region is mostly contains SMEs, so small and middle-sized businesses and enterprises, which don't have usually a lot of capital to invest in those clean technologies. So I hope I answered your question with that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and I meant to say we should have time for some questions from the audience, so please start thinking and I'll come back to you in a little while. Murad, just turning to you, so we've heard a little bit about challenges in Jordan. Could you just take us to the broader region and tell us, what challenges have you heard from businesses trying to adopt green or circular models?
Exactly. I think that the examples that were mentioned by Sulaf are quite applicable to other countries in Africa and in the MENA region. I think the first one, regarding the lack of education and awareness, it's one of the biggest challenges, because the companies, the businesses are not aware of the very specific regulations and requirements that we must admit it's not easy also to understand and to comprehend. It's a lot. In terms of education, they were not educated in a way to learn about the climate change and the climate goals. And they don't see sometimes the benefits of implementing new green processes inside their businesses. So if you don't see the point of doing that, you will never, to some extent, do it. The second challenge, I would say, is even if in the last intervention of the bright entrepreneur who said, like, money is there, I think at a local level, regional level, the investment scene is not progressing at the same pace as the green finance evolution, I would say. The financial institutions are not, they lack the expertise, I would say, between brackets, for these new funding mechanisms, and the impact investment in the region is quite, there's room for improvement.
Right.
The last point, I think, even if we advanced a lot in the MENA region in terms of legislation policies, I think there's still a lot to do in terms of incentives. I've loved the fact like we're distributing a book for the person who will share a lot of posts on social media. I think that MSMEs and businesses need to have the same incentive to implement expensive and costly solution. And we know that adopting sustainable green technology, doing all the assessments, the certification, it comes with a very high upfront investment. So incentives needs to be there. And I think also that the financial sector is not ready yet because they're perceiving this also as a risky sector. So yeah, I think for me, these are the three biggest challenges.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So education and awareness, finance not available or people seeing it as risky, and then just incentives. And I guess business leaders, they're really busy. They don't necessarily have time to think about this, or they don't think that they have time that it's important enough to think about. Turning to Ingrid, so the EU has this Green Deal, which was agreed a few years ago, and that's to create, or aim to create, the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. The idea is that no person and no place will be left behind. But just tell us, how does the EU Green Deal relate to the goals for a green economy here in this region? What is the connection?
Thanks a lot, Anna. Indeed, the Green Deal, it's the EU response to the climate crisis. It's basically the European roadmap to reach climate neutrality by 2050. And there is a number of major milestones. One is for 2030 to already reduce by 55%. This is what we call the Fit for 55. And reducing greenhouse gas emissions actually in the next 6 years, 5.5 years as we talk. So it's a very, very ambitious initiative. It's a huge package of initiatives and legislation to reach these goals. And basically the objective is a low carbon transition, higher environmental standards, and also respect of social standards, as you said. And for this, the EU has put in place a harmonized set of legislations and initiatives with predictability for companies. So not changing, we have clear milestones, we have clear time limits, and it's on very key issues which concern the private sector. For example, it's eco-design for sustainable products. For example, it's regulations on plastic, taking plastic out of everyday life. It's regulations on batteries, on packaging, on waste. Very, very comprehensive. And also, you may have heard about the corporate sustainability due diligence, which is mainly for large companies to respect these principles. The Circular Economy Action Plan is another example. So what do we see already as first results of this? For the moment within the EU, it's a huge push for green economy. This really led to a number of changes at enterprise level, at society level, at consumers level, very comprehensive. And with benefits, I think, as well, namely, I strongly believe on that the future growth, be it in Europe or globally, it's green growth. I mean, there's no way around it. So the opportunities which are created by that for the private sector and for green jobs, I think they are substantial. And in Europe, we start seeing that already. But your question was, how does that relate to the economies here in the region. And I think it's equally relevant for our partners in the southern neighborhood. First, there is also a very close link between EU and the region. We have a very, geographic proximity. A lot of companies are invested here. There's a lot of business linkages as well. So there is an immediate interaction between Europe and the southern neighborhood. And I think that the main aim is to create this opportunity. The challenges are there, for sure, but also to stress the opportunities within our southern neighbors and at all levels, at policy level, at institutional level, and at enterprise level. And before coming, I was reading a bit through the documents Spark or the conference has distributed, and it's actually very impressive numbers. I quote your own numbers, that the World Bank estimates 4.5 trillion US dollars in economic benefits by 2030 globally. Wow. Yeah? And the IMF estimates a 2% higher growth by 2030 as well. So let's use these opportunities also for the economies of the southern partners.
Yeah, great. And part of what the EU is doing to kind of help businesses and governments to make this transition as well is you've provided 4 million euros of funding over 4 years for this Green Forward program, which is not just about reducing emissions, promoting green energy, it's about fundamentally transforming economies to be more circular and resource efficient. So that's a big, big job. I'm going to turn to Lily now, because your organization, Expertise France, is implementing this program at the policy level. So essentially you're trying to help organizations here and governments here to implement some of those changes. What are that's not easy, I guess. What are the challenges that brings up, and how do you get around those?
First of all, I want to precise that, so the 4 million on policy level is Expertise France, but we also work in the same program with Spark and UNIDO on the meso and macro level. So this is a coordinated project with 2 other organizations. Yes. But yes, we focus Expertise France on the policy level. It was said before, but Jordan has made some really, efforts on policy makings on green circular economy recently on the last years. We mentioned the economic modernization vision or the Green Growth National Action Plan. But we know that transitioning from a linear economy to a circular economy, it's a major shift. And this is not only about Jordan or the region, it's everywhere in the world. We all face the same challenges. Once you have the policy, then you need to implement it. And the main challenges, they were also quoted before by Sulafa. The first one is the coordination between the stakeholders and specifically the interministerial coordination, because so many sectors are involved in implementing policies, efficient policies, that this is something that we try also to guide with our partners, how you organize the coordination between all ministries that are involved. The second, maybe it was said as well, is the shortage of specialized staff within public administration. It's starting. But we need to provide more ongoing training programs and also invest on education for future generation. It was said in the panels before, but this is the key to any evolution in the future. And then we mentioned public awareness. I think what we said is we see the benefits on the long term. It is usually very difficult to see the benefits on the short term. So we need big investments, sometimes restrictions. So that's, I think, how we should accompany governments by maybe fiscal incentive or regulations that drive them and also drive the private sector to invest in this sector.
Yeah, thank you. Sulafa, so as Lily mentioned, this Green Forward program is operating at several levels. UNIDO is doing the work at the, we call it the micro level, right? So working with the businesses themselves. How is UNIDO sort of helping those businesses to make that transition?
As I mentioned before, we've been engaged in a similar project with the SMEs within the SwitchMet program that was also supported by the EU. What we're planning to do within the Green Forward is building on those results and working with the selected SMEs in collaboration, of course, not in isolation, in collaboration with the Jordan Chamber of Industry, where we go into these enterprises and selected businesses in certain sectors, and we do a thorough analysis of their production, of their housekeeping practices. And we try to identify together with them certain recommendations that would reflect positively on their savings. So we look at water efficiencies, we look at energy opportunities, how to be more efficient, we look at raw materials. So we look at the whole production chain, and based on that we provide recommendations. And the good thing about the recommendations is that they can be implemented in a phased approach. So because the company itself needs to pitch in with from their resources, so they can agree how to implement those and move forward to make their business more efficient and adopt more cleaner production practices. Another approach that we definitely will also continue doing is build national capacities. So previously we have worked, for example, with our colleagues at the Royal Scientific Societies, and we built capacity for them to also cater for the industries. We've made sure also to build capacities of service providers so that they can continue providing these services to the businesses. We worked also, by the way, with other finance and development partners like GIZ and others, where we have complemented our efforts in providing a coordinated service package for these businesses. So I hope we can do this again within the Green Forward once it's launched, and we've really been able to provide and document tangible results in terms of energy, water, and raw material savings that provided those SMEs that were included with the extra money to implement further steps to become more competitive and more efficient in their production.
So this is a bit what Murad was saying. You have to, like, making the business case for it and showing the
Absolutely. It was very crucial. At the beginning, it was very hard to get the appetite going by the industries, because that was the first phase. But we saw a significant shift in the second one and the third one, where the whole thing was called for by the Jordan Chamber of Industry, for example. They reached out to the businesses, they talked about the program, they talked about the business case, the profitability of it, how it makes business sense, and then it was taken over by them, advocated for by them, which was really a joy for us to have achieved this status of awareness and providing a strong business case for sustainability.
Yeah, great. Murad, so Spark is working at the Business Support Organization level, which you call BSO, which I had to check what that stood for. But anyway, BSOs, Business Support Organizations. What are you doing in that context? And another thing, just to add to that, so this program, this Green Forward program, is all about the regional aspects. So how are the business support organizations learning from each other across borders?
Yeah, so basically one of the first objectives of the intervention of Spark in this program is to create the linkages between the 7 countries of the Green Forward program and the BSOs operating in the 7 countries where we are implementing the Green Forward program. One of the challenges that I did not mention related to the first question is, like, the support system when it comes to the green sector is quite weak compared to other sectors. So this is where the role of Spark would show. We will start by building the capacities of the BSO so they can be able to do the direct work with the private sector and with the businesses, with all the challenges that we've mentioned. But I think the benefits of creating these linkages would come with the fact, like, the 7 countries from Morocco to Palestine, Lebanon, Tunisia, Libya, and Jordan, where we are now, they have different level of progress towards the green sector. They have different experiences. They have tested several models. So we need to have them, all of them, in one room, sharing experiences, lesson learned, and getting to some kind of new ways of doing things, and avoid pitfalls and mistakes, because this is where we can use the efficiency and also lose the efforts and the money we are investing in this program. I think in the program we will be also trying to leverage all the support programs that these BSOs are implementing in the 7 countries. We will try to also work on joint training programs, joint curriculum, sharing also the research data, sharing the new technologies, the new success stories that are happening in one country and another country would be a big argument to make a shift into the mindset of the private sector. And I think that's where we wanted to create a sustainable network. It's like what's happening here today. It's like having all the stakeholders, the key players, investors, BSOs, entrepreneurs, startups, financial institutions, donors, in a kind of a strong and sustainable network that would operate jointly and not coming in one event and then disappear for a year or two. Yes, we want to build that momentum, and I think that also applies to Spark, UNIDO, and Expertise France. We will have to work very closely in this program and lead the example also for the people that are working with us.
Lead by example,
Exactly.
by working together.
Yeah.
Okay. Ingrid, so speaking of working together, the EU obviously has a lot of experience in bringing together diverse interests, finding compromise, working towards common goals. How does the EU cooperate with national governments and partners here to ensure that green transition?
Thanks, Anna. Let me start with, I think climate change, it's a global phenomenon. And decarbonization and the green transition, it's also an international responsibility. So it really needs this joint cooperation and joint action. I think that's the starting point. So now, how does the EU cooperate with national governments? I mean, we are a policy actor at the same time. So cooperation with governments, it's one of the many forms we are working. One is through policy dialogue that can happen at regional level, where all the partners of the region and the EU are meeting and discussing issues. You may be aware of the Union for the Mediterranean, which brings all the partners together. The EU is the co-presidency there, and we promote the policy dialogue on green issues and also on climate change, different ways. Policy dialogue, but also policy initiatives at bilateral level with a specific country. And here, perhaps let me mention the Partenariat Vert with Morocco, the Green Partnership with Morocco, where the EU and Morocco work very closely together on green energy transition, green economy, and climate action. So policy is one of the key areas. Let me mention 2 others, because we are quite a comprehensive institution, perhaps. The other one is really on supporting reforms. And in this case, it's supporting reforms covering the green economy. And my colleague who was on the panel this morning from the EU in Jordan, this is actually what we are doing with Jordan. There's budget support on green economy principles. And the third area to mention would be green investments. The green transition requires investments at company level, but also in infrastructure. You need green transport, you need green energy, and so on. And there, at the EU level, we have a very powerful tool working actually through financial institutions, such as the EIB or EBRD or KfW, to finance green investments in the region. And perhaps to give a concrete example, you may have heard about the ELMET electricity connector. It's green energy transmission between Tunisia and Italy, for example. These are concrete examples how the EU supports the work with national governments. And then perhaps the last word on working also with international partners. And I think this panel is a very good demonstration of that, because we have Spark here, we have Expertise France here, we have UNIDO here. So the EU also tries to bring the partners together with their very specific expertise on green transition and working, you mentioned SwitchMed, so UNIDO has excellent expertise. Expertise France more on the legislation and the policy framework. And Spark, we are very happy to work with the business support organizations, using them as a multiplier and using the Spark expertise.
Yeah, so playing to the strength of each organization. I'm just we're a bit short on time, but I want to just see if there are a couple of questions from the audience. We have time for maybe 2 questions. I hope there's a mic around. I don't know if there is. Do we have a mic?
Yes.
I think I saw a
Probably
question
help with the
up
mic
here.
situation.
Sorry? I think someone's checking the mic situation.
I have access to a mic, so whoever has a question, I'll just go to them.
I think there's someone down there, up there, Dana.
Thank you so much.
Can I have a raise of hand so I can see? Oh, there you are.
We're glad you've got your comfortable shoes on.
Well, you know what? I am ready to run all over this beautiful auditorium. Sorry?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. I mean, thank you so much for this amazing panel about the Green Forward program. My question is, now, of course, as Ingrid said, sustainability is a global responsibility, and I couldn't agree more. But I think programs like the Green Forward program may apply more to countries where the economy is already flourishing, GCC, for example. But I mean, in Jordan and in most of the 7 countries that you guys mentioned, I think it's no secret that the economy is struggling a little bit. So should this be the priority, or should our priority be to strengthen the already struggling economy? To put it in a question, do you think, or how do you think Green Forward program will help the struggling, a bit struggling Jordanian economy? And do you think it should be the priority right now for Jordan? Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. That's a really good question. So how does Green Forward work in economies that are perhaps struggling? Is that the right sort of approach to take? I think all the panelists are keen to say something. Murad, you were jumping in quickly,
Yes.
so please go ahead.
No, thank you very much for the question. I think it's very normal to ask the question while communities are struggling with economic problems, and not only, I'll also mention the safety, the security problem with all what's happening in the region. We are working in Libya now, which is also quite unstable politically speaking. So yeah, it's normal to ask the question and say why we are working on the green while the population are struggling and finding different ways. I mean, issues to secure their day-to-day basic needs. This morning there was a bright idea that was mentioned during the AI presentation, which is the intersection that could happen between some sectors. And when he mentioned the example of the solar energy that could be used for the benefits of the green technology and the green transition, that's a very concrete example of how we can, through the development of certain sectors that are now creating jobs, that are creating revenues, are creating these opportunities in a given country, we can sustain the climate goals. And the second thing would be also to adopt and be agile, having in mind while implementing this program, have resilience, poverty alleviation objectives, because one figure that is striking is by 2023 the green sector created 12 million jobs worldwide, and the estimation is the same sector would create 24 jobs by 2030. So yeah, it's not only to be eco-friendly and to be green for the sake of being green, but this sector is a real opportunity for some countries. So yeah, we need to invest.
Yeah, thank you. Just really briefly, Sulafa, before we take another question.
Yes, very briefly, and thank you for the question, because we didn't mention in this panel that going green is actually no longer an option. We have to go green. And I give you a very concrete example. There are global trends, global agreements that our countries have committed themselves to achieve within the 2030 agenda, within the Paris Declaration, under the Montreal Protocol, Kigali Amendment. These are global treaties that we have committed to achieving by a certain timeline. If we don't assist industries to transition into going green, into phasing out from the use of ozone harmful substances, for example, specifically in the air conditioning and the cooling sectors, our industries will not be able to survive. So going green is not a luxury. Going green is a must. Otherwise, specifically in a struggling environment like the one we are going through now, our industries will die out. They will not have the raw material they need. They will just vanish. So because we are struggling, we need to go green. It's not a luxury. It's a must.
Thank you. Thanks. Do we have one final question from the room? Can't see any.
Maybe just if you allow me to add on one example, because I think Lebanon in that regard is a really striking example. So as you know, Lebanon is facing drastic challenges now, but the financial crisis, for example, impeached agricultures or farmers to purchase pesticide outside of the country. So they started actually producing compost in Lebanon, which is a more green approach to agriculture. Same for the solar panel when there was a massive dysfunction of the electricity system in Lebanon. People and businesses invested in solar panels. So it also, I think this context also creates opportunity towards more local, circular and green economy.
Yeah, thank you. Really good point. Really interesting. Can I see any hands? I think so. Ingrid, I'll just give you a chance to, if you wanted to follow up on what the other panelists said, just on that point.
I think there were many convincing arguments. I don't have anything to add.
Great. Well, then I'm going to just put a final question to each of you before we wrap up, and I'll start at the far end with Ingrid. What do you see as the biggest opportunity for the green or circular economy in the coming year, say in 2025? And if you could be as specific as possible.
I'm sorry, I will not be specific, because, but on purpose. I've just been with my colleague who is here from the Green Forward program to a UFM forum in Morocco 2 weeks ago on green transition and green economy. And actually, we talked about this whole of the economy approach, green. It's green manufacturing, it's green agriculture, it's green energy transition, green transport, it's green tourism. It's, so in that sense, the opportunities, it's green finance. It's a whole industry, a whole landscape developing also for jobs, also for women, if you look at rural communities or local communities. So I think the opportunities are there. Not in
connecting them together, maybe, or the mindset that brings them all together.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Murad, what's your opportunity prediction for 2025?
I'll try to be specific. Yeah, I think for the region, for the MENA region, it's like to take full advantage of the geographic edge that the region offers. We've talked about solar. I think that's one of the advantages of the region. I think that a lot of investment, quick wins that would convince the private sector to invest. And I think the second thing for me would be the sustainable agriculture and the water resource management, because it's becoming the priority for the region. I'm coming from Tunisia, which is called in Arabic Tunisia the Green. We are in the Green program, in a green panel, and Tunisia is becoming less and less and less green. And there are a lot of traditional, ancestral, innovative solutions that are being forgotten now. And with the technology and everything that could be used, I think that's a quick win for for this kind of initiatives. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So I would encourage going there.
Okay, thank you. Good, great tips. Ones to watch. Silafa, what is your opportunity?
The question is not easy to answer, but if I look at the national priorities for Jordan, for example, I think circular economy in the food and beverage sector is still very relevant because, unfortunately, we're all aware of the regional conflict. And the consequences of that is that some of the people will be left behind. They will not have access to nourishing food, neither to clean water. So I think that would be something that also Jordan is aware of, and that's why they came up with Jordan's food security strategy. So we will be helping with that. And I think water is another, agriculture is a third. So really many options. I cannot limit
Take your
myself.
pick.
Another one that is very enticing to youth is the light engineering sector in Jordan, for example, that could also absorb a lot of ICT, modern technologies, creating those green jobs for males and females. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. And finally, Lily, what is your opportunity you'd like to highlight?
I would say not to please the EU, but the carbon border adjustment mechanism of the EU is, will be fully implemented in 2026. So the 2025 year is the last year to be prepared for the full implementation. We already have some good examples in the region. We were talking about green steel between Libya and Italy earlier, that kind of. So I think the year of 2025 is really the year to prepare the full implementation of the CBAM of the EU.
Great. It sounds like it's going to be a busy year. But thank you so much. Could I just ask you to thank all our brilliant panelists? Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening and for your good questions.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you all for this amazing panel. It is clear that investing in a green future isn't just a possibility. It is an urgent priority. The insights from our panelists, of course, really emphasize the need for a collaboration and action across all levels.
But as we all know, it's not enough to just discuss ideas. When you sit down with experts, share perspectives, and dive into specific challenges, that's when we start making a real difference and actionable decisions that drive real change.
All right, which brings us to the next part of our program, the workshops. Today, we have 3 workshops with multiple experts from different countries, each focusing on critical topics that align with our conference theme. Please check your registration details and you can head on over in just a little bit for your workshops.
But before you leave to your workshops, real quick, we have a surprise guest with us, a guest speaker that's going to be making a talk later on. Tamer Bseso is in the building.
أهلا وسهلا. نورت عمان.
نورت عمان. أهلا وسهلا أهلا وسهلا. وسمعنا ألف مبروك كمان.
الله يبارك في عمرك.
كيف الأمور؟
الحمد لله.
كنت عم بطلع على السوشيال ميديا، طبعا أنا صار لي بتابعك من يمكن day one، وشفتك طالع على الطيارة وأنا كنت كتير متحمسة إنه رح تكون معنا اليوم.
تفضل.
السلام عليكم، أسعد الله مساءكم إن شاء الله بكل خير. الواحد أخذ نفسه هسه صفيت السيارة 4 ساعات.
شفتك على السوشيال ميديا طبعا، إذا أنتوا عم بتابعوه على انستغرام كله على الستوريز، طلعت بالطيارة ورحت محل مطعم أظن.
فإلنا الشرف اليوم إن نكون موجودين معاكم إن شاء الله، يمكن على الساعة 4.
على 4
راح تكون كلمتي أمام الجمهور رائع إن شاء الله تعالى.
السياحة إن شاء الله.
السياحة والبيئة وصناعة المحتوى وكل شيء إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
خلاص طيب، يبقى هلا زي ما حكينا راح ننفصل للوركشوبس. بليز كله يتبع على الريجستريشن. في عنا وركشوب نمبر 1 هذا راح يصير بهاي الغرفة. So whoever signed up for this one, it's policy talks fostering cross-border regional collaboration for innovation advocacy. زي ما حكينا هذا راح يصير هون بهاي الغرفة.
في عنا workshop رقم 2, the second workshop, which is borderless growth, strengthening MSME ecosystems, legislation, resources and resilience.
واخر وركشوب رقم 3 green on action solutions for a circular economy. فهلا اذا كل حدا ما عنده مانع to disperse to the various rooms according to your registered workshop, and we will start workshop 1 here momentarily.
دقيقة لازم أذكر كل حدا social media #ignite Amman. If you can tag us, whatever videos, pictures, anything, you can tag us on all social media platforms.
Tamer, once again, thank you for coming.
لنا الشرف. ننتظركم ان شاء الله الساعه 4.
والله احنا اللي بننتظر، احنا اللي بننتظر.
اجمع لي كلمتين عشان انا مشهور اني كثير فلوينت على المسرح.
لا I'm sure you'll do great. Thank you. شكرا إن شاء الله. Go in. Drop this. كيفه؟ هلا we're just gonna introduce you guys.
نأهل ونسهل فيكم على المضبوط وهيك وهذا، بس عشان حقكم ما يكون ناقص، بس مش أكثر من هيك بس.
Can you please call Dana Balkar لأنه I've been looking for her since.
Dana Balkar. Is Dana Balkar in the building? Someone's been asking about you. Is Dana Balkar still here? Someone is looking for you, Dana Balkar. بركي شوف الوركشوبس. دانا برا؟ لسه في ناس عم بتحركوا؟ ويا جماعة خلينا نحاول to keep the time with the workshops عشان we're a tiny bit behind schedule. أكيد لاحظتوا. Okay. So for those of you that stayed, welcome to, and this is a long one, the Policy Talks Workshop Fostering Cross-Border Regional Collaboration for Innovation Advocacy. In this session, we're diving into how collaboration across borders can drive innovation, particularly in fragile regions where policy support is critical for fostering resilience.
So if I can call in our moderator, Ghassan, هلا تقدر تيجي على المسرح. Our moderator for this workshop is Ghassan Halawe, the founder and CEO of Parachute 16, who is well known for his work in regional development and innovation advocacy. Ghassan, thank you so much for... See, you have fans. And of course, joining us on the panel, His Excellency Naif Statiye, founder of the Business Development Center and former Minister of Labor. أهلا وسهلا. أهلا وسهلا. Laura Adam, Changemaker Europe Lead and Head of Hello Europe Policy Unite at Ashoka. Hello, lovely doing. And I do hope I'm saying this correctly, Orlean Pastori, Program Manager at DG NEAR B2 European Commission. And definitely last but not least, Ala Eddin, CEO of Technopark Intertech. Once again, let's give a warm welcome to all of them.
Enjoy your workshop.
Let's go. Please have a seat. First, we say Hayakum Allah. Thank you so much, and thank you for everybody for joining us for this engaging workshop. So yes, I will be actually welcoming and asking and engaging with my guests, but also I will be taking in the last part of this panel some questions from you. So before we start, let me please introduce myself. This is Ghassan Halawe, founder of Parachute 16. It's an entrepreneurship ecosystem enabler that we do support startups and scale-ups in 22 countries, where we have 10 operating offices globally: Riyadh, Qatar, Belgium, Silicon Valley, London, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Amman. And we do invest in VCs in the region, and we do invest ourselves in startups. And we are very happy and excited and honored to have more than 350 companies in our portfolio. This discussion or this panel is going to be, it's all about partnerships and policy. Trust me and believe me, it's going to be very pragmatic. So each and every single friend in the panel, they will be sharing more into pragmatic point of view. So to cut it short, I will go directly to Ala. Ala, welcome to Jordan first. I know you are part of the ecosystem and we are very happy to have you. Ala, your experience and actually in supporting startups and entrepreneurs, supporting some policies in Palestine, and partnering with global companies first, and global NGOs to support Palestinian entrepreneurs or ecosystem. So I would love you, please, if you give us a brief about your experience, and you shared with us last time a very nice story about the fund itself. So please, if you may, can share with us, that will be amazing.
Thank you, Ghassan, and thank you for having me today. Well, you changed the question. This is not what we agreed on.
Yeah, no worries. Some surprise, I always...
No, it's okay. My name is Ala Alauddin. Currently, I own an IT company in Ramallah since 1996, and as I told you, I'm not that old, but I started very early. I returned from the US in 96 when the region was hoping for the better and Oslo agreement, so I started my company, and in 1999 we established BETA. It's the IT association, which has more than 140 members between West Bank, Jerusalem, and Gaza. It's like Intaj in Jordan. And I became the chairman of BETA from 2007 to 2011. And at that time, in 2010, and this is very important to start answering the question, we got an investment from Cisco for $10 million. And that was a big challenge for us because we're very get used to spending money, but investing is a challenge for us. So this was an investment, and we were very, in a way, thinking how to really help this multinational company to invest in a small country like Palestine with the political situation. Anyways, we'll talk about this later, about the collaboration and the partnership and how this really did have a very big milestone in Palestine. And then I finished my term in 2011. 2015, I established with my colleague the Technopark, which is one of its kind in Palestine with Birzeit University. We'll talk more.
Amazing.
I don't want to take a lot of time.
I will get into the Jordanian version of you, Naif. Naif Siti, as you know, he was former Minister of Labor, but I think the most important thing that he's really doing, he is the founder of BDC, where we know that BDC one of, I think, main players in terms of supporting SMEs and startups. Naif, if we can get more, you are very well known in having proper partners and partnership on board to support entrepreneurs. And you were supporting, and you have today supporting actually one of the, actually across all Jordan. So I want you just to elaborate about the importance of the partnerships in supporting startups directly and bringing different stakeholders on the same table, what that might look like. If there is real examples that you have done in the BDC, that will be so useful.
Thank you, Ghassan, and I'm very honored to be with the Ignite participants with the Ignite forum. It's really a pleasure for me to share some experiences. Going back to your question, first of all, BDC is an organization that is working in development. And if we're working in development, then we have a goal, and this goal has an objective. And our objective is not numbers, it's not quantity, it's quality. So if we're talking about startups, and if we're talking about entrepreneurship and helping young youth starting their own business, there is nothing better than just talking about collaboration. In our business, in our work, the secret and the success of that business is how can you make sure you convince others that you are not competing with them, but you are complementing what you're doing. In this way, you can leverage resources and you can enlarge and expand on the deliverables and also on the success. So that was one thing. The second thing, when BDC started, it was very hard to convince others that we are not competing, that we are trying to complement. And the others were saying, no, no, don't share experience with BDC. They might build on that, or they might. And I challenge anyone that would say ever, we have even shared an employee with them or took an employee from them. On the contrary, we have always tried to share all what we have in terms of knowledge, experience, skills, in order to develop whatever is in front of us. We believe, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we believe that the only way today to solve the issues that has to do with unemployment in this country is two things. In addition to the economic growth, which will immediately, this will make that we are going to increase competitiveness, it will create jobs and so on, but we are talking about entrepreneurship, and we are talking about vocational education and training.
Nice.
Those are the two pillars that can really work on solving unemployment in this country. In order for us to tackle those two issues, we need to provide entrepreneurship with a different flavor. Because it's very important that when we talk about entrepreneurship, we don't talk about entrepreneurship as necessity. It is a way of life. And our mission has always been how we can convert entrepreneurship from being like hyped today or and being a part of life. To be part of life, then we talk about partnership. Today, we have a lot of our partners sitting here, university.
Absolutely.
It's the first step of creating entrepreneurship and self-employment in this country, to work with our partners, the universities. And we are very honored that even under this pillar and the partnership with Spark and other partners, that we are working with several universities in Jordan that are helping us to reach out for young youth and to also expose the different type of entrepreneurship. Because today, entrepreneurship in Jordan, most of it is linked to technology. And today, technology is in everything, but entrepreneurship is not in technology. Entrepreneurship and startups is in all the fields, agriculture, vocational, and others. BDC is trying to focus a lot on the others.
Amazing. Which is playing a good role of supporting SMEs and entrepreneurs.
We cannot do this without our partners.
Absolutely. Laura. Laura, you are part of Ashoka. Ashoka, it was and it is a dream for many social entrepreneurs globally to be part of your network. And it was only selecting fellows, supporting entrepreneurs, and recently, last 4 years, you got into policy change or policy making. What was the narrative to do so? And what were or are the partners that you engaged to do some positive policy making process in Europe especially, and how to? It's a long question, but it's going to be...
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for having me here. It's really a pleasure, my first time in Jordan, so I'm looking forward to exploring the country. I will try indeed to answer your question, but I'm afraid that I will disappoint you in not being able in 4 or 5 minutes to answer everything. But indeed, Ashoka, which is the largest network of social entrepreneurs around the world, decided in Europe a few years ago to start experimenting about how would it look like to bring social innovation and social entrepreneurship to policy making. We started doing that with a program that we have on migration called Hello Europe, and this is when I actually joined Ashoka to create a policy unit in Brussels to transform and to translate those social innovations in the field of migration and integration to more concrete and tangible policy recommendations, and to co-create these policies together with policymakers. This was part of a journey that the initiative went through. The initiative was born in 2015 when the so-called migration crisis hit Europe, when nearly 1 million Syrian refugees reached the continent. And at Ashoka, we started realizing that this was not a threat, this was rather an opportunity, and we saw how many of the people that were coming were also bringing innovations with themselves, and they were also sparking different solutions around them. So we spotted this potential for social innovation, so we started mapping what those social innovations were across Europe. Some of these solutions were scaled to different countries. Now, currently, Hello Europe is present in around 11 European countries, and it has recently also expanded to Latin America, and we have a big hub of migration policy work in Latin America, which is another country, a continent that is facing very big migration flows. But we saw that there was one piece missing, which was how to make those solutions more systemic and to really create systemic change. And this is where the team at the time realized that maybe the key component that was missing was bringing those solutions to the attention of policymakers, not to necessarily directly influence policy in the way that it's traditionally being done, but by bringing to the table, to the attention of policymakers, the solutions that are working when we are talking about how to better integrate migrants and refugees, how to provide them with the opportunities when they are arriving to their host communities. So we started experimenting with that, and this is what I have been piloting over the last 4 to 5 years, trying to connect, to make these connections flourish. And we realized that for these solutions, I mean, whether it's entrepreneurship at large or social entrepreneurship, which tries to address some of the most pressing social problems in our societies, advocacy and policy is key. I mean, without advocacy or policy, these innovations cannot flourish. So we have been trying to create this more supportive environment for these solutions and innovations to be integrated within policymaking. Maybe I can leave it at here and then we can go deeper, or if you would like...
Of course. I have so many questions in that area. My friend, Raleen, you are part... I think you are the guy, and you are part of the EU Commission that you look after about the regional projects in our region. And you have so many initiatives to support the partnerships, support entrepreneurs and startups and so on. Out of your experience for our region and out of your experience in the EU Commission, do you think we have more into proper partnerships between the stakeholders or more into advocacy and policy making process? What do you see? Because you have so many initiatives that we would love to know more about, where we might be get a useful point of view out of this.
Thank you so much for the question. I think it's a mix of it, because how do we support regional cooperation? How do we support the startups, the SMEs to contribute to the economy and to have this green transition? We have a kind of triple P approach. So we work on policies, we work on partnerships, and we illustrate this with programs. So in terms of policies, it was part of the previous panel, but of course, definitely we work on harmonization of rules, a better understanding of the upcoming rules on, for example, the Green Deal, the Fit for 55, the Circular Economy Action Plan, etc. So we are trying to help the countries in the MENA region to better understand, to better be aware, to have a kind of one-stop shop, for example, with this new program, Green Forward. And of course, we work together with the countries. We will have a new commissioner for the Mediterranean, just for the region, as a very strong political message to the South, saying this is extremely important for our relationship, is very important, and we will work on a new pact on the Mediterranean with the countries. So it will not be like only an EU thinking or identification of, challenges, etc., but it will be a joint, a co-draft effort on partnerships. And as we do also advocacy with the startups at regional level, as my colleague Ingrid was saying before, we work with the Union for the Mediterranean at regional level. We have this policy dialogue with them, and we exchange, when we have platform meetings, thematic platform meetings, we have the opportunity to exchange with both the policy and the public and the public and the private sector. Really have this also exchange between the two. And in terms of projects, as it was said before, we have the Green Forward project with Spark colleagues, Expertise Force in UNIDO, but we also create an environment, a friendly environment for the startups with all the instruments that we have, like, for example, the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, the FSD Plus. So we work on de-risking, attracting the private sector, like with these guarantees, we are trying to de-risk and to send this message to the market, please invest in the economy, invest in this transition, and we will be here to bear the risk, let's say. But in a nutshell, as you said, like I think it's a mix of advocacy, working with different actors at regional and national level, and we are trying to work together also on getting the European private sector and the MENA, the private sector from the MENA region getting together. We have a project called the Euromed Clusters Forward, which is precisely doing that, making this link between these incubators from both sides of the Mediterranean and really trying to give an input to the policy level, saying, okay, these are our challenges, and having this bottom-up approach with the business support organizations, we provide the governments with like kind of action plan or at least a kind of list of challenges to address for the private sector.
Amazing. Ala, we'll come into a very pragmatic point of view. You know, we are regional players that supporting startups, working closely with some governments to support, law, designing something and so on. You as a private sector guy who is transformed to be a very active thought leader in terms of startups and entrepreneurs, can you tell me some stories of the partnership that really affecting the Palestinian ecosystem? And you, as part of your work, is to give access to new markets for the entrepreneurs and companies that you have. I want to know the stories, partners that you have on board. And do you think, after you answer that question, do you think we need more real enablers collaboration, or we need more into policy words?
Thank you. I think all the stories, all success stories are built on partnership. I mean, I can talk about a lot of stories, but in general, I would say any successful startup needs this partnership, especially when you talk about Palestine as a Palestine or even in the region. Because all the pitching of startups, the first thing that they will say, I will grow in the MENA region. So, and then they will say, if they are more ambitious, they will go to the EU and then finally to the US. So without those partnerships between enablers, I would say, or between the governments at a higher level, or even between, I would say, startups themselves, or having partners in the region, this will not be successful at all. I would give a few examples on I would say first the ecosystem, then we'll go into startups. When we first started the Technopark, the idea of the Technopark was just having a real estate, I would say, just having a place where it has all the infrastructure, multinationals would come and create jobs in general. We didn't have an idea how to help startups and how to help the ecosystem in general. The very first project before we even started was with the European Investment Bank. They had this project for 4 years where we had every 6 months a meeting with all technoparks and enablers in the region, in the MENA region, in different places where we share ideas and come up with indicators of success indicators. Jordan was there, Tunisia was there, Morocco, and many other countries. We learned a lot. Out of this relationship, we were able to come up with a business plan and decide where Palestine wants to, which actually indicators fits in. So this is the first collaboration, which was really a very successful, that helped the whole ecosystem in general. The second one, which is the partnership between enablers, I always would say, for any startup to be able to succeed, they have to have a regional incubator, I would say, or accelerator to help. And given all the success startups, for example, We Deliver, one of the very successful story or startup in Palestine, were not be able to success without going to Saudi Arabia and being incubated there to start.
And we are very happy that we were part of their journey as well.
Exactly. So, and many other stories. At different levels, even at the government level, I mean, I would always say why we should reinvent the wheel. I mean, we have a very successful stories at government levels that we should try to imitate or use or work together.
Amazing. From that angle, Naif, I would love, you served as a Minister of Labor, and you are building BDC to support entrepreneurs. And do you think in Jordan and the region, we want more policy making to support the entrepreneurs, or more access to opportunities for entrepreneurs? And as being part of the government one day, do you think that the government itself understands the dynamics of the startups, which is scalability, not only scale within the country? What do you think? It's a very tough question, I know, in terms of government, but yani...
And knowing Ghassan, besides that he's an entrepreneur with parachute, but Ghassan also is an entrepreneurial moderator, so he keeps trying to go between the lines. Let me start by this. We need to ask ourselves first, what is it that we want?
Yeah.
So when we talk about entrepreneurship, are we talking about starting business and startups and growing startups, or we are talking about sustainable startups? So the first thing that we need to know about is how we can help entrepreneurs that can sustain or grow a business, regardless.
Nice.
So this is the first question that we need to ask. Then we will ask ourselves about the policies and why is these policies are, why the governments are building these policies, and are entrepreneurs today aware of these policies and these laws and the support that the government can give? And the third question we need to also ask ourselves is about partnerships. Are the entrepreneurs being good fit for these partnerships, and what is it that we are aiming from these partnerships? Again, before I answer those three questions, I always like to elaborate more on the issue that startups, entrepreneurs are not a necessity. It's a way of life. To make it a way of life, then we go to the policies. Then talking about the methodologies of entrepreneurship, policies, agreement, whatever it is, it has to start from kindergarten, in schools. Then we need to realize, is there any policies in the government that make these tools being enabled for our young youth? So let me tell you this. Today, the world is very small. Partnerships is very important. Mr. Aline just mentioned today the UFM. We have generated a lot of experience working on the regional and international level just by being partners and an audience with UFM, where our programs were labeled by UFM as a regional program. And we had the opportunity to go to Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, stay there for 3-4 years, and just because that we have gained these experiences and we know how to utilize what's there from these partnerships. Government policies, and you asked me about when I became a Minister of Labor. I was shocked when I knew the
support?
The support, and we have, and the government started in the last, seriously, in the last 5 years, understanding the importance of entrepreneurship. Maybe the focus was more on the IT, but not of the use of IT in all the sectors. It was only in IT, coding, and other issues that has to do with the IT technology itself, but not with being a tool to be used in others. But I was shocked to know the level of laws and the support and the programs that can support entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs are not aware of that.
Why? You were part of the government, why? Why we don't...
Two things, I think.
By the way, if there are a few entrepreneurs they know, and they're succeeding, by the way,
Yeah.
because they know. And by the way, Rashad, recently I know people in the government, they are very good friends, they are really trying to support.
Yeah.
But why you think that we don't know?
First, communication.
From which angle?
From both angles. Then the trust. And both interrelated. So communication and trust is both being the same. And I think that there were no trust within entrepreneurs that the government and the government policies are there to be an enabling tool for them to grow. And the second, there were no means or ways of communication between the government and the private sector to tell them, we are really there to support you. There might be sometimes misuse or an abuse by one of employee that he couldn't help, or he put some kind of obstacles in front of. But recently, really, the bylaws and the laws and the projects and the programs that are available to support entrepreneurs are a lot. I mean, I'm working in different areas in Jordan, and the amount of support that the Ministry of Agriculture is supporting for youth is amazing. I'm not always talking about money, but it's always financial support. Financial and technical support that's being provided by the Ministry of Agriculture. And this is a sector that should be a very large sector. And it can be also utilized by people who are specializing in the IT, because now we are talking about agriculture with the utilizing of IT. You cannot talk about agriculture without IT. You cannot talk about...
Tech-enabled.
It's everything is
tech-enabled.
tech-enabled. So today, it's the winning is not about how much money I get from my partner. What is the knowledge and the experience that I can get from my partners, and the ability to grow this up and to make it sustainable. So partnership in policies and partnership between organizations is something that is very crucial for us to grow.
Nice.
And it's something very important for us to make use for all entrepreneurs across the job. Then we talk about innovation. I mean, innovation also has to be in the policies, and this has to be in the education system. And it has to be something that is being embedded of how we can make it something that can be tangible and can be attainable by our young youth in order for them to start think innovatively and also to know what's there for me. I mean, 3 weeks ago, I met someone. He's 15 years old, and he was able to develop a platform, a full platform, that some partners are discussing different ways of how can we utilize your experience and work with us. And he's still in school, but he has zero clue where to go.
Absolutely.
So this is, again, we need to have in all our policies that because of the world became very small, and because of growing a business became even in younger age, we need to make all our policies clear and attainable with everybody in all levels. So we need to make utilizing our partnerships with everybody in order to make them attainable and utilized by all youth.
Amazing. I will be sharing with you just a story that we have done some policy change and making in Saudi Arabia, where as a Parachute 16, we are one of the main enablers in entrepreneurship there. And there were a discussion, we want to do something to attract entrepreneurs. But once we studied, and the Ministry of Investment, they invited the top enablers to come and join and say, look, we want to attract entrepreneurs. So what we should do is to come up with an entrepreneurship license track. So we designed that track for that entrepreneurs. They said, okay, we want to make a livelihood the proper, efficient cost living country. And actually we got the support. Then we started something called NDTP, where they are supporting the tech-enabled entrepreneurs. They said we want people to make proper long-term vision and live in Saudi Arabia. So then we launched with them something that's called a premium residency policy, which is it gives any entrepreneur the premium residency where they can live, own, integrate, and move from their countries globally to Saudi Arabia. Laura, that was engaging between entrepreneurs, the government, really entrepreneurial people in the government, really entrepreneurial, and the policy was moving so quick. I want to have a pragmatic story that you have, how you as Ashoka today affect engage for the policy making through your entrepreneurs? Do you work directly? Do you make some narrative with your entrepreneurs to engage for the policy stuff? Is there a willing for the policy giants to hear about some changes?
I mean, we use all the different kinds of strategies that the policy playbook has. I mean, we try at first to connect directly, but over time we realize that what makes more sense is to create this bridge, to address the gaps that exist between social innovation and policy making. So I would like to mention one example, as it was alluded before as well, and I feel like it fits well as well into the context of Jordan as a country and the migratory pressure that it faces, which is migration and employment. Here we have been developing what we call multi-stakeholder partnerships, which in reality means bringing together in one physical space or online different actors from different sectors to address the question at hand. Why is migration and employment a key question in Europe nowadays? Well, Europe is facing big labor shortages and at the same time a declining demographic around the continent. So while at the same time we're facing now less than before, but migratory pressures, and most of these migrants and refugees end up becoming entrepreneurs out of necessity, not out of choice, because they cannot integrate into the labor market because there are barriers and obstacles, be it at the national or European level, so they become entrepreneurs out of necessity, which wouldn't need to be the case. It should be by choice and be able to contribute. This is a reality that over the last years has been changing a bit the awareness about the contribution that both migrants and refugees can bring, either by fully integrating into the labor market or by becoming entrepreneurs themselves. But this has been needing a policy push. So we started a pilot ecosystem accelerator in 2022 to address this question of how does the migrant entrepreneurship landscape look at the European level, and what is missing, what is not working, and what could be changed. So we brought together from social innovators to entrepreneurs, migrants and refugees themselves, policymakers, employers, think tankers, to think about how this ecosystem should be looking like. And out of that, we have been creating a strategy and a vision that we are trying now to implement at different levels, because as you may know, at the European level, there are many different competencies, and the labor market, I mean, it's not fully a European competence. So we have, as well as migration. So we have to work in deconstructing all the layers of government that need to be involved by either engaging directly policymakers and other key stakeholders, or by creating coalitions. And out of this pilot project, there has been a coalition born that is trying to advocate for the rights of new Europeans, meaning migrants and refugees who have a right to Europe. And this is kind of a spin-off that was born from this ecosystem accelerator. And now, something that we have been as well incorporating into the past, but now we have been trying to institutionalize this ecosystem accelerator. And with the support of the IKEA Social Entrepreneurship Foundation, we have now the capacity to bring about a full-fledged ecosystem accelerator to address the employment barriers by also engaging the private sector more closely. So the mindsets about how to attract talent, retain it, and make it contribute to the societies in which migrants and refugees
Amazing. I will take Caroline based on Laura's point of view. I want to, we are in the room, entrepreneurs, enablers, and we are, by the way, the perfect fit for a very proper partnerships if we want to support regional or global entrepreneurs. What is the EU Commission DNA thought process about engaging the stakeholders in the real supporting startups? And in that angle, the projects or the program that you are implementing, how that as a core of the DNA of EU Commission? Because we want also to understand, as a EU, we are looking for some projects that, because we have huge intervention so for our region. So I want to understand the thought process that you have internally as a EU in our region.
Thank you, very good question. And it's also related to what I said before. So first of all, how do we engage with the private sector, with startups, etc.? So at regional level, because our colleague this morning is working at bilateral level, at national level with the government of Jordan. So we have a bunch of colleagues like working delegations, working at national level, but with my colleague Ingrid, we work at regional level. So what I can tell at regional level, we work, and Mr. Naif was telling that, we work with the Union for the Mediterranean at sometimes high policy level, but also at thematic level. So for example, there was in Brussels last week a thematic platform on trade and investment, and it is where it is very interesting because we are gathering, of course, all the countries from the UFM, from the north, from the south, from the Western Balkans, which are in the process of joining the EU, etc. There are different dynamics, but of course we have the private sector. We have the entrepreneurs, we have the business support organizations, and this is the occasion to test or to have a feedback on our policies. See what you were saying before, what are the challenges, what we need to adapt. With the new project, the Green Forward project, it's really this idea of having a one-stop shop of EU green policies, because not every week, but like there is a constant evolution of EU legislation. Even in the EU, like the entrepreneurs are not, of course, aware of the consequences of all these policies. With the CBAM, for example, a lot of challenges. In Egypt, for example, the economy of Egypt is really relying on the sectors of CBAM. So this is about explaining. This is about having this bottom-up approach with the private sector, which is giving their feedback on the field. So it's very important. And just another project that we have with Spark, with our colleagues from Spark, it's from innovation to creation. And it's really to support startups in their acceleration, working with incubators, gathering the EU and the MENA private sectors together, and really to have like a kind of, as there was in Tunisia with the Startup Act, you know, having this movement of, as I said, bottom up, like having the private sector saying, okay, we need a policy, we need a regulation on this, so that we will be able to have a competitive advantage or to have more leeway and to export in the Gulf countries, in the US, etc. So what we are trying with the new one, the project on Green Forwards, it's really to have a kind of regional dynamic, having kind of, you know, there are very good success stories in Morocco, in Egypt, with the Green Partnership in Morocco, etc., trying to learn from these experiences and to work together on this. So, yeah.
For the EU, you usually work with NGOs, right, to implement your projects. Do you also, now for the next few years, the thought process of engaging the private sector to implement with you directly? Is it, I hear that some changes might be happening.
Yeah, no, definitely. It depends on the topics, of course. We work a lot with civil society, with young people, etc. In my team, we work more on economic issues, access to finance for SMEs, etc. And it's really this like mindset of attracting the private sector investment, using the innovative tools that we have, like as I was saying before, the guarantees, the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. So really working with the private sector directly, with the IFIs, the EIB, EBRD. We work also with, of course, international partners like the UN agencies, etc. Really depending on the expertise and the success of previous programs. So it's really a mix of partners we work with, but with this objective of having a kind of bottom-up approach.
Nice. Ala. For the Technopark work together, so to support startups, and you scaled so many startups outside Palestine. And building Technopark itself, it was also based on partnerships, also from the private sector. Also, you didn't only, as a team, wanted only that private sector, you engaged a holistic regional. I want that story for people to know what you have done and where today the Technopark, what you have achieved so far, because I think we should know, because everybody has something to add to Palestine. And then remember, all of you have 6 minutes, and you will be asked to share opportunity.
It's like a triangle that you need 3 things to be able to succeed. The first thing is to know the problem. The second thing is to know the tool or the solution. And the third thing, you need the mindset and the entrepreneurship. You will not be able to gain any one of those 3 without such a partnership. The first one is very important for the private sector to tell you what the problem is in general. When you talk about agriculture, for example, any startup, a new starter, will not be able to innovate in that sector without knowing exactly what the sector is talking about, where the problem is. And this will not be able to be achieved without such a partnership between the private sector. That's why, for example, at Tech Park, when we work at tech-enabled startups, we have this partnership with agriculture, with the tourism sector, for example. We do it in 3 levels. First of all, we bring the ecosystem, for example, or the enablers in the tourism sector. They talk about the problems.
Nice.
Then we bring the startups to think about the solution. And third, what is the most important, is the technology. You need also to know what kind of technology is the AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, that is already in there, and see how you can utilize such a technology to be able to innovate. So we're partnering with a lot of partnership. First of all, the Technopark itself is built on partnership between academia and partnership and the government as well. I mean, we have those 3 factors. The Birzeit University is there. All universities are, of course, those are the brains that comes out of universities. Then we have the private sector, and finally the government, which helps with the policies and the support at all levels. But also at the root, I would say, you need to work with the sectors by themselves, understand the problems, talk to them, and have them sponsor and help the startups. The second thing is really partnership in the region, because any startup to scale up and to be able to succeed, again, they need to go to different, for example, to the Gulf area or whatever. So they need to also know the problems and the competitors, and this will not be able to be achieved without, again, such a partnership and collaboration. Otherwise, you will spend the whole time and money just to trying to understand what Saudi Arabia is doing or what Jordan is doing. So basically, this is the most important thing.
Amazing. So the last part of the panel, every panelist should offer opportunity for the audience, and the audience also engage to offer the opportunity for their organization as well. I will start by you, Naif. What do you think? It might be mentorship, it might be access to markets, might be anything. What do you think? Or also last piece of advice that we should keep. Opportunity and last piece of advice for all of you.
First of all, thank you. It's really very inspiring. I will tell you what, I think there are a lot of opportunities that everybody can offer in this region, more than the challenges. I don't look at the challenges,
Absolutely.
I look more on the opportunities. What we can provide as, I can provide as a person, and what we can provide as an organization.
Amazing.
We can provide free mentorship, always. We can assign a mentor, we can assign a coach. 2 different things. You know, you are an entrepreneur. So we can assign a coach, we can assign a mentor. We can also provide linkages with private sector if they need more experience in certain sector. As he just has mentioned what they are providing. He said the most important thing is the private sector to give us the problem, and then to have the entrepreneur to give us the solution. So we can provide the platform for any Jordanian or even any youth in this region to observe. The third, BDC is managing a program called INHAD, and this is a program that the government has allocated 100 million JDs only for INHAD graduates. And based on His Majesty vision and based on the modernization vision of Jordan, these funds are provided as a loan for entrepreneurs who finish training with BDC. We give free financial training, free mentorship training that is based on three things: on mindsets, it's provided in behavior, and then on financial literacy.
Nice.
So we provide all this for free, and then they can, we link them with the bank. We will do for them a feasibility study with one of our partners for free, and then we will provide the youth with a linkage with a Jordanian commercial bank. All of the commercial banks are within the loop. They can take a loan up to 250,000 JDs with 3.5 to 4.5% interest instead of 9. 1 year grace period, no mortgage, no collaterals, no guarantees, and the loan will be guaranteed by the Jordan Loan Guarantee, 85%. So this is a big opportunity. While I always believe that the entrepreneurs, what they need is not only access to money, they need access to financial literacy, and they need access to knowledge. And I believe that entrepreneurs can start any project if they have the behavior that can make them succeed in what they do. So we are currently providing this, and we also provide young entrepreneurs in all the villages, all the governorates across Jordan, with the support from the UNICEF. We are supporting financial grants up to 5,000 JDs in equipments and tools, but not in cash, to start their own project, and then we'll provide them with all the access to finance and also access to market, access to package, access to knowledge. All this we are providing for our young youth, always for free.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Laura.
I would start maybe with a piece of advice or a call to action, which would be, do not just innovate, advocate. And I think this is one thing that you should all be bringing, to bring your real changing work experience to the policy table. And in that regard, I will be a bit more modest into what we can offer, but I mean, we are always glad to expand on our networks, all these multi-stakeholder collaborations that now we are mostly starting on working on migration, but also other fields. We are always looking to expand the expert insight network around it. So I would be happy to connect and discuss so that you could also become part of that large community.
Amazing. You.
Very quickly, because I see that we are over time.
They give us another 10 minutes, and my friends are looking at me.
We have 10 extra minutes, right?
We need partnership. I'll give them a opportunity.
No,
money, support, access to Europe and social entrepreneurs, give us.
Now, two very important elements which are related: job creation, young people. So what we do and what I can testify is really the willingness to support job creation in the region, to give opportunities to young people to access the job market, to equip them with the right skills in terms of digital, green transitions, and to, like, it would be a call for my fellow panelists to join forces and to really work together on this constellation, having private sector, public, different donors, different implementing partners, to really listen to people, to entrepreneurs, to identify their needs, and to shape our programs based on that, and really continue in this dimension, but maybe to focus on the skills dimension, let's say, because with these transitions, there are big opportunities, but there is this sometimes mismatch in terms of the market, what market requires, and the skills. Really equip young people with the right skills, and AI, for example, was a very good illustration of this morning.
Amazing. Ala.
I think
I know what you will say.
What?
No, go. You go.
I think one of the most success factor for any entrepreneur is the resilience.
Yeah.
And I think we have a lot of resilience in Palestine, and we think we can give some of the techniques of resilience. Seriously, I mean, we have a lot of, because of the political situation and the failures, I think our startups can help a lot in that. But other than that, we have two programs currently, running programs that I think that can benefit a lot of the startups and even the small entrepreneurs. We have a program called Tech Circles. We started this right after the war, in which we rely on the, I would say, the diaspora and other people in the multinational companies that are working in the US and EU and even in the Gulf area, where they mentor 5 entrepreneurs together in one circle for 6 workshops, and this has been very successful. And we're trying to expand this program. Also, we've been talking to Intaj yesterday, if we can expand it to Jordan and even to the Gulf, where startups from this region can join the program and learn. Because part of it is they learn from the mentor and also from the people inside the circle, from other colleagues. The other thing is the knowledge transfer. We have another program called Brain Gain, in which people will join and help with their experience and try to help. We have a lot of people in our network who've been either in VCs or in investing themselves by themselves, or even have startups successful that they are willing to help and give some kind of knowledge and techniques in there. The third thing is the power, the skills. I mean, we have a lot of young people who are very skilled, very experienced, that can help with this. And finally, start a partnership. So if any startup or anyone who likes to explore the Palestinian markets, it's very small, but at least we are willing to offer the platform for people to look or to have a successful partnership at all levels.
Amazing. Thank you so much. For us as a Parachute 16, as you know, we work in 22 countries supporting startups, entrepreneurs, building accelerators, and invest in startups. We are very happy to support in any angle that you see. Also for our partners, we are very happy always to collaborate, as entrepreneurs always get the most out of an opportunity. So this is what we can say.
I just want to give a big thanks for Spark, for Abdulaziz Ghureir.
Yeah, we're good friends.
And for the Islamic Development Bank, for the EU, for our guest.
For Ghassan Halawa, كمان. For Ghassan Halawa.
for Ghassan and for everybody to make this a successful event. Something happened because we need more of such events in Jordan. So I would like to thank all the partners that really are supporting Jordan and the Jordanian youth of being acquainted of what's going on in the region and what's going on in the world. Because having the experience of Ashoka and the EU is a major supporter in Jordan for youth in different techniques. So I really, in the name of the youth, if you allow me,
of course,
to thank all our partners, starting even our friends from Palestine. Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, I'll be more than happy to take your photo
I can
if
do
you
that,
want.
but
or a professional photographer.
Remember to use our hashtag.
All right, once again, a round of applause for our workshop panelists. Thank you guys so much for your insight.
Thank you once again. All right, it is time to relax, refuel, and connect. Lunch will be served, and we encourage you to visit the startup booths. We have 30 participants or entrepreneurs, 9 tech, 10 green, and 10 borderless growth. And you know, it's very important to not only visit, but also to communicate, to connect with all of them. And of course,
Absolutely.
you know,
And guys, don't forget there are areas upstairs and downstairs as well. So be sure to talk to the entrepreneurs in both areas. Enjoy your lunch. صحتين in advance. Don't forget to come back afterwards also.
yes, once again, we are going to be announcing when we are back. There is going to be some exciting topics to be talked about. And of course, once again, I encourage you all to use the hashtag Ignite Amman. We still have one more giveaway to give out. We hope you enjoy your lunch. And like we said before, connect, connect, connect.
and that is tourism.
Well, if you don't mind, Khalid, we do have a quick little giveaway for everyone that participated on social media. So throughout the day, we were asking you to use our hashtag, and accordingly, for the best person that was most active and took the best pictures and videos, we have a little gift for you.
Yes, indeed, this lovely book, Shusmo, from Khalid Al-Ahmad, signed by the author himself. This is going to go out to one of you that posted using our hashtag Ignite Amman. And the winner of this is
Dua Jarrar. If you are here, please make your way to the stage. Dua Jarrar.
Dua Jarrar, معانا.
Hopefully she's still outside and didn't leave.
I will take it.
Nonetheless, we will connect with you on social media. Once again, use the hashtag Ignite Amman, not only to interact with us, but also to see everything that has been happening throughout the day. And boy, oh boy, did we have a full day.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? Well, I guess they already have it on the board.
Yes.
I feel like the cat's kind of out of the bag. But yeah, Tamer Bseiso, widely known as Abu Nasser, is a celebrated content creator and influencer من العقبة. Through captivating storytelling, he showcases the hidden beauty of Jordan, driven by his deep love for his city and his commitment to sustainable tourism.
Tamer leads initiatives like beach and sea cleanups to protect Al Aqaba marina ecosystem. His passion for environmental conservation has not only inspired countless of followers, but also earned him the Silver Jubilee Medal by His Majesty King Abdullah II.
So I hope he's already here. Please help me welcome to the stage تامر بسيسو. تامر إذا ممكن تتفضل معنا على المسرح عشان نحكي شوي عن السياحة. Tamer is here. We're looking for Tamer. In the meantime, well, this is awkward. انبسطتوا اليوم لهلا? Yes, no, maybe? I can't hear you guys. Okay, I see a lot of nodding heads. Yes, excitement down there. Okay.
While we get Tamer, why don't we interact a little bit with our audience?
Apparently they had fun, Dana. I checked.
They had fun.
We're
All
good.
right. Well, as you all know, Tamer is a widely known influencer with over 1.1 million on Instagram. I personally am a huge fan of his, mashallah, mashallah. And as you know, he lives in Aqaba. And Aqaba is one of definitely my favorite places in the world, not only in Jordan.
By the way, guys, she's not lying. Every weekend, every other weekend, this one's driving down to Aqaba to enjoy the beautiful scenery down there. So better believe her about this one.
All right, Mr. Tamer Bseiso, content creator, sustainable tourism advocate. Welcome. أهلا وسهلا فيك اليوم.
هيك بصرخ.
اللي بريحك، ايش بتفضل؟
بعرف انت
يلا هاي.
السلام عليكم، اسعد الله
ناصر
مساءكم.
الصيف هذا ليش ما في سمك؟ بالله تنزل تحت وتشوف لنا شو القصة. وين انزل تحت؟ تحت؟ عندهم؟ تروح معي تحت؟
مش بهري.
هذا انت.
روح انزل تحت عندهم.
وبتعرف بعرف هذا الفيديو.
اتوقع اغلبكم شاف هاي الفيديوهات قبل سنة تقريبا، اللي هي ميزتني من حد ما بلشت على السوشيال ميديا في العقبة. بلشنا بكورونا، كانت ب 2020. كان الملف قدامنا انه نطلع على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي واحنا محبوسين في البيت. كنت امام اول فيديوهات جابت تفاعل كتير عالي، انه هل اتجه للمحتوى التافه والترندات زي بعض الناس اللي على السوشيال ميديا، ولا اتميز بمحتوى يميزني بين وسط السوشيال ميديا في الشرق الاوسط، ما بحكي عن الاردن. فوقفت بيني وبين حالي ايش في عندنا في الاردن وتحديدا في العقبه، بما اني انا سكان العقبه. طلعت هالجبال، طلعت على البحر، طلعت على الشط، والله عندنا محتوى عمره ما حد صوره. هالصيادين بتطلع مخلوقات انا شايفها طول عمري بس الناس ما بتعرف عنها. بلشت اصور، اتعرفت على دكتور مروان، ما كنت أعرف ولا كان يعرفني. دكتور بصير أطلع معك أصور فيديو لصيد السمك؟ قال لي طبعا بصير. صورنا أول فيديو جاب 15 مليون على التيك توك قبل ما ينحضر. أنا كيفت والدكتور كيف. صارت الناس تحكي لنا هذا بالعقبة، هذا السمك بالعقبة. لا لا مستحيل، تكذب علينا أنت. روحوا الثاني فيديو، صرنا نطلع الحبار العملاق، حبار وزنه 30-40 كيلو. بعديها نطلع الجاينت سورد فيش، بعديها جاينت سيل فيش. الناس كيفت على محتوى المغامرات اللي احنا بنقدمه في العقبة. طيب ايش في اشياء ثانيه ممكن نقدمها؟ طلعت على الجبل، قلت بدي اطلع على الجبل فوق احط علم. لملمت الشباب، حطينا علم، الفيديو جاب 10 مليون. طب ايش في اشياء ممكن نسويها؟ العقبة مرة اجى منخفض على الأردن قبل 3 سنوات، وكان آخر منخفض بنشوف فيه الثلج. ايش نسوي؟ أهل العقبة مظلومين، عمرهم ما لعبوا بالثلج. جبت صاحبي معاه بكم، طلعت على راس النقب، جبت الثلج حطيته في نص الدوار الشريف في نص العقبة. فتميزت في محتوى كانت أفكاره حلوة ومميزة من نوعها. شغال. صارت الناس تحكي لي احنا عرفنا العقبة من وراك. اكثر جملة بسمعها بحياتي احنا عرفنا العقبة منك، من فيديوهاتك. طيب اوكي تامر، بدنا نكمل، احنا بدنا نشوف كيف بدنا نحكي للناس عن العقبة. خلي هالفنادق تستفيد، خلي هالتكاسي، خلي هالمطاعم، خلي هالمحلات، كله بيعود ايجابي على مجتمع العقباوي. صرت استنى، ليش فلان ما دعمنيش؟ طيب ليش الهيئة الفلانية ما دعمتني؟ طب ليش وزارة السياحة ما دعمتني؟ قلت والله ما استنى حدا، كمل زي ما انت. وكملنا زي ما احنا. بدل الفيديو صورت بالعقبة أكثر من 300 فيديو، بالبحر وبالجو وبالبر، حتى طلعت بالطيارات الرويال فالكون أكثر من 3 مرات. صورنا العقبة من فوق. فنصيحتي لأي حدا عنده أي مشروع جديد، أي فكرة براسه، بده يساعد فيها السياحة، بده يساعد فيها بلده، بده يشهر فيها المدينة اللي هو عايش فيها، استمر فيها. انت بحاجة دعم أي حدا، أنت لحالك بتثبت بصمتك في المجتمع. بعد فترة من سنة تقريبا، من 429 يوم، بلشت الأحداث عند إخواننا بغزة الله يفرجها عليهم. تدمر أو القطاع السياحي بالأردن بشكل عام، بجرش، بالبتراء، بالعقبة، بالمناطق السياحية كتير نزل، صار في دروب. تضررت الفنادق، تضررت المحلات، تضررت القطاع السياحي والتجاري. هون بيجي دورنا كصناع محتوى، هون نخدم بلدنا ونخدم وطننا، إنه كيف ممكن نحافظ على القطاع السياحي بالمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. اتجهنا للسياحة المحلية، نعتمد على أولاد البلد، على أهل البلد، إنهم يجوا من عمان ومن الزرقاء ومن إربد ومن الكرك ومن الطفيل ومن كل المحافظات على العقبة، بما أني ابن العقبة. ودور صناع المحتوى بوادي موسى كان نفس الإشي، ودور صناع المحتوى في باقي المحافظات بجرش نفس الإشي. نجحت الخطة، بس مش زي أول. كان بالعقبة ينزل باليوم 10 طيران منخفضة التكاليف، ينزل أكثر من 20 جنسية في اليوم على العقبة. كانت تصف البواخر، الباخرة الMSC عليها 5-6 آلاف سائح كل أسبوع ينزلوا على العقبة وعلى وادي رام وعلى البتراء، على المثلث الذهبي، كل المنطقة تنتعش. لكن إن شاء الله تفرج على أخواننا بغزة وترجع الأيام هديك، وترجع السياحة تنتعش في البلد كاملة. أنا هنا معاكم عشان أحكي لكم إحنا كصناع محتوى مؤثرين في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، واجبنا إنه نروج للسياحة بالبلد، نعمل السياحة للبلد، علشانها هي الركيزة الأساسية لأغلب المحافظات يعتمدوا فيها على دخلهم من قطاع النقل، من قطاع المواصلات والفنادق والمطاعم، بتعود على فائدة على البلد كاملة. الموضوع الثاني،
أنا عندي سؤال.
اسألي.
أنا بعرف إنه زي ما أنت قلت في الحملات اللي طلعت عشان إحنا ندعم السياحة الداخلية، وهذا إشي أظن وقت الكورونا كان من أهم الأشياء اللي أنا personally صرت أعملها. أنا ما كنت أعرف بلدي كتير، كنت أعرف هالبتراء وجرش شوية عقبة، بس وقت كورونا حسيت إنه لا، بعديها قلت وحلفت دينار ما بصرف برا الأردن. عبال ما احنا نطلع من هاي الازمه. انا وشاهد خالد ولا سافرت، صار لي من وقت كورونا، عشان انا لإلي كأردنيه بدي مصاريه تضلها بالاردن ونساعد المشاريع الصغيره والشبه صغيره. ايش بتقدر ثانك يو ايش في اشياء فكرك احنا بنقدر نعملها كاردنيين فريندز اوف جوردن واي بني ادم بدخل على الاردن، كيف نقدر احنا ندعم هدول المشاريع الصغيره وسبشلي بالعقبه؟
بس قبل ما اجاوب ذكرتيني بكورونا.
ايوه
لسه كانت بدايتي على السوشيال ميديا، كانت تيك توك دارج، ما كان الانستغرام كتير قوي. فطلعت هيك قلت بزبط انحجر بفندق. رنيت على صاحبي قلت له كان الحجر خميس على جمعه،
ايوه
يومين بالاسبوع. قال لي طبعا حياك الله. رحت حجزت إلي ولاهلي ونزلت بالفندق وصرت اصور ستوريات اني انا في البحر بصيد وبسبح والدنيا حضر. فاهل الخير بلغوا علي اني كاسر الحجر. الخميس والجمعه اللي بعديها ولا واحد ضل في الدار في العقبه، الفنادق فللت. قلت انا لا مش راح اخذ راحتي، يلا على وادي رم. رحت على وادي رم انحجر،
اتفللت وادي رم.
فصرت اصور بوادي رم وانا بعمل كنافه على الفحم.
انا رحت على وادي رم من وراك.
فبكورونا انعشنا السياحه والفنادق رجعت انتعشت وصارت الناس كلها تروح وتصور. بعديها لغوا الكورونا كلها.
بعدين خاصة عندكم بالعقبة في شغلات
التقت الكورونا كلها. بالنسبة لسؤالك، أنا واحد من الناس يعني بحب بلدي وبقدس بلدي، وبلدي أولى يعني بكل إشي أنا بقدمه، عشان أنا لحم كتافي من خيرها. في ناس محبطة مرات بتحكي لك شكرا، في ناس تحبطك لما انت تروج للعقبه. بنشوف بعض الكومنتس التافهه اللي ما لها معنى. والله تركيا بتروح انت واولادك 100 ليره، او شرم الشيخ انت واولادك. هذا الحكي من 10 سنين مش اليوم. يعني احنا بنسافر برا والله بنحط اللي فوقنا واللي تحتنا وفوق كل هذا، وانت طالع من بلادهم بتحط الباقي مخالفات سير وبتحترم قوانينهم وبتكبش الوسخ بالشارع وبتدخنش وبترمي في الارض وبتعملش مخالفات سير برا. بس هون احنا دائما بنستهين بحالنا. عندنا سياحه وعندنا فنادق وعندنا كل شيء. يعني المفروض
عندنا بحر وعندنا جبل
وعندنا كل شيء. والله قديش لفيت بلدان والكل بيعرف انا بقدر اعيش في اي بلد في العالم ايش ما كانت تكلفته وانعرض علي، وما بقدر اطلع من العقبه ومن الاردن تحديدا. لا انا ولا اولادي ولا اهلي زي السمك اذا طلع من المي بيغرق ولا ايش بسموها؟
يعني
بيموت
ما بيعيش.
فمستمرين ان شاء الله تعالى انه احنا نضل سند لهالبلد وسند لهالوطن وخلف الحكومه وخلف القياده. عشان انا واحد من الناس والله هاي انا بحكيها لليوم عمري ما يعني كان في تواصل بيني ووزاره السياحه ولا الفيزيت جوردن ولا مفوضيه العقبه ولا على اي شيء، ولا دخل جيبتي دينار منهم. انا اللي بسويه على حسابي وعلى تكلفتي الشخصيه ومبسوط ومكيف اني انا بقدم إشي لبلدي مقابل الإشي اللي بلدي بتقدم لي اياه اللي مش موجود في كل العالم. هذا واجبنا احنا
100%. يعطيك الف عافيه.
الله يعافيك يا ربي. واذا حدا بحب يسال إشي او عنده
في اي حد عنده سؤال لتامر؟ في عندنا سؤال هون.
الله يبارك في عمرك. اكيد طبعا كل المحافظات وكل المدن وكل القرى. لا أنا لحالي، وهذه عبارة عن حملة لليوبيل الفضي مع الناس اللي بتصور المحتوى السياحي في الأردن. يعني من حق الحق اللي على صناع المحتوى في البلد هون إنهم يروجوا لبلدهم. فإن شاء الله تعالى راح تتغطى كل المحافظات. وحتى ما بعد انتهاء الحملة ألهموني في محتوى جديد إنه لو خلصت أنا راح أكمل في محتوى بده 100 سنة ليتصور بالأردن بالمدن وبالقرى، وفي مشاريع وفي مزارع وفي جبال وفي وديان وفي أماكن أنا ما بعرفها، لكن لما لفيت وصرت أصور صرت أكتشف هاي الأماكن، ولازم الناس تعرف وين هي موجودة.
أكيد
مستمرين
وفي تراث وفي كثير أشياء
في كل شيء. بس إحنا نتطلع دائما على الجانب الإيجابي، نحارب الظواهر السلبية اللي موجودة بالمجتمع، نكون داعمين لكل شيء ايجابي. السياحه تعرفوا دائما لازم تكون البلد نظيفه، لازم نحترم الضيف، نحترم السائح. بتتذكروا فيديو تنظيف البحر؟
أكيد.
معي وقت؟
معك.
معي صح؟
يس.
شوي.
معك وقت.
هذه فقرة نسيتها، كنت محضرها وبس. تفضل. بيوم من الأيام بيطلع واحد بيصور فيديو إنه هو تخالف ب20 دينار عشان إنه بياكل بزر على الشط وبرمي على الأرض. طلع بعض صفحات الإعلام، للأسف يعني مرات إعلامنا أي شيء بده ريتش بنزلوه عشان يجيب مشاهدات، بدل ما يوقفوا مع شرطة البيئة ضد هذا التصرف. بزر 20 دينار. قلت له تعال جاي، رحت عملت فيديو، صرت اكل بزر وزدته على ارض الدار. بعديها عملت ترانزيشن من صالون البيت لقاع البحر. كنا محضرين انا والشباب عدد الغوص والاكسجين حط كل الفيديوهات بس نسي هذا الفيديو. هذا هذا الحكي كان قبل 2.5 سنين. احنا 6 شباب طلعنا 3 طن نفايات من شط الغندور. من مية 0 متر ل 8 متر، بس 3 طن في ساعتين زمن. اكياس بلاستيك، علب معدنيه، عجلات سيارات، مواسير، كل انواع النفايات اللي تخطر ببالكم. الفيديو انتشر في الاردن بطريقه وصلت لكبار المسؤولين في الاردن. الحمد لله لليوم كل اسبوع بصير حمله تنظيف بجوف البحر بالتعاون مع اهل العقبه وبالتعاون مع الجمعيات زي UNDP واللي بيعملوا حملاتهم حول العالم.
بروجكت سي كمان.
في عندنا بروجكت سي هلا رح يطلعوا على البانل. شاوت اوت.
بيسان.
اكيد بيسان.
اكيد. فدائما اي ظاهره في بلدك في مدينتك، مش شرط بس العقبه، سيئه بتضرك وبتضر اهل بلدك، اذا انت ما غيرتها ووقفت بوجههم راح تضل هذه العاده موجوده. كثير في عادات سيئه لازم تتعدل في مجتمعنا.
اكيد اكيد.
ان شاء الله تتعدل بسرعه.
الأردن هو بيتنا هو بلدنا. بدي اسالك سؤال لازم، لا كل بني
جاهز.
ادم بيعيش بالعقبه لازم اساله هذا السؤال.
تفضلي.
انا بنزل على العقبه يمكن مرتين بالشهر. هي عشق حياتي العقبه. بس تعرف مرات بحس انه انا عن جد ما بعرف العقبه، عشان انا بعرف العقبه اللي اهلي عرفوني عليها. هل اكم من اوتيل، هل شط، هل اكم من هذا. في اشي بتقدر تنصحنا نعمله بالعقبه شوي غير عن هالاوتيل وهالبحر وهالمطعمين؟
تركيز السياحه بالعقبه هو على الاوتيلات عشان اكثر شيء بيجيب مصاري.
فخلينا نوسع
العقبه مش اوتيلات.
السياحه عن العقبه نوسعها شوي.
العقبه مش اوتيلات، العقبه لهجه وبحر وتراث وقارب الصيد اللي هو الدنقي وشارع المسامك ولبس اهل العقبه والسمسميه والسوق الشعبي والاماكن اللي بتروحيها بالعقبه. مش الفنادق مش موجوده الا بالعقبه. طب زي ايش تامر؟ عمرك جربتي تطلع على الشط الجنوبي تخيمي يومين؟
لا.
بعيد عن الفنادق، بعيد عن الضوء، بعيد عن فيها كثير شغلات العقبه ممكن تعمليها بعيد عن كل هاي الشغلات. عمرك طلعتي بقارب صيد وصدتي سمك بايدك واكلتي من هذا السمك؟
لا، بس مره شفتهم عم بيرجعوا الصيادين.
لا، بدك تجربي هاي التجارب. بس ان شاء الله تعالى يعني هذه نصيحه اذا كان في مسؤولين هون قاعدين، العقبه تندعم زي برنامج استدامه ايام كورونا. يعني انا والله كواحد من اهل العقبه دائما الناس بتنتقد، طب الفندق ب200 والفندق ب100 والفندق ب150. تنخفض هاي التكاليف، تندعم الفنادق، تتخفض ضريبتها، تندعم الكهرباء والمي تاعتها. يصير كل اهل، يعني كثير ناس بقول لك انا والله بحياتي ما جيت العقبه، انا من 10 سنين ما جيت العقبه. لازم كل الناس تيجي على العقبه عشان العقبه تتطور سياحيا، عشان احنا ما نضلنا معتمدين على السياحه الخارجيه، ما بنعرف بكره ايش مخبي لنا.
يعني مش عارفين كيف نشكرك على
الله يسعدك. هي في مهرجان راح يبلش او بلش هسه، مهرجان العقبه للتخفيضات للسنه الثانيه. في فنادق مشاركه بس مش الكل، الاسعار نزلت تقريبا 30%، لكن نطمح للافضل ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله.
وانا الصراحه بتعرف انا بعرف بحب العقبه اكثر وقت، اكثر فصل الشتاء.
دافيه.
بتجنن.
نشغل مراوح والله.
بتجنن.
الله يسعد مساكم وتشرفت اني كنت واقف قدامكم.
بس نسال اذا في اي حدا عنده اي سؤال. تفضل.
ما زالوا اكيد. ما دام انا عندي هدف، والهدف هذا فيش فيه حرام، وراضي ربي، ومش غلط اللي بسويه، ومش تافه اللي بعمله، مستحيل يجمع عليك كل الناس انهم يأيدوك. الكويس راح يحبك، والمحترم راح يحبك، والسيء راح يكرهك، والفاشل راح يدمرك، واللي تعديت عنه راح يصير يحبط فيك. فانا المدام اللي انت بتسويه ما في إشي غلط، استمر فيه. وانا واحد من الناس اي شيء بحطه براسي بعمله. سبق وكنت بكليه الامير فيصل الجويه، وبعديها درست MIS، وبعديها درست اوبثالمولوجيست، وبعديها صرت بطل الاردن في كمال الاجسام، بعديها دخلت السلك الفني وصرت اعزف على العود. فاي شيء بدي اياه بسويه. وهسه صرت إشي بقول لي صانع محتوى، إشي مؤثر، إشي مشهور وما وسلامتك. أهلا وسهلا.
شكرا كثير.
فرصة سعيدة.
وبس
والله احنا
بدي
اسعد.
كيف أدائي متحسن
لا
المرة هاي؟
ممتاز ممتاز الصراحة. يعطيك
شكراً
ألف ألف عافية.
بصير ناخذ سيلفي معك أنت والجمهور؟
بدي أسأل سؤال.
تفضل.
الله يسعدك.
لا ما بنستغني عن وجهه.
طالما أحلاني يعني أستغني عن وجهي وأحط أفاتار. نتشرف إن شاء الله.
الفيديو اديتنج.
فيديو اديتنج
والله أكثر من إشي، بستعمل الإديتنج على التليفون بأكثر من برنامج، وحاليا طورنا من التصوير عن طريق الادوبي بريمير، والفريق صار عندي فريق الحمد لله رب العالمين بيصور اوت دور واندور.
ما شاء الله.
احنا لازم ننهي هاي الفقره، وبنحب نشكرك كثير كثير على كل شيء حكيته.
العفو.
وبدي اذكر كل حدا صور فيديو او صوره، make sure you use the hashtag ignite عمان اكيد عشان احنا كمان نتابعكم. ثانك يو كثير.
فرصة سعيدة.
فرصة
إن
سعيدة.
شاء الله
احنا اسعد.
المؤتمر الجاي او الحديث الجاي يكون بالعقبة.
يلا والله احنا جاهزين.
انا جاهز.
احنا جاهزين.
الصيادية علي.
صيادية عليك.
ثانك يو سير. هلا هلا. يلا نحضر للبانل.
أكيد جاهزين our lovely panelists.
We're going to continue to talk about tourism right now, or sustainable tourism to be specific.
Yes, exactly. This panel will explore how to create a sustainable and inclusive tourism industry with a focus on empowering SMEs, engaging policymakers, and leveraging innovation to shape the future of travel in Jordan and in the region.
So let me introduce our incredible panelists for the next panel. Moderating the panel, we have Aya Al-Khayyat, a social media influencer that is redefining the tourism narrative. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. Then we have Bisan Al-Sharif, co-founder of Project C. If you could please join us on stage. Dr. Abdel Razzaq Arabiyat, Managing Director of the Jordan Tourism Board. Ahla wa sahla. Dr. Suzy Hatoq, Chairperson of Tamkeen for Sustainable Tourism Development. And last but definitely not least, Muna Haddad, Founder and CEO of Barakeh Consulting and Barakeh Destinations.
مساء الخير جميعا. هلا رح نكون معكم بجلسة حول إعادة تصور السياحة، ورح نحكي فيها عن استراتيجيات مبتكرة لجعل قطاع السياحة أكثر استدامة، وأكيد التركيز على الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة بهذا المجال، وطبعا إشراك الخبراء وصانعي السياسات وخلق فرص عمل للباحثين عن عمل في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. هذا الموضوع كتير مهم لدول مثل الأردن ومنطقة دول التعاون الخليجي اللي بتتمتع بموارد ثقافية وطبيعية غنية. وطبعا ضيوفنا اللي اليوم رح يكونوا معنا لحتى نحكي أكثر عن هذا الموضوع، حرجع أرحب فيهم كمان مرة. معنا الدكتور عبد الرزاق عربيات، المدير العام لهيئة تنشيط السياحة وعضو في قائمة فوربس 2024. معنا بيسان الشريف، أحد مؤسسي مشروع بحر بروجكت سي، وهو مبادرة رائدة لتعزيز السياحة المستدامة وحماية البيئة البحرية. معنا السيدة سوزي هاتوق براق، خبيرة السياحة الدولية بخبرة عقود في تطوير السياحة الدولية من UN Tourism. ومعنا منى حداد، المؤسسة والمدير العام المؤسس ومدير عام شركة البركة ديستنيشنز، وهي شركة استشارات متخصصة في تنمية السياحة المستدامة المجتمعية في الأردن. نزقف لهم زقفة عشان نبلش الحوار معهم. بدنا نبلش معك دكتور عبد الرزاق، وأول سؤال، الأردن دائما مرجع للسياحة بالشرق الأوسط ومعروف بتراثه وثقافته ومواقعه الطبيعية. من وجهة نظرك شو أهم المميزات اللي بتخلي الأردن وجهة سياحية مميزة؟
شكرا ستي، ومساء الخير للجميع. وأنا أتشرف أكون بيناتكم بينات قامات وطنية سياحية الحقيقة معتز فيها. يعني أكيد الأردن ما بدي أعيد تعريفه، بجوز أخوي تامر بسيسو حكى عن مميزات السياحة، لكن الأردن دائما نقول هو عبارة عن سامبل عن قارة، يعني موجود بلد صغيرة لكن بتعيش 4 مناخات فيه. التنوع البيولوجي والحيوي الموجود من الشمال للجنوب مش موجود بأي بلد في العالم. يعني بالشمال في منطقة الغابات الخضراء في عجلون وراسون ومنكيس، تنزل على عمان قديمة وعمان الجديدة، بتحكي عن صحراء بتحكي عن بحر. ودائما في الدول في شيء بسموه يونيك سيلينج بوينتس، يعني بتروح مثلا بدون ذكر اسماء بتلاقي اتراكشن واحده او ثنتين. الاردن في 4 5. يعني احنا البتراء لحالها مش موجوده غير بالاردن. البحر الميت اخفض بقعه في العالم واكبر منتجع طبيعي في العالم. الوادي رم عباره عن يعني دائما بتصور فيه افلام بيعتبروه زي كانك موجود في كوكب المريخ. المغطس مع كان عماد السيد المسيح. المواقع التراثيه الموجوده، التنوع الاثاري موجود، هذا بحط الاردن كتراكشن، كبلد الناس بيحبوا يشوفوه. دائما بجوز مرات الفتره كانت هي جوهره السياحه الاردنيه، لكن الان احنا قاعدين بنفرجي الاردن بطريقه مختلفه. التنوع الموجود، ودائما بيقول الاردن ما هي الاردن، يعني كيف يو بوزيشن يور سيلف. هل انت سياحه تاريخ؟ هل انت سياحه اثار؟ هل انت سياحه مغامره؟ هل انت سياحه دينيه؟ هل انت سياحه طبيه؟ هل علاجيه؟ مؤتمرات؟ بقول لهم وي هاف ات اول. جوردن وي هاف ات اول. احنا بلد صغير، وارجع بقول احنا عباره عن سامبل عن القاره. اردت ان تزور العالم، تعرف العالم، زور الاردن. وبالتالي كل حملاتنا التسويقيه بنركز دائما على ابراز هذا التنوع من خلال الحملات التسويقيه بتكون فيها الهيئه. وبعتقد يعني لولا يعني الله يفرجها على اخواننا في غزه، بال 23 بعتقد كانت سنه قياسيه بامتياز، اعلى. يعني وصلت مرحله انه في جروبات سياحيه قاعده تلغي لانه ما في محلات في الفتره. وكانت هي مشكله ما في مكان في عمان، ما في مكان تحجز في وادي رم. هذا دليل انه هناك طلب كبير على الاردن، واستطاعت الاردن بشبابها بمؤثرينها بهيئاتها بمؤسساتها توضع الاردن على خارطه السياحه العالميه. لكن ان شاء الله نتامل انه الاوضاع السياسيه تهدى، لانه في عندنا مشكله في البرسبشن هلا في اداره الاعتقاد، خلينا نقول بالعربي، انه الاردن ضمن منطقه الصراع. ودائما احنا بنقول انه كيف تقنع العالم انه احنا الكالم هاوس بتوين نويزي نيبرز، او البيت الهادي بين الجيران المزعجين.
صح.
لكن يعني بجوز نكون صريحين اكثر واسمحوا لي اسهب في هذا الموضوع. عندنا تحدي كبير في هذا الموضوع، انه صح الترافل والميديا وعم يجيب مؤثرين من داخل الاردن وخارج الاردن وسوق الاردن، لكن الاردن على الاخبار السياسيه. يعني لما يشوفنا على CNN ولا بلومبرج ولا سكاي نيوز ولا فوكس نيوز، انه يعني المحتوى اللي عم بطلع هذا يعني تحدي كبير. وبالتالي الان يعني في باعتبار من شهر واحد في مجموعه من الميديا العالميه السياسيه بسموها سيريس ميديا، راح يجوا على الاردن يغطوا الاردن ويورجوا الاردن انها بلد امن ما فيها شيء، ويغطوا الوضع الحالي. وبالتالي هذا بيغير شويه، لكن المؤشرات ايجابيه ان شاء الله للعام القادم. ريان اير راجع او بلش يرجع، الويز اير نجدد له اتفاقيته ان شاء الله الاسبوع القادم، في تجديد اتفاقيه مع الويز اير. الايدل فايس راجع، الفولينج راجع ان شاء الله اعتبارا من شهر 3 وشهر 4 راح تشهد الاردن ان شاء الله حركه سياحيه كبيره، وقاعدين نضغط بشكل كبير عليهم وعم نشتغل تسويق مشترك معهم. وهذا راح تشوف في فارق الحقيقه في موضوع السياحه، لانه خلص يعني الامور ان شاء الله عم تاخذ منحى اخر، وان شاء الله انه ربنا يفرج على اهلنا في غزه، وبالتالي ينعم الكل بالسلام والامان ان شاء الله.
إذا بدنا نحكي نسبة، قد ايه الأوضاع السياسية أثرت على قطاع السياحة خلال السنة الماضية؟
شوفي احكي لك في تفاوت، يعني احكي لك اذا بنحكي على الفتره 90% تفاوت، الفتره بتعاني. بنحكي على العقبه 50%، لانه اخواننا في مناطق الداخل مناطق 48 عوضوا شوي. عمان الخليج رفع، يعني السنه هاي الخلايج اخواننا في دول الخليج العربي ارتفاع 28%، والسياحه عشان يعني نوضح الارقام اكثر، كل السياحه اللي بنحكي عنها الاوروبيين والامريكان بتشكل 18% من سياحتنا فقط لا غير. السياحه الاكبر هي من السعوديه، الكويت وقطر وعمان، يعني دول الخليج بشكل عام بيشكلوا حوالي 60%. الاردنيين المغتربين باي ذا واي بنحسبوا بالسياحه حسب البنك المركزي وزاره السياحه، لانه بيعتبر الاردني المغترب اللي راجع معاه عمله صعبه عم يدخل الاقتصاد، وهي الحسبه مش من عندنا منظمه السياحه العالميه. لكن كمان تكسكلود الاردنيين المغتربين اللي بيرجعوا على البلد، عم نحكي قاعدين انه السياحه العربيه رفعت شوي او عوضت، لكن السياحه الخليجيه مش عم بيستخدم باص سياحي، مش عم بيستخدم دليل، مش عم بيجي على طريق مكتب سياحه، مش عم بيروح على البتراء، مش يروح على درام، عم بيتركزوا في عمان مناطق الشمال اللي شوي شهدت يعني خلينا نقول وضعهم جيد كان مقارنه مع السبلاي تشين او مزودين الخدمات السياحيه، وبالتالي عم بيعانوا قطاعنا السياحي، عم بيعاني خصوصا البتراء عم بتعاني بشكل كبير.
للاسف، بس اكيد نتمنى انه الاوضاع تتحسن، ترجع الامور تمام، واكيد انتم عم تشتغلوا اكثر واكثر على الموضوع ان شاء الله. هلا بدي انتقل لست سوزي واسالك من منظور الامم المتحده، شو هي السياسات الاكثر فعاليه اللي ممكن تعتمدها الحكومه لتعزيز السياحه المستدامه وخاصه للمؤسسات الصغيره والمتوسطه؟
شكرا ست آية على هذا السؤال، وشكرا للمنظمين على هذا المؤتمر الهام. شكرا للسؤال. صحيح شغلي مع منظمة السياحة العالمية لل20 سنة الماضية مع منظمة تابعة للأمم تعنى وكالة متخصصة تعنى بترويج للسياحة، أنها هي السياحة المستدامة، هي سياحة مستدامة. فالتركيز كان شغلي مع المنظمة أعطاني فرصة إنه نطلع على كيفية بالفعل وضع سياسات، كيف تضع هذه المنظمات سياسات للقطاع السياحي بالذات، وذلك من خلال منصبين هامين، إنه أولا اللي هو عضويتي في اللجنة العالمية لأخلاق السياحة، وهي التي تعنى بترويج للمدونة العالمية لأخلاق السياحة اللي هلا التي أقرتها الأمم المتحدة لتكون وسيلة لتوجيه القطاع السياحي جميع أصحاب المصلحة الستيك هولدرز حول تحقيق سياحة مسؤولة، سياحة مستدامة، وسياحة ميسرة للجميع. البعد الثاني اللي كمان اللي شاركت فيه وأعطاني كمان بعد، إنه كوني أنا مقيم جودة برامج التعليم الفندقي والسياحي أو الضيافة والسياحة على أسس الجودة العالمية اللي أيضا تتبنى فيها الجلوبال كود اوف إثكس كمان. أعطاني كمان هذه فرصة كيف وضع السياسات التعليمية لإعداد الهيومن ريسورسز الموارد البشرية بحيث إنها إيش هي معايير الجودة بحيث إنها تقدر إنها تلبي احتياجات القطاع واحتياجات الفرد نفسه وأيضا تقود هذه الكفاءات البشرية تكون قادرة على قيادة التنمية السياحة المستدامة وفي ذات الوقت خلق التنافسية وخلق الابتكار والتطوير المستمر. فأحد الأمور الهامة اللي أنا هلأ سعيدة إن أنا عم بحكي عنها اللي هو إنه منظمة السياحة العالمية تنظر للسياحة بمنظور مختلف كبير، لها فلسفة، ترى أن السياحة هي فلسفة حياة. السياحة بالإضافة لكونها هي تقود النمو الاقتصادي العالمي زي ما نحن نشهد، وكل دولة السياحة لها دور في حماية النمو الاقتصادي وفي توفير الوظائف وجذب الاستثمارات والمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، إلا أنها كمان هي دورها هام في إحلال السلام والتفاهم، السلام العالمي والتفاهم بين المجتمعات المحلية والمجتمعات العالمية. أيضا للسياحة دور هام أيضا في الاحتواء الاجتماعي والنمو الاجتماعي، تعطي الفرصة للجميع بأنه تحسين فرص الحياة مستوى حياتهم، وأيضا هي تعطي الفرصة لجميع أطياف المجتمع أن تدخل في السياحة تعتاشون. عندك البعد الثقافي، هي وسيلة هامة للحفاظ على تراثنا، على عاداتنا، تقاليدنا، هذا الإرث الحضاري الهام من مواقع تراثية أو نسميها السوفت الثقافة خلينا نقول النوعية اللي هي مثل الفنون والعادات والتقاليد يسموها هلا كريتيف اندستري. والأهم من هذا كله السياحة لها دور هام جدا وحيوي جدا في الحفاظ على المصادر الطبيعية واللي هي بتعتاش فيه. يعني استدامة السياحة هي تعتمد على العنصر البشري والموارد الطبيعية والتنوع الحيوي وعلى المجتمع وثقافة المجتمع والتراث. فالحفاظ عليها، الحفاظ على هذا الأثر والمنافع للسياحة وضعت المدونة العالمية لأخلاقية السياحة. هذه المدونة هي بنسميها هي ورقة أو وثيقة سياسات عمل، هي موجهة لجميع أصحاب المصلحة حول كيف تحقق هذه التنمية المستدامة. هلا ايش اللي عملته ايش هاي الوثيقة تتضمن 10 articles بنسميها او مواد تتضمن اللي هلا ذكرتهم اللي هي الاتريبيوتس للسياحة او الفضائل السياحة، من تحقيق السلام والتفاهم العالمي، من النمو الاقتصادي، من ايش دور المجتمعات المحلية، ايش دور العاملين في القطاع السياحي اقتصاديا، كيفية الحفاظ على التراث، كيفية الحفاظ على المصادر الطبيعية، وحددت موجهات لكل من هالمحاور هدول توجيهات، وأولت المسؤولية للجميع، الجميع يتحمل هذه المسؤولية. لكن إيش كمان عملت؟ أولت المسؤولية وأيضا أعطت حقوق. الوثيقة هذه ربطت السياحة، ولأول مرة ربطت السياحة مع حقوق الإنسان العالمية والحريات الأساسية. وثيقة قالت إنه نتيجة هاي المنافع الهامة للسياحة ليس فقط اقتصاديا لكن لكل هالفوائد اللي عم نحكي فيها، فإذا السياحة هي حق للجميع يجب أن يستفيد منه الجميع. من هنا اجت السياحة المستدامة والسياحة الاكسسبل والانكلوسيفنس والسياحة المسؤولة. لكن في ذات الوقت زي ما عندنا حقوق الإنسان، زي ما في عندنا حقوق الإنسان تعطيك حق الإنسان في التعليم، حق الإنسان في الصحة، حق الإنسان في العمل، كمان قالت في السياحة الإنسان له الحق في الاستمتاع بالسياحة وبالسفر من مكان إلى آخر دون إعاقات، وإنه يرجع لمكان إقامته. لكن أيضا هو مسؤول، حملت هذا الإنسان من جميع أطياف الستيك هولدرز كونه سائح كونه صاحب شركة، كونه وزير، يعني الحكومات، المجتمعات المحلية، الهوست كوميونيتيز والعاملين في القطاع الزراعي، الجميع كما لهم حق بأنهم ينتفعوا من السياحة ويستمتعوا فيها، أيضا هناك لهم مسؤوليات تجاه السياحة وتجاه مجتمعهم وتجاه البيئة. فهاي هي الخطوط العريضة اللي حددتها السياحة، اللي هي بترسم إنه السياحة المستدامة هي تقوم على 3 محاور رئيسية عند وضع الاستراتيجية. في ناس كثير يمكن يفكروا إن لما نقول استدامة في السياحة يفكروا فقط إحنا عم نحكي عن الجرين، عم نحكي عن الحفاظ على لما نقول sustainability الحفاظ environment. هي لا، هي يجب أن تكون على المحاور ال3، حتى هي 4. هي الايكونوميك sustainability، الاقتصاد المستدام، والبعد النمو الاجتماعي المستدام، وإحياء التراث المستدام، وتنمية البيئة المستدامة. دول ال4 هي المحاور الرئيسية. هلا في ناس بتقول إنه 3 بيجمعوا السوسيو مع الكالتشرال، فبتحكي 3 pillars of sustainability. بتقول المنظمة إنه ال3 هدول هن لازم يشكلوا خلينا نقول سياساتنا ويشكلوا الاستراتيجيات الوطنية للسياحة. لكن في محور أساسي كمان بتركز عليه المنظمة، إنه بناء هذا البعد الأخلاقي للناس، لأنه إذا بتلاحظي اللي هلا أنا ذكرتهم، القطاع السياحي يعتبر هو أكثر القطاعات يرتكز على الإنسان، من الزائر، من الترافلر نفسه لكل الفاليو تشين الثانية. فالعنصر البشري هو اللي قدر، واللي هو لازم هو يكون يتحمل مسؤولياته تجاه السياحة. فهي بتركز على موضوع بناء الأخلاقيات اللي هي هلا بنحكيها دائما، هي الشيرد جلوبال responsibilities، وبناء المسؤولية المجتمعية لدى الأفراد. بالتعليم هو موجود، الجلوبال كود اوف اثكس موجودة بقوة في التعليم حسب معايير منظمة السياحة العالمية. أنا إذا بدك تبني برامج التعليم المتمركزة على معايير الجودة، يجب أن تتبنى وتدرج فيها المدون لبناء هاي الأخلاق، على أساس تحطي هذا الحس الاجتماعي والحس إنه هو يكون مستقبل لما بده يعمل أي شغل له، فهو بده يكون مسؤول، هو بده يتحمل هاي المسؤولية المجتمعية، إنه شغله بده يراعي هذا البالانس بين الإيكونوميك والسوشيال والإنفايرمنت.
شكرا لك ست سوزي. وهلا بدي انتقل لبيسان الشريف. واول سؤال بدي اسالك اياه، احكي لنا عن بروجكت سي اكثر، وشو اللي خلاكي تفكري انه نحن بحاجه فعلا لهيك مشروع لحمايه البيئه البحريه بالاردن؟
هيك اشتغل؟ سمعني غسان؟ ثانك يو على هاي الفرصة والبلاتفورم إنه إحنا نقدر نحكي عن مبادراتنا ونخلي صوتنا يوصل لعدد أكبر من الناس. I'm very humbled إني I'm sharing the stage with these esteemed people كمان. Project C. بس حاخذ هيك a few minutes أحكي إيش بنعمل بالضبط. Project C بلشت من هواية أو من شغف. بدأناها أنا وسيف مدنات شريكي بالمبادرة من 3 سنين تقريباً، وهي إجت من حبنا للبحر، حبنا للبيئة البحرية، وحبنا لرياضة الغوص in general. بلشناها من 3 سنين بجائحة كورونا، ويدوسوا من خلال تنظيم رحلات تنظيف جوف البحر. فإحنا بننزل بشكل دوري، بشكل شهري على مدينة العقبة، ولغاية الآن أتممنا 40 حملة تنظيف. من خلالها قدرنا نخلص البحر من أكثر من 200 ألف قطعة من النفايات، تقريباً equals to 10 طن، وللأسف 70% منها من البلاستيك، يعني هاي أكبر مشكلة عندنا. and we did so بمشاركة 400 متطوع من 45 جنسية مختلفة. فإحنا هون ساهمنا بالسياحة بشكل غير مباشر، في ناس كانت تيجي مخصوص تسافر على الأردن على العقبة to be part of this. بحب دائما أحكي إنه اللي عملناه أنا وسيف ما كان اختراع ذرة. It's very common للدايفرز إنهم ينطفوا خلال حملات التنظيف، بس اللي إحنا we insisted إنه نعمله مختلف، إنه نعمل a sustainable movement أو إنه حركة مستدامة بتركز على الاستهلاك الواعي، إنه إحنا نحاول نحل المشكلة من أساسها قبل ما توصل للبحر.
صح.
فهي بيسكلي مختصر بروجكت سي. وي ستارتد بشهر 6 زي ما قلت لك بكورونا. والون دايف اللي هي نحكي اعطت لي سبارك، بما انه احنا بايفنت لسبارك، اعطت لي سبارك لبروجكت سي. كانت ون دايف باحلى مواقع غوص بالعقبه اسمها الكينج عبد الله ريف. كنا انا وسيف عم نغوص فيها، وكان المشهد كثير صادم. كميه البلاستيك قد ايه زايده وقت كورونا، كل حد لجأ للسنجل يوز بلاستيك، كثير كان زايد. فمن دون ما نكون متفقين بلشنا احنا ننظف، و it was then and there اللي حسينا بالمسؤوليه تجاه البيئه البحريه. وكان لازم نورجي العالم اللي بيغوص واللي ما بيغوص كيف البلاستيك بيأثر علينا directly و indirectly يعني.
طب بدي تحكي لي عن مبادرات التعليم الخاصة ببروجكت سي. انتم هلا عملتوا كتاب تعليم للأطفال باللغة العربية. احكي لنا قد ايه مهم نشر الوعي انه نحافظ على البيئة البحرية، وقد ايه السياح بيكونوا معنا بهذا الموضوع. هل بيحافظوا جد على البيئة البحرية، ولا لأنهم سياح جايين ينبسطوا مش كتير بيهتموا بهي القصص؟
يعني بفتخر اني بحكي صراحه انه بروجكت سي جذبت اهتمام شركات الاعلام العالميه، وصار في علينا تغطيه يعني بكثير بلاد من العالم، بريطانيا والمانيا and so on. بالنسبه لهم كانت it attracted them. يعني بنت صبيه من الاردن عم بنطفوا البحر في بلد نامي زي الاردن، كانت شوي يعني
غريبه، مش دائما بتصير.
فكتير صار في علينا تغطيه اعلاميه من شركات، من مجلات زي ذا جارديان، يورو نيوز، عملوا عنا دوكيومنتري اتباست 100,000 من المشاهدات. كمان الشركات الانترناشونال ايرلاينز كتبوا عنا زي ويز اير، حضرتك ويز اير ورول جوردينيان حكوا عنا. فالسياح صارت تيجي على الاردن اوريدي عارفه عنا، صاروا يتواصلوا معنا وجايين بالنيه او ذا انتنشن انه جايين هم يساهموا بالحل. فاحنا بقدر احكي انه نجحنا نستقطب السياح to be part of الحل، عدا انهم يكونوا عبء على البيئه البحريه. بالنسبه للكتاب، اطلقنا كتاب للاطفال بناسب اعمار 3 ل 7 سنوات، بيحكي قصه بروجكت سي ان اندايركت واي وكيف هم بيقدروا يكونوا جزء من الحل. الكتاب طلع باللغه العربيه، بس حاليا عم نترجمه للغه الانجليزيه، المانيه وفرنسيه كمان. حلو. وشارك بكثير معارض كتب برضه في بلاد ثانيه. الحلو بالكتاب انه حتى القارئ عم بيكون جزء من الحل in an indirect way، لانه كل الريع اللي عم بيجينا من الكتب بنستخدمه انه احنا نستبدل 5 اكياس بلاستيكيه باكياس قابله للتحليل. وعم نبلش هذا المشروع بمدينه العقبه بالاخص. واللونج تيرم بلان انه احنا نشتغل مع الجهات المعنيه والحكومه انه العقبه تصير بلاستيك فري سيتي، خاليه من البلاستيك.
يا ريت، نتمنى اكيد. بدنا ننتقل هلا لمنى حداد، وتحكي لنا عن قصتك وراء تأسيس بركة ديستنيشنز، وليه سميتيها بركة؟ بدي أعرف.
أول شيء بلسان عظيمين، يعطيكم العافية. طيب اللي عم تعملوه بالعقبة ومهم كتير. بركة ديستنيشنز، أنا بشتغل بالسياحة إلي تقريبا هلا 18 سنة، وزمان بس كنا صغار كنت زميلة الدكتور عبد بهيئة تنشيط السياحة. بس لما كنت عم بشتغل بالهيئة انغرمت بالسياحة بسرعة كتير. حسيت إنه هذا القطاع في عنده قدرة وقوة، مرات مستغلة ومرات غير مستغلة، بسموها السوفت باور. كان عندي شوية إحباط أشوف إنه بهديك الفترة إنه المستفيد من السياحة مش دائما أصحاب المكان، بيكون ناس من برا وشركة من برا، يعني السبلاي تشين كامل فيه مستفيدين كتير. الآخر بس نكون واصلين للموقع السياحي بيكون ضل شوي فتافيت لإلهم يستفيدوا منه. فضل الموضوع يزعجني. وفي موضوع تاني ضل ببالي، هو مين صاحب قصة المكان؟ مين بيطلع له القدرة يحكي قصة المكان؟ بالعادة كان يكون مثلا دليل جاي من إربد عم بحكي قصة العقبة، أو حدا جاي من برا قاعد بحكي تاريخ الفترة. فمعظم الوقت كمان تكون قصة المكان هي قصة حجار وقصة دايستيز كانت زمان موجودة، الرومان والأنباط وهذا، وأهل المنطقة نفسهم مش جزء من قصة المكان. فوقتها تركت شغلي، نقلت على الصين، قعدت سنة وشوي عم بعمل ريسيرش عن هدول الموضوعين، عم بشوف بلحق المصاري، بلحق السبلاي تشين، بروح على مطعم بسأل من وين المزرعة، من وين هاي البندورة، من مين مستأجرين المحل، مين الموظفين، مين موجود، مين فعلا مستفيد من قطاع السياحة. والجزئية الثانية كانت إيش السوفت باور، إيش القوة الغير ملموسة من السياحة. فبركة ولدت وأنا هناك، وكان واضح لإلي إنه السياحة لازم تكون بركة، مش بس للسائح اللي عم بتغير وعم يعني تفضلتي دكتورة عن قد ايه صارت السياحة هي human right، لأنه لها أثر إيجابي كتير علينا. إحنا بني آدمين أفضل لأننا بنسافر، لأننا بنختلط مع بعض، ولأنه بنتعرف على ثقافات مختلفة، بنشوف أشياء مختلفة، بنتعلم منها. إحنا أحسن لأنه إحنا بنسافر. بس بنفس الوقت في السياحة هي بركة للي بيسافر، بس كيف بتقدر السياحة كمان تكون بركة للي عم بيستقبل السائح؟ فرجعت وعرفت كيف رح أحل مشاكل العالم، رح أأسس شركة استشارات عشان that's how you change the world. ما حدا قال لي. فبلشت ببركة ككونسلتنج كومباني، واشتغلت مع حكومات مختلفة بالأردن ومن الخارج على توريزم ماستر بلانينج. فيعني إحدى مشاريعنا الكبيرة كانت بالمغرب، منطقة غويلميم، اللي بدهم يأسسوا هلأ سياحة فيها، ما فيش غير خطة لمطار وفندق ما بنصحكم تروحوا عليه. بس كانت دورنا إن نشوف إيش هي قصة المكان، كيف نقدر نبني خبرة سياحية متنوعة هناك. وبرضه نفس الشيء، نفس الإحباط، أصير أحس إنه طيب الجهات المختلفة اللي عم نشتغل معها عم بتطلعوا على المجتمعات المحلية كأنه حسنة، حرام بدنا نساعد الناس، حرام كلمة مجتمعات المحلية ما أبشعها صايرة. بدنا نساعدهم، بدنا ندعمهم. انتبهوا للكلمات اللي بنستخدمها، فيها فوقية، احنا حرام مساكين واحنا بدنا نيجي نساعدهم. فكان وقتها دائما خناقتي انه لا، it's good business, it's good business. فب 2015 قلنا خلص خلينا نبنيها ونثبت، نجمع الارقام ونثبت انه good tourism is good business. وبدأنا بقرية قيس اللي هي في شمال الأردن، واللي ما راح عليها يعبشون، روح عليها، تعالوا على بركة. بس منطقة قيس مختلفة، يعني كان وقتها السائح بيجي، كان عدد السواح اللي بيجوا 33,000 سائح أجنبي. بدخلوا بيطلعوا، بفوتوا على الآثار، بسمعوا عن الرومان، بيشوفوا هالكم حجرة، بياخذوا لها صورة. ممكن إذا السائح اللي معهم كويس يشرح لهم شوي تاريخ المنطقة والجولان والبحيرة الطبرية وبيروحوا. إذا إحنا محظوظين بيشتروا قنينة مي. عدا عن هيك مش عم بصرفوا مصاري، مش عم بيختلطوا مع أهل المنطقة. فأول إشي عملناه أسسنا بيت البركة عشان نخلي الناس تقعد بالمنطقة أكثر. أول إشي عملناه أسسنا مكتبة هناك، وتعرفنا على أهل المنطقة. وأول إشي عملناه لمدة 6 أشهر ضلينا ساكتين، بس قعدنا نحكي مع الناس، نتعرف عليهم، نسمع قصصهم. لفينت شخصيا على 33 بيت أسألهم مرحبا أنا منى، هاي قصتي، شو قصتكم أنتو؟ أنا بعمل اللي بعمله عشان هيك، إيش قصتكم أنتو؟ ليه بتعملوا اللي بتعملوه؟ للاقينا مجموعة ناس اللي عندهم إيمان مشترك معنا، اللي بيآمنوا إنه بدهم يبنوا البلد اللي بدهم يعيشوا فيها، اللي مش مسلمين وقالي خلص هاي لغيرنا خليهم هم يبلشوا فيها، بس فعليا عندهم طموح يبنوا واقع مختلف، اللي حاسين إنه واقعهم بإيدهم وهم قادرين. هذا الإشي عم بقل للأسف. وكلهم عندهم شغف وعندهم إشي بيحبوا يشاركوه. فأسسنا معهم خبرات مختلفة، مثل مثلا يوسف النحال العظيم اللي هلا صار مشهور، وجلالة الملك والملكة بطلب العسل من عنده. بس يوسف يعني نحلاته سوسو ومومو هيك عارفهم بالاسم، يعني بموت بنحله. وقد ما هو عنده شغف على الإشي اللي بيعمله، خلقنا معاه خبرة اللي متكتكة، لأنه إحنا فاهمين السياحة وفاهمين إيش بده السائح. فرسمنا دقيقة دقيقة إيش رح ينحكى، تدربنا مع بعض على الإنجليزي، على طريقة الأداء، كيف يحكي، عملنا تسويق، شبكنا مع شركات. طبعا عندنا 43 خبرة مختلفة، يوسف من الأمثلة منهم. بس عملنا مشاريع مختلفة وخبرات مختلفة لأنواع سواح مختلفين، ولعبنا الدور اللي مرات بنطلبه من اهالي المجتمعات المحليه اللي مش مفروض نكون عم نطلبه، اللي احنا بنقدر نتواصل مع يمكن شركه السياحه ونوقع معها عقود معقده طولها 60 صفحه، احنا بنقدر نعمل هذا الشيء، هو خليه بالنحل ويقدم الخبره هاي. فكان في تشاركيه بيننا، شراكه حقيقيه بيننا، اللي خلقنا مشاريع مختلفه وخبرات مختلفه للسواح بمنطقه ام قيس. وإشي كثير كان اساسي بالموديل تبعنا انه we localize the supply chain، طلعنا على كل شيء عم نستهلكه وحاولنا قد ما بنقدر نروح لل local suppliers. ايش suppliers؟ مش قادره اتذكرها.
موردين.
شكرا، موردين محليين. وهيك تعرفنا على مزرعه السمسم بالمنطقه، فيعني بنفتخر كثير مثلا بالفطور اللي بنقدمه، لانه المناقيش الموجود، الطحين من ام قيس، سمسم من ام قيس، اخر مزرعه ضلت موجوده للسمسم بام قيس، الزعتر البري من ام قيس، والزيت الزيتون. هلا معلش اهل عجلون نستعير من عندهم السماء، بس مشوا حالكم. فصفينا واصلين لمرحله انه 73% من المصاري اللي عم تنصرف عم بتضل بالقريه، ومن خلال كل هذا الشغل قدرنا يعني استثمرنا بتبع الدراي كلينز، استثمرنا باللي عنده المي، التنكات المي بنجيب منه، طلعنا على كل شيء بنصرفه وكيف بنقدر نخليه بمنطقه ام قيس. اليوم 73% من اللي بنصرف بضل بالقريه نفسها. في 153 شخص بيشتغلوا معنا، بيعملوا 44% قبل الوضع الحالي طبعا، كانوا بيعملوا 44% اكثر من الدخل المحلي، و76% منهم ستات او شباب اللي عرفهم، اللي فعلا عم بيآمنوا انه يغيروا واقعهم. احنا اليوم موجودين ببركه ديستنيشنز بأم قيس وبلا اللي هي طبقه فحل، وان شاء الله لمحلات ثانيه.
يعني انت منى اختصرتي كل الاسئله اللي بدي اسالك اياها، بس بدي اسالك سؤال، قد ايه بتشوفي بركه ديستنيشنز اثرت على السياحه المستدامه بالاردن من وقت تاسيسها لهلا؟ وهل الاوضاع مثل كورونا والاوضاع السياسيه اللي حوالينا اثرت عليها؟
اكيد اثرت، بس ابدا باول جزئيه. يعني لما بلشنا شغلنا كنا من الاوائل، فالاثر كان اكبر من الاردن كثير. كان في ضجه على الموديل اللي عملناه. الموديل تبعنا حاليا بتدرس بجامعه هارفارد، بكولومبيا، بجامعه اوكسفورد، محاضرات مختلفه اللي بنعطيها هناك، وبنشارك الموديل تبعنا لانه مهم لايماننا انه كل السياحه تكون هيك، ويكونوا اهل المنطقه هم القايمين فيها، واهم شيء انه هم اللي عم يحكوا قصتهم مش بس الدخل. طبعا كنا الكفر ستوري لجامعه لمجله افار ماجازين، طبعا كل المجلات، نيويورك تايمز، CNN، كل كثير كان في يعني بث على اللي عم نعمله، واللي فعلا حط ام قيس على الخارطه السياحيه. يعني اليوم عم نشوف كثير في تطور، كثير في جهات مختلفه اجت بلشت تشتغل بالمنطقه، في استثمارات وجهود لاستثمارات مختلفه بمنطقه ام قيس، وبنفتخر بهذا الشيء. يعني الباي لازم تكبر، الكيكه لازم تكبر، وانا بعتبر انه احنا مش ناجحين غير لما احنا نترك ام قيس. لازم اهلها يقوموا فيها مش احنا، واحنا موجودين ندعمهم. للجزئيه الثانيه من سؤالك، اكيد في اثر كثير اساسي وكبير. كورونا كانت صعبه جدا علينا، بس يعني باللحظه اللي حسينا يمكن ما نكمل، ما بعرف كيف صارت، بس جلالة الملكة اجت زارتنا، وبعديها كل اهل الاردن اجوا وفعلا احيوا الشغل، وعلمنا درس مهم انه نكون مركزين على السياحه المحليه والسياحه الخارجيه، ونفس الشيء هلا.
اكيد. طب بدي ارجع عندك دكتور عبد الرزاق، كثير عم نشوف فيزيت جوردن عم بيعملوا حملات تسويقيه رائعه للاردن. لما يجي السايح للاردن ويوصل عليها، هل بتحس قطاع السياحي عم بيغطي هاي الحملات الاعلانيه، او عم بيلبي التوقعات خلينا نحكي؟ واذا لا، شو الحل لهذا الشيء؟
انا بعتقد انه في كمان سؤالين ضايع. فشو رايك انه
باختصار
لا الساعه 5 الا ربع عشان الناس بدي الاسئله اجاوب السؤالين رح يعني عشان الوقت،
لك كمان.
عشان الوقت لانه
احكي لك عن السؤال
احكي
اللي
السؤال
بعده.
الثاني.
طيب السؤال اللي بعده،
تفضل.
شو توجهات هيئة تنشيط السياحة لسنة 2025؟
خليني احكي لك شغله، انا بجوز ما اجاوبك على السؤال اللي سالتيني اياه،
ليه؟
سؤالين راح اطلع منهم. بدي ابلش من عند منى لانه اللي هو الاهم. خلينا نقول انه هيئه تنشيط السياحه عم بتصور وعم بتسوق وعم بتحط صور كثير حلوه ومحتوى كثير يعني امبرسيف، والاردن عم تاخذ جوائز انه افضل حمله تسويقيه في العالم وفي العالم العربي، ودعايه المعذب احسن دعايه طلعت. لكن بالاخير اذا ما كانت السيرفيس الموجوده والخدمات الموجوده تلبي طموحات توقعات السائح، هون احنا بنخسر. وبالتالي يجب العمل على موضوع التدريب والتاهيل لمقدمي الخدمات. يجب أن يكون الوعد الذي نقدمه للناس بالصورة وبالصوت وبالمحتوى أنه يلاقيه موجود من المطار إلى المطار. لكن أنا بدي أرجع لأن الموضوع اللي حكت فيه منى زميلتي هو يعني اهتمامي الشخصي. وبدي أحكي شغلة بهذا المقام، أنه الأردن موازاتنا 11 مليار، 76% أو 80% من هاي الموازنة بروح رواتب. يعني الآن الحكومة قاعدة بتقترض داخلي ومحلي عشان أأمن رواتب. عندي 580 بجوز 590 مليون دينار شهري رواتب، والإيرادات ما بتغطي هذا الحكي. وشبابنا كلياته عم بتخرج من الجامعة بده وظيفة حكومية، والأمل عنده والهواية بتاعته وظيفة حكومية، في حين أنه القطاع السياحي هو الذي سينقذ الأردن وعم بينقذه. وأكبر دليل حكته منى إنه إحنا الآن عم نحكي عن تجربة واحدة وجهات البركة في أم قيس، وبلشنا مع منى قبل 5 سنوات ب 12 تجربة محلية سميناها ترافل مينينغفول ماب. الآن عندنا 220 تجربة محلية، وسيتم إطلاق ويب سايت قريبا اسمه ترافل جوردانيان بضم 220 تجربة محلية من الشمال للجنوب. هذا شغل وقاعد كثير فيه من الشباب والصبايا عم بيتركوا مجالهم او طلعهم انه ياخذوا وظيفة حكومية وعم بيتجه ل قطاع السياحة. ليش؟ لأنه نحكي عن موضوع السياحة المستدامة وريسبونسبل توريزم. العالم تغير في مع قضية الحجز. الآن الدول الأوروبية عم بتطلع على الديستنيشن إنه قديش أنت كدولة وكمزود خدمة أنت متماشي مع موضوع السياحة المستدامة من الناحية البيئية، من الناحية الاقتصادية، من ناحية النمو المجتمعي، مع موضوع اللوكال اكسبيرينسز. قديش أنت تلتزم بمعايير السياحة المستدامة. والآن بالهيئة الحمد لله أسسنا دائرة خاصة للسياحة المستدامة. دكتور أستاذ رح تنبسط هلا. ودربوا كل موظفين الهيئة الآن عم بتدربوا مع السي بي آي، هي منحة من السفارة الهولندية، على إنه حتى التسويق نفسه يكون مستدام. بدي أكد على شغلة الآن، مستقبل الأردن هو السياحة، وشفنا وشهدنا مؤخرا إنه 90% من سياحتنا هم سياحة أفراد اللي بيجوا على الويز إير والرايان إير والإيزي جيت. هذا بحجز أونلاين على إكسبيديا وعلى بحجز طيارته بيجي. things to do. إيش يعمل؟ الآن هاي التجارب السياحية الموجودة المحلية السائح عم بطلع لها. يعني هو دائما بضل أقول زهقان الشوكة والمعلقة والسكينة بيت أهله، جاي ياكل أكلنا، جاي يكون في انجيجمنت أو تفاعل مع المجتمع اللي بيروح عليه. التجارب السياحية المحلية اللي عم تخلق وظائف وعم فعليا عم تثري تجربة السائح. دائما بيضل يقول، في مثل بقول لك، بس تروح على لندن بتصير لندنر، بتصير تدور على فيش اند شيبس، بتدورش على فول وحمص. السائح بالعكس لما يجي عندك على الأردن بده ياكل فلافل، بده ياكل مكمورة،
منسف
ومنسف وعربود.
انا جاهز. اي حدا بده ريكومنديشنز على الاكل بالاخص ستريت فود انا جاهز.
في اكله مهمه لازم تاكلها اسمها ستيكرز، تعرفها؟
ستيكرز؟ ما مرت علي.
لزاقيات.
All right, if we could get a round of applause for our panel once again. شكرا لكم على الحكي اللي حكيتوه. We are a bit behind schedule, which is why we're jumping into the conversation, jumping on stage. Yeah, we're going to have to move things along to the next
طب
segment.
بس بدي أسأل سؤال لمنى بس سريعا شو خططكم المستقبلية لبركة ديستنيشنز؟ طفوا لك المايك.
I think only two of you
There you
can
go.
turn on your mics.
لا انه ان شاء الله يعني الوضع الحالي الموجود صعب جدا على قطاع السياحه في الاردن. فان شاء الله للجميع انه نطلع منها وان شاء الله نوسع لمواقع ثانيه ثانويه ان شاء الله.
يس بدي أسألك عن مهارات برنامج مهارات. يس.
بالنسبة لشركة تمكين للتنمية السياحية
بس بدي أطلب منك تقربي على المايك ما بتقدري
بالنسبة لشركة تمكين للتنمية السياحية المستدامة الصحيح هي أنشأناها في فترة الكورونا. كانت الفكرة أنشأناها نحن مجموعة من الخبراء متخصصين في موضوع السياحة والاستدامة وكمان عندي متخصصين في الاي تي والاي سي تي وهالامور هاي والديجيتال ايكونومي. هلا قررنا انه نعمل شيء فانشانا شركه تمكين. تبنينا طبعا كل هاي المبادئ والاسس اللي هلا انا ذكرتها اللي جلوبال كود اوف اثكس والومن الويب اللي هو الومن جندر ايكواليتي وكلها على اساس تقود تحقيق الاهداف الامم التنميه المستدامه. قررنا نركز على المراه نركز على الشباب ونركز على البيئه. فنحن معظمنا اكاديميكس ومطورين مناهج فحصلنا على مشاريع كلها كانت في فتره الكورونا كانت تعرف كلها اونلاين. فاخذنا مشروعين اول واحد صحيح الثاني هو كان بس اول واحد كان مع جهد قدرنا نعمل هاكاثون اونلاين ندرب فيه حوالي 40 شاب وصبيه عم بتقدموا لمشاريع سياحيه كلها في اطار الاستدامه. اوكي وعملنا البزنس ونساعدهم على اساس يحصلوا على البزنس موديل تبعهم على اساس يتقدموا بعدها ليتر اون لا اذر بيتر انكوبيترز اللي هن اويسز وما الى اخره. المشروع الثاني الصحيح اللي حصلنا عليه اللي هو مع مهارات او مشروع مهارات اللي هو بتمويل من سبارك او جوجل. صحيح وي ار فيري براود انه تشاركنا معاهم مع شركه ابتيتيود في تونس. نحن كان دورنا انه نطور مناهج مناهج لاربع برامج كلها تعنى بالسياحه والسياحه المستدامه. بس خليني اذكرها انه هلا هي اونلاين وعلى البلاتفورم بيقدر اي حدا بالمينا كونتريز انه يتقدم لها. فالكريكولم هو اول شيء introduction to tourism tourism fundamentals بخلصه بنتقل بعدين للاي اي ان tourism transforming experiences وبعدين الثالث هو new trends in tourism industry اللي ذكرنا فيها الادفنتشر tourism experiential tourism agri tourism gastronomy كله ذكرنا كيف بيقدروا الشباب يعرفوا عنه وكيف بيقدروا يعملوا applied projects فيه. وبالاخير هو building blocks for country strategy. هذا كان للديستنيشن مانجمنت انه كيف يعملوا strategies based on sustainability. هذه كلياتها اونلاين وبالتعاون مع فهي بتلبي احتياجات المنطقه كلها من الشباب وايضا من السينيور شوي بالمانجمنت ليفل بيقدروا يشتغلوا على ديستنيشن مانجمنت في بلدانهم.
اكيد شكرا لك يعني دكتوره سوزي. بس اخر سؤال بدي منك جواب سريع عن بيسان ما انه الدكتور عبد الرزاق قاعد معنا. شو بتطلبوا من الحكومه الاردنيه تدعم اكثر بروجكت سي وتساعد اكثر على الحفاظ على البيئه البحريه؟ سريعا استغلي وجود الدكتور عبد الرزاق معنا.
طبعا هلا السياسات والقوانين هاي ما رح نحكي عنها هي مفروغ منها اكيد فور شور يعني. لا بس احنا دائما بنحكي انه بنلجا دائما للمجتمع للكوميونتي. يعني احنا من اول مساله الاحداث 7 اكتوبر وي ميد شور انه احنا ما نوقف المبادره بتاعتنا بهدف انه ندعم المجتمع المحلي. لانه احنا كل يعني هاي واحده من مبادئنا دعم المجتمع المحلي. كل ما ننزل كل الريسورسز اللي بنشتغل معها whether الستاف اللي على البوت المدربين الغوص العده سو اون كلها من المجتمع المحلي. فبس يعني تعمل قوانين وتعزيزها هذا اكثر يعني نحتاجه منكم كدعم.
خلص
خلص نشتغل معها بتعاونوا.
شكرا لكم كثير. بدنا نرجع بس نشكر الدكتور عبد الرزاق عربيات، بيسان الشريف، منى حداد، والدكتورة سوزي حطوغ بوران. نشكرهم، زقفة لهم بليز كمان مرة لأنه أخرناهم عن كثير قصص. شكرا كثير لكم، شكرا كثير.
Thank you once again. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists one more time and moderator for their valuable insights. Next, we are going to shift focus to another area of pride for Jordan, our universities, and their role in developing the next generation of leaders.
Education is at the heart of Spark's mission, and nowhere is this more evident than in their work with Jordanian universities. From developing modern curricula to empowering professors to help fresh graduates find meaningful jobs, and their impact is undeniable.
And of course, to tell us more about this, we are thrilled to welcome Nisreen Saoudi, Spark's country manager. Nisreen will also introduce the professors who are leading their way in transforming education in Jordan. Let us give her one more round of applause. Testing. Try again. Sorry, this was my mic. Probably.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. السيدات والسادة الحضور، الزملاء والزميلات، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أقف اليوم بينكم في هذا الحفل المميز والذي نحتفي فيه بجهود شبابنا وشركاتنا، لكننا لن ننسى جهود وفضل دكاترتنا وأساتذتنا من الجامعات الأردنية الخاصة والحكومية. لطالما كانوا شركاء أساسيين في مسيرتنا البناءة والتنمية وركيزة أساسية في مجتمعنا. نحن في منظمة سبارك نؤمن بأن العمل المشترك مع مؤسسات التعليم العالي يشكل أساساً قوياً لإحداث التغيير الإيجابي في المجتمع. ومن هذا المنطلق كان لجهودكم الكبيرة من خلال الفترة الماضية الأثر البالغ في تحقيق الإنجازات المتميزة من إعداد مواد تدريبية متكاملة تهدف إلى تعزيز قدرات وبناء الكفاءات في مختلف المجال التربوية والتنموية والإنسانية. اسمحوا لي باسم منظمة سبارك أن أتقدم لكم بخالص الشكر والامتنان والتقدير على تعاونكم المثمر وعلى تفانيكم في خدمة المجتمع. دعونا معا نرحب بمعالي وزير العمل السابق نايف ستيتية، السيد سيمون من منظمة سبارك، السيدة دانا بلقر من صندوق عبد العزيز الغريري لتعليم اللاجئين، ودكتورنا العزيز الدكتور ياسين هلين مساعد الأمين العام، معا لتكريم جامعاتنا المتميزة على جهودهم والأثر القيم الذي أضافوه لتعزيز قدرات شبابنا ومساهمتهم المشكورة. دعونا الآن نرحب بالسيدة فاتن البشابشة من جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا الأردنية. زقفولها زقفولها. الدكتور طارق نعموش من جامعة آل البيت. الدكتور مشهور حمادني من جامعة اليرموك. الدكتور خلف من جامعة البلقاء التطبيقية. السيدة ميساء مصطفى من جامعة البتراء. يعني معقول آخر النهار ما فينا هيك شحن نزقف بقوة لدكاترتنا اللي علمونا. وأكيد الدكتور سامر عياصرة من جامعة عمان العربية. وأخيرا وليس آخرا الدكتور أشرف بن محمد على جهوده ومساعدته إلنا. تفضل دكتورنا. يا جماعة زقفوا بعدين عشان آخر اليوم يعني. بدي أعطي المايك هلا للدكتور ياسين هليل مساعد الأمين العام. يس بليز.
مساء الخير للجميع. بدي أشكر الجميع على الجهود الطيبة اللي انبذلت، وخصوصا زملائنا أساتذة الجامعات الأجلاء اللي احنا دائما نحترمهم ونقدرهم. شكرا للجميع، شكرا لكم، شكرا لسبارك، شكرا لكل الشركاء. ناخذ صورة جماعية مع بعض إن سمحتوا.
بس اسمعوا، احنا عشان نتصور احنا بدنا زقفة كبيرة لجهود عن جد الدكاترة العظيمين اللي سخروا حياتهم عشان يعطونا يكونوا الشمعة اللي بتنور طريقنا.
لا ثانك يو. الله يعافيك، الله يعافيك، الله يعافيك، الله يعافيكم. ما أحلى الستيج وهو مليان.
وينكم من زمان يا جماعة؟
وينكم عن جد، وينكم من زمان. خلص أنا وخالد رح نقعد ونصوركم.
على الطول على الطول يا جماعة، الطوال قدام والقصار ورا. نرمن أحمد please join us.
لا لا
لا لا لا تفضلوا تفضلوا. طب هي بنوقف هنا خلاص. يلا يلا يا دار. عاد انبسطنا انه قعدنا بس يلا.
دائما انا بحطوني مع الطوال رح ارفع حالي شوي. أظن كلنا نحكي بنفس الوقت إجنايت.
يس خلونا نعطي بس المايك لمعالي نائب الستاتية يحكي لنا كلمة.
مساء الخير. طبعا الكل بده يروح بس أنا لازم من لا يشكر الناس لا يشكر الله. بالبداية بس حبيت أشكر سبارك. I just want to thank Spark for their dedication to Jordan. مؤسسة عبد الله الغرير والبنك الإسلامي للتنمية. بس مرة تانية بس بدي أحكي لدكاترة الجامعات والجامعات اللي معانا. نبدأ مشروع سهل ونسكر مشروع سهل، بس نجاحكم مش بأنه حضرنا الدورة وخلصنا الدورة، نجاحكم كيف تضمنوا استمرارية هذا المشروع، لأنه النجاح لأي امبلمنتر كان مع سبارك أو للغرير أو للبنك الإسلامي للتنمية أو لبي دي سي، مش النجاح إنه إحنا دربنا ومشينا. النجاح اليوم الشباب بحاجة إلكم وبحاجة إنه أنتوا داخل الجامعة تطوروا بالشيء اللي أنتوا بديتوا فيه حتى يكون له استمرارية. فإذا بدكم تشكرونا وإحنا ما بنستنى الشكر، بقولكم اليوم الجهد عليكم مش علينا إنه تعملوا ضيمومة لهذا الشغل. Simon, I was just informing them that the success of Spark and BDC and Ghurer and Islamic Development Bank of how you can sustain these programs inside the universities, because our youth needs you and the knowledge that you have in order to sustain it. So our success and our thanks is what you can provide بداخل الجامعات inside the universities. So this is what I said. Simon, this is...
What a wonderful day, from inspiring keynotes to engaging panel discussions and workshop. Ignite Amman 2020 has been truly a celebration of innovation and collaboration. Spark, would you please join us on stage?
Spark team, by all means, sir. That's a lot of Spark people. I didn't. Where were you guys?
They were planted in the audience. I don't think I have to remind them to use the
شكر
hashtag.
خاص، شكر حكيت.
لا سايمون لازم يشكرنا اون بابليك.
أنا شكرت مرة تانية سبارك وبركو مشكور تاني سبارك، إبراهيم ونسرين وسايمون على their dedication. شكرا لكم جميعا، وغرير والبنك الإسلامي طبعا كل الشكر لكم، وشريكنا الجامعات ووزارة الشباب. شكرا لكم سيدي.
شكرا كثير للجميع. أنا كنا عاملين كلوزنج أكيد مختلف، بس يعطيكم ألف عافية على اليوم الحلو. شكرا للأردن اللي دايما محتضنة الإيفنتس اللي كثير مهمة. كانت نقاشات كثير رائعة اليوم. بحب أشكر أكيد معالي الدكتور نايف ستاتية، الغرير واي اس دي بي على كل التعاون اللي عملوه، للاتحاد الاوروبي ولجوجل على كل الدعم اللي عم بيعملوا لنا اياه لحتى نبني المجتمعات، مش نبنيها، نعزز من قدرات الناس بطريقه حلوه وترندي لحتى نواكب العصر. وقبل ما نخلص ثانك يو فيري ماتش لخالد ودانا على الام سي اللي كان اكثر من رائع. So a big pause.
يعني thank you for trusting us.
You are very welcome.
خالد ودانا عن جد يعني you were our stars أكيد.
Thank you.
والسوبر ستار بسبارك اللي كان behind all this successful event اللي كلنا بنحب نشكره هو إبراهيم بنات. Thank you very much. وبنحب نشكر مكتب الأردن نسرين. شكرا كثير على كل الجهود، وأحمد يعطيكم ألف عافية. وللكوميونيكيشن تيم وسبيسيفيكلي لهجار ورغد على كل شيء عملتوه. That was really amazing. ولكل الصبايا والشباب من مكاتبنا بالريجن، احنا كثير انبسطنا بكل شيء عملتوه، ولولا شغل التيم والافورت اللي عم بيعملوه سبارك ما بتكمل. كل النجاح اللي عم نعمله وراه هو الناس اللي موجودين هون، واللي مش قادرين كانوا يجوا اليوم يكونوا موجودين معنا. Thank you very much. وبنشوفكم بإجنايت الجاي، بنشوف بأي بلد رح نكون موجودين. Thank you. وصورة لسبارك أكيد أول شيء مع معالي الدكتور نايف ستاتية، بعدين بناخذ نحن سبارك.
بتحب أنا أقعد معي مايك. احنا مش تعال. All right, I'm gonna count to 3 guys. نعمل a regular cheers and then we'll do one with Spark, yes? All right. 1, cheers. Okay, هلا count to 3 كل حدا يقول Spark. Spark. What a wonderful day, everybody. Is it safe for me to say good night?
Well, good evening for now.
Good evening.
Thank you all for all the work you do and everyone that participated. Enjoy.
Thank you, Blacks.